above the castle where demonic monsters fly over. A massive hole had been torn through the wall. The hero Vermouth and his 4 comrades in arms had entered the demon realm to defeat the last demon kings. They had already defeated 3 of the 5 kings, and now only 2 remain. But the demons blocked their path, forming an innumerable army in front of them. Vermouth grabbed his sword and lunged forward. His weapon glowed brightly, and a powerful explosion erupted. As his eyes shone with light, he is the great Vermouth. The witch followed behind him. She is running incredibly fast, with a smile on her face. Her magic would be perfect against so many monsters. Her staff glowed with a brilliant light, and a huge flame appeared in front of her. She smiled proudly at what she had done. This is the wise Senya. The priestess stood nearby, her hands radiating light as she blessed the fallen souls. A demon attacked her from behind, but she cut off its head in a single move. She looked pleased with the result. This is the faithful Annis. The headless monster collapsed to the ground. Then the man raised his axe and chopped down several enemies with one blow. Their remains flew all over the hall, and he grinned as he looked at the scene. This is the brave moron. To the left, the redhead ran past him, and the man screamed, cursing his comrade and telling him to stop getting in front of him. Countless enemies stood ahead, and his eyes were filled with rage. The redhead charged toward them and unleashed a series of quick attacks, glaring at them angrily. This is the foolish Hamel. He put his weapon back in its sheath after the fight. Hamel had always envied Vermouth and always called the hero his rival, but no one ever took those words seriously. Right now, the group stood in the middle of the hall. Hamel looked around and thought there were not that many enemies left. Suddenly, he called out to the Vermouth. Something was approaching him. Vermouth turns back, but it's too late. Suddenly, Hamel covered him with his own body. Blood spilled from his mouth. The demon laughed as it looked at them. A large wound had opened in Hamel's chest, and he fell to the ground. The monster prepared another attack, stretching its arm forward, but Vermouth managed to dodge. He closed the distance, lunged with his weapon, and cut the demon in half. Blood splashed everywhere. The others ran to the Hamel. Vermouth put his weapon away and stood with his head lowered. Hamel should not die like this, but Hamel smiled. This was a dignified death. In the final moments of his life, he deeply regretted that he had never been sincere with his comrades. He extended a trembling hand and told them that they should kill them all. His friend grabbed his hand and looked into his eyes, swearing in the name of the hero that he would destroy all the demon kings. Hamel was glad to hear it. The priestess folded her hands and Hamel asked her to pray for him. The warrior looked at him with annoyance. Hamel said to Moron that he was the bravest of them all. Hamel knew Senya was crying, so he looked at her, about to tell the truth about his feelings for her. Then a leg appeared. Eugene stomped on the book, shouting that he never liked it. He never said that. He clenched his fist. No matter how many times he read it, he started shaking every single time. Who wrote this book? If he found out who the author was, he would beat them up. He casually picked up the book. Moreover, they always gave the others cool nicknames. Great, wise, holy, fearless. But why did they call Hamel the foolish? Was this written by someone he beat up 300 years ago? Eugene threw the book behind his back. The same went for his team. Why did they turn a blind eye to such a stupid book? They did not even bother to defend the honor of their brother in arms. He remembered the death scene and doubted that they had ever considered the possibility of the hero's reincarnation with all his memories from the past. Eugene frowned. He was Hamel, one of the heroes, who had died 300 years ago during the war against the 5 demon kings. Then he looked away. There was a painting on the wall, depicting the hero Vermouth with a sword. Our boy now realized that he had reincarnated in the body of one of the hero's descendants as Eugene, a 13-year-old kid. Vermouth stood surrounded by women. In addition to his first wife, he had a huge number of concubines. Meanwhile, Eugene was putting on his training gear. He did not remember Vermouth ever chasing women around. Did his views change with age? Well, that was quite natural for people. Eugene imagined the family tree. Only the children of Vermouth's first wife were considered his direct descendants. Even though they all shared the same surname, Eugene was considered only a descendant of a side branch. He picked up the training sword. Children from the side branches were forbidden from learning magic or using real swords until the blood succession ritual. Eugene looked at the weapon. That was why he had to be content with a wooden sword. But today was the last day he would ever hold this toothpick in his hands. Eugene swung his sword and struck the dummy several times. After another swing, the dummy flew apart, and one of its pieces fell to the ground. Eugene turned around. It was his father. Veins were visible across Eugene's body, and his father looked at him strangely. How could such a body belong to a 13-year-old? To tell the truth, if they fought right now, he doubted he could defeat him. Eugene looked at his father menacingly. He was his own son, but sometimes he scared him. His speech and mannerisms were not childish at all, and there was not a single drop of innocence in those frightening eyes. His father looked at his son. Although Eugene had lost his mother when he was very young, there had not been a single day when he seemed sad. Eugene kicked the base of the broken dummy, saying their blacksmith was incompetent. His ears turned red. How dare that man take money for such trash? He should be punished, but his father was too merciful. The man cleared his throat and said he would give the blacksmith a stern reprimand. Sunlight shone over the walls of the house. By the way, tomorrow would be the blood succession ritual. Eugene looked at him differently. The blood succession ritual was a terrible tradition held every decade. People who carried the coat of arms with a lion gathered together, and all the children between the ages of 10 and 15 from the main and side branches came to the main family's estate to participate. The children showed off their skills, and then the competition for the right to bear the Lionheart name began. Eugene leaned on his wooden sword, but unlike the side branches, direct descendants were allowed to train in magic and use real weapons. This was only done so those weaklings from the main branch would not die at the hands of the children from the side branches. His father looked at the fallen dummy. Eugene's talent was so amazing that he could hardly see him as his own son. If only Eugene had been born into the main family. Then he looked at his trembling hand. No, if Eugene had been as talentless as he was, he would not have to feel the painful gap between reality and his abilities. Eugene noticed his uneasiness and asked what was wrong. His father answered that everything was fine, but deep inside, he was probably thinking about what a bad father he had been. The man placed his hands on Eugene's shoulders and looked him in the eyes, asking him to never cross the path of the children from the main branch. No matter how gifted he was, he would not be able to handle them, because they had been taught magic from an early age and trained with real weapons. Eugene patted his hand and said he would not, but in his mind he thought that would only happen in his father's dreams. He smiled almost imperceptibly. It was just a fight with a bunch of children, disgustingly tiring. Eugene looked at another dummy and walked toward it. The blood succession ritual involved 3 children from the main branch, as well as 6 from the side branches. He introduced them in his mind. The 3 from the main family included the son of the family head's first wife and the twins from his concubine. As for the others, with the exception of the 2 children from respected side branches, everyone else was nobody. Eugene raised his sword, and with a single blow he broke the dummy. Our boy smiled ominously, wondering just how good Vermouth's descendants really were. The carriage left the estate gate. Eugene looked out the window. Back when he was Hamel in his past life, he had considered himself a true genius. Since childhood, he had beaten other children in fights. He had no difficulty mastering new skills, and he developed much faster than others. In his memory, Hamel frowned and told Vermouth to repeat what he had said. Vermouth folded his arms over his chest and said it was very sad. The redhead could become much stronger with just a little more effort. Hamel pointed to his sword. Could Vermouth not see that he was already fighting at his limit and giving it his all? Sweat ran down his face. Vermouth should not think that everyone was given the same talent as him. Hamel was not a genius unlike Vermouth, who could truly be called one. The blonde looked at him calmly. Gifted in both swordsmanship and magic, Vermouth was called the god of war, the great Vermouth. The crowd admired him. He was a duke in his homeland, but he refused the title until the very end. He was praised as a warrior. Eugene rested his head on his hand. But as for the others, the witch stood in front of the tower. The wise Senya, born in the kingdom of magicians, became the youngest master in the history of the magic tower. The monks bowed before the priestess, Annis the Faithful. This woman was considered the holiest person in the entire Holy Empire. There was even scripture describing her teachings. Then there was the warrior standing with a crown, the brave. Unbelievably, he had founded a kingdom named after himself. Eugene tapped his finger. They all lived happily until the day they died. Then angrily, he hit the armrest. So why was the Demon King still alive? Eugene remembered his death, and how his comrade had promised him that he would kill all the Demon Kings. A dove flew past the carriage. Hamel had died in the magical imprisonment castle, and immediately after his death, that blonde man made a contract with the Demon King. Birds flew behind the carriage. Thanks to this contract, the war with the demons came to an end, and even after 300 years, peace still reigned in these lands. A man addressed Eugene, saying he was nervous. Then he smiled broadly and winked at him. Upon arrival, Eugene would have a very difficult time, since he had already started worrying inside the carriage. Eugene thanked Lord Gordon for his instructions and looked away. The carriage moved through the forest. They were already in the lands of the main house. Lord Gordon shook his head. That did not mean they would be getting out soon. The estate was still far away. Eugene did not understand why they were showing off like that. Was it not too troublesome to manage such a vast territory? The man replied that there were several portals in the area, so everything was fine. Eugene played out their dialogue in his head. Then why were they riding in a carriage? Because they had not been given permission to use the portals. That answer amused him. The horses moved in perfect sync. Gordon pointed toward the gate and welcomed him to the patriarch's estate. Eugene frowned. They walked along the avenue, and Eugene smiled. It was clear that it had not been prepared for him. Banners fluttered along the road, showing a shield with a lion on a blue background. Eugene placed his hand on his chest. Only descendants of the main branch were allowed to wear the lion crest on the left side of their chest. Lord Gordon gestured for him to follow. No one else had arrived yet. It seemed Eugene was the first, and now he asked to be escorted to the guest house. The estate was illuminated by the sun. A maid bowed and introduced herself as Nina. She would take care of all their needs while they were guests in this house. Then she handed over a bell, saying that if they needed anything, they should ring it. She placed it on the table. Well, at least Eugene had a personal maid assigned to him. He sat down on the bed, noticing that she looked quite young. How old was she? 16. She had only recently graduated. Eugene thought about it. They had given him an inexperienced servant. If the servant created any problems, they probably hoped to shift all the blame onto him. Whoever came up with this idea clearly wanted to spite him. Eugene folded his arms and asked if she knew when the others would arrive. Nina answered that they would arrive within the next 4 days. Eugene got out of bed and asked her to take him to the training ground. The girl looked confused, but she agreed. There was a fountain in the courtyard. A boy with a lion crest on the right side of his chest asked again what his name was. The girl beside him, who had the same lion crest, quietly answered that his name was Eugene. He was the same age as them. The children stood by the wall. The boy heard that Eugene was from a small provincial town located west of the empire. He was sure Eugene was more used to using a rake than swinging a sword. Then he held his nose, saying that Eugene's carriage smelled like disgusting animal excrement. This guy might be their age, but he would have to take responsibility if he damaged their property. The girl laughed and agreed, saying that he should be punished. The boy looked proud and said they would not punish him, but they would warn him because he was too merciful. Another boy saw them through the window while watching the girl. She turned to look at him, and he got scared, quickly pulling the curtain shut. She smiled. Eugene was training on the field. Holding a wooden spear, he lunged forward and raised the spear. Then he continued practicing his attacks. He had never been lazy when it came to training, but in this life, he had to try much harder. Eugene lunged again and swung the spear. No matter how much he tortured his body, he was never bothered by illness, and most wounds healed in just one day. He held the weapon tightly. Dust flew from the force of his swing as he practiced another attack. The abilities of a body with vermouth's blood flowing through its veins exceeded all expectations. Eugene thrust the spear forward. Nina watched everything in amazement. Even with sandbags on his body and a heavy spear in his hands, he was able to move so deftly. Suddenly, she was called out. Two children approached, and the boy asked what Eugene was doing. Nina was frightened and asked what brought them here. The boy pointed at Eugene with the spear and reminded her that he had asked a question. What was he doing here? There was a strike against the ground. Eugene held the spear and asked if he could not see. He was training with the spear, then he continued training while cursing. The girl whispered in her brother's ear, saying that Eugene had insulted him. Cyan's face twisted with rage. He shouted, asking how dare he. Then he shook his fist and demanded that Eugene apologize. Eugene showed no emotion and simply apologized. Cyan did not know how to react. He shook his fist again, accusing Eugene of being insincere. Then he added that Eugene should bow and show sincerity. Were they not the same age? Eugene sighed. Why should he bow to his friend? Cyan waved his arms angrily. How dare Eugene call him his friend? Just because they had the same last name did not make him Cyan's equal. Seal turned to her brother and reminded him about the carriage. Cyan pointed his finger at Eugene and told him to wash the carriage he had arrived in. Surely, it was soaked with the stench of the animals he herded. Eugene looked at him without interest. Then he turned to Nina and confirmed that she was his personal maid. She agreed. Eugene pointed to the side and told her to clean the carriage he had arrived in. Nina hurried away. The boy in the dark jacket was furious. He had said that to Eugene. How dare Eugene shift the duty onto a servant when Cyan had personally given the order to him? Cyan clutched his chest, acting as if Eugene had shown no respect for his orders. He was Cyan Lionheart. Cyan waved kindly, introduced himself, and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Then the girl waved and introduced herself as Seal. This only angered her brother even more. Eugene had ignored his orders, which meant Cyan could show him no mercy. Then Cyan saw the training sword. He picked it up and held it in front of him. Cyan said that for the insult, he challenged Eugene to a duel. Eugene smiled as the two children stood opposite each other. Eugene noted that Cyan was being quite rash by using the word duel. He put a hand to his head and suggested that Cyan just leave him alone. But Cyan asked if he was scared. The boy with the sword grinned. Was Eugene afraid of him? In that case, he should bow and start begging for forgiveness. Eugene spread his hands. What made Cyan think he was scared? He simply did not want to fight or apologize. Cyan pointed his finger at him. Eugene did not want this, and he did not want that. Since he had decided to run away, it looked like his parents had never explained the meaning of honor to him. A weight fell to the ground. Cyan looked confused, but Eugene reminded him that he was the one who had challenged him to a duel. Then Eugene threw away another weight and told him to throw down his glove. He took off his chainmail and tossed it aside, and it landed heavily on the ground. Cyan was scared. It turned out Eugene had been training with such heavy weights this entire time. Cyan had thought he was just showing off. Eugene removed the weight from his spear as well, while Seal watched with delight. Cyan had challenged him himself. If he retreated now, his sister would laugh at him for the rest of her life. The boy took out a handkerchief. He needed to defend his honor. He threw it to the ground and challenged Eugene to a duel. The handkerchief fluttered down, and the weight fell heavily from the spear. Eugene looked at his opponent and accepted the challenge. Seal was surprised. Eugene struck hard with the spear, and the blow made Cyan drool. He stood there silently for a moment. Then the impact knocked the sword out of his hand and sent him crashing to the ground. Eugene held the spear and said he had won. Seal ran to her brother and asked if he was okay. Cyan tried to breathe, but then he vomited. The girl looked angrily at Eugene and began complaining, saying this was cowardice. There had not been a single drop of honor in that duel. Eugene folded his arms. What cowardice was she talking about? According to the rules, a duel began the moment the handkerchief touched the ground. It was Cyan's own fault for lowering his guard. Seal pointed her finger at him. That was true, but Eugene had been training and using mana, had he not? Eugene threw the spear away. No, children from the side branches were forbidden from mastering mana until the blood succession ceremony. She accused him of lying. Without mana, he would never be able to swing such a heavy weapon so easily. Seal frowned. His attack had been so fast that even if her brother had been fully prepared, there was no way he could have blocked it. Eugene smiled and placed a hand on his chin. It seemed her eyes were not just for show. She frowned, noticing that he had quite a sharp tongue. People often told him that. Eugene thought back to the moment of the duel. It was not that Cyan had done nothing at all. When Eugene's spear almost reached him, Cyan had instinctively dashed backward to reduce the damage. Considering he barely had any real battle experience, that was surprising. Eugene lowered his eyebrows. His opponent had great potential, but he was still far from being called a true descendant of Vermouth. Cyan stood up while holding his chest and called Eugene a coward. Eugene laughed. They really were twins. They even said the same things. He walked closer to the loser, whose mouth was covered in vomit. If Cyan considered himself a worthy descendant of the family, then he should admit defeat with honor. Eugene turned away and folded his arms. Maybe he should have held back a little. If he did this to a member of the main line, they would hardly just turn a blind eye to it. Then a man walked toward them with a tense expression. Eugene looked at him. There was no lion emblem on his chest, so he had to be just a knight. However, his strength had to be acknowledged. He looked impressive. The child burst into tears and buried his face in Hezar, saying he had lost to a country bumpkin like Eugene. His face turned red. After all, Cyan had challenged him to a duel and lost. The man thought about it, then looked at Eugene and bowed. He apologized for not introducing himself right away. His name was Hezar, and he was responsible for training Cyan. Eugene looked at him and replied that his name was Eugene, from the city of Gidal. The girls stood a little farther away. As far as the teacher knew, the Jehard family was located in that city. That was the boy's father's family. Hezar looked into Eugene's eyes and asked what had happened here. Eugene did not take his eyes off him. Cyan had challenged him to a duel and insulted his father. The boy beside the man became worried and said that was not true. Eugene continued, saying Cyan had claimed his father never taught him honor. Then he called Eugene a coward. That meant Cyan had insulted not only him but also his father. How could Hezar think this was not a reason to accept a duel? Hezar thought about it, then began leading Cyan away, offering to treat his wounds. Seal waved goodbye. Hezar said he hoped to see Eugene again soon. And Eugene waved back. Later, Eugene was eating at the table. While Nina held notes in her hand, he saw that she had returned. She looked at him and reported on his assignment. Young Master Deacon, Hansen, and Jules would arrive at noon. Gargaz and Desira would arrive this evening through the portal. Eugene took a bite of meat. They would gather earlier than expected. The ritual would begin very soon. Eugene left the house and the sun illuminated the red carpet. Vermouth. Eugene raised his head. He was going to beat his descendants, so he hoped Vermouth would not be too upset. Then Eugene raised his fist. He had never wanted to be reborn as Vermouth's descendant anyway. He smiled because this was just a damn reincarnation. Cyan stood before his mother, looking down in confusion. The brown-haired woman closed her fan and asked if her son had really challenged a boy from a side branch to a fight and lost. This woman was Anicilla, the second wife of the main family. Hezar lowered his head and said that was correct. Anicilla looked at her son with a faint smile and told him to come closer. Cyan walked toward his mother with a guilty expression. Then the brown-haired woman poked her fan into his chest. Anicilla looked at her son with a malicious smile and asked if he could not dodge this either. Cyan said that it hurt. The brown-haired woman looked down at him coldly and told him to stand still. Seal looked at Hezar and called out to him. Then she stared at him with a menacing look and asked if Eugene really did not use magic. The teacher nervously looked at the floor and said that was true. He was the son of Jehard, and there was not a single drop of magical energy in his body. Seal looked at her mother in surprise. The brunette asked her daughter how it happened that her brother lost. Seal looked at Anicilla calmly and said that as soon as the duel began, Eugene immediately struck him with a spear. It had been a complete surprise for Cyan. Her brother tried to move, but Eugene's spear was faster. Anicilla looked at Seal with displeasure and asked if the victory had been decided by a single blow. Cyan frowned while staring at the floor, then looked at his mother guiltily. Anicilla slapped her son across the face. She glared at him in rage and asked how he could lose a duel that he had started himself in front of everyone, to a boy of the same age who could not even use magic. Anicilla looked straight ahead with anger and said that their father would burn with shame at the blood ritual. How was Cyan supposed to look him in the eye? She could already imagine how Theonis would make fun of her. With tears in his eyes, Cyan asked his mother for forgiveness. Anicilla looked at Hezar with irritation and called out to him. She fixed her cold gaze on the teacher and said she would gladly finish him off, but unfortunately for her, her husband valued him highly. So instead, she ordered him to tighten Cyan's training since Cyan must never lose face again. The brunette waved her hand to the side and told the teacher to take Cyan away. With tears still in his eyes, Cyan left with Hezar. Anicilla stood with her back to the door. Then she opened her fan and covered her face with it, letting out a heavy sigh. She looked out from behind the fan and turned her serious gaze toward her daughter. The brunette smiled slightly and asked if the boy's name was Eugene. Then she added that Seal should try to get closer to him. Seal looked at her mother in confusion and asked why. The brunette said that Eugene was already strong enough to defeat her brother. Anicilla looked ahead with a sly expression. In her mind, if she had her way, she would kill him right then and there, but if she did that, she would be the first person suspected. Anicilla imagined the figures of several warriors. She noted that if discord broke out within the family, the defenders of family traditions would intervene, and their interference had to be avoided at all costs. The brunette raised her index finger and told Seal to watch Eugene carefully. The girl looked at her mother with a smile and agreed, saying that she would also like to learn more about him. Anicilla narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. The next day, Eugene noted that 3 children from the side branches arrived at the main family's estate. The 3 boys stood beside each other. Deacon, 11 years old, Hanson, 14 years old, Jules, 10 years old. Eugene was running with weights, and sweat ran down his face from the intense training. Nina looked at him anxiously and called out to him. Eugene stopped and turned toward her. Nina looked at him in shock and said that the head of the family had arrived with them. Eugene looked at the maid seriously, thinking about the head of the Lionheart family. Nina waved her hand anxiously and said that he should quickly go meet him. Then she added that he should change his clothes first. Eugene said that if he did that, he would be the only one late. He wiped his face with a towel and said it was fine. He would go just like this. Knights and many other people lined up near the gate. Eugene glanced to the side. A brown-haired woman stood beside her children with a smile. Eugene noted that the woman next to Cyan and Seal was Anicilla, the second wife. The woman looked straight ahead with a menacing expression. Eugene noted that the woman in front of Anicilla had to be the first wife, Theonis. Then he looked at the boy ahead with an uneasy expression. Eugene noted that this was the eldest son of the main family and first in the line of succession, Gillard Lionheart. Silhouettes appeared in front of the gate. A man was sitting on a horse and a young man stood behind him. The man looked ahead with a menacing expression, Gillard Lionheart. The young man behind him looked ahead with a slight smile. Eugene wondered if that was Kian, the younger brother. Kian looked at the ground with an anxious expression. Gillard approached his son with a smile and said that he had grown taller. Then he asked if his strength had also increased. Kian lowered his gaze and said that he would try to live up to his expectations. Gillard glared at the boy, then turned his attention to Anicilla. He spread his arms out to the sides and smiled at the children, saying that children grew up so fast. Seal said that they had been bored. The head of the family looked at the man with a smile and called him Guilford. Guilford pressed his palm to his chest and smiled slightly. Gillard said that he had heard Guilford had a son, then apologized for not being with him during that happy moment. Guilford looked at the head of the family with excitement. Gillard turned his attention to the children and said that they must be the children from the branch families. Then the head of the family stretched his hand out to the side and suggested that they eat together. Gillard looked straight ahead and said that they would also discuss the blood ritual. The children and the head of the family gathered around the table. Gillard sat beside his descendants, while Eugene sat opposite him with the other children. The girl and the boy beside him both had serious expressions, Gargaz and Desira. Eugene looked to the side. He thought about how they had come to the ceremony through the portal together with the head of the family, wondering if their families were the most noble among the side branches. The blonde smiled sweetly with his eyes closed. Eugene wondered who he was and whether only the participants of the ceremony were supposed to be present at this dinner. Seal turned her attention to the blonde. Then she looked at her father with curiosity and asked who he was. Gillard pointed at the boy and said that, in fact, he had planned to introduce their guest a little later. The blonde said that now was fine. At that moment, Eugene looked at him attentively while sipping his tea. The boy smiled widely, raised both palms, and greeted everyone, saying that he was Roberian from the Red Tower. The children looked at the blonde man in shock, wondering if this was really Roberian. Kian stared at him in disbelief. Then Eugene spat out his tea, and Kian said that Roberian was the leader of the Red Magic Tower. Eugene grabbed his chest. Roberian looked at him worriedly and asked if he was okay. Eugene said that everything was fine. Confused, Eugene imagined Senya's image with Roberian beneath her. He thought that if Roberian was the leader of the Red Magic Tower, then that meant he was Senya's disciple, or to be more precise, the disciple of her previous disciples. Eugene recalled how Senya used to work over her books. 300 years ago, Senya had been the youngest master in the history of Aeroth's main green tower. She had also updated all the magic grimoires, consulted students, and even guided the heads of other magic towers. Eugene imagined the head of the Green Tower and Roberian. Even now, both the head of the Green Tower and Roberian, the head of the Red Tower, considered the wise Senya their great mentor. Gillard stared at Eugene. Eugene thought that he had not expected to meet someone connected to his old past here. Then Eugene looked at the head of the family in surprise. Gillard asked if his name was Eugene, noting that he had heard about him from Theonis. Gillard looked at him seriously and said that she told him his son had insulted Eugene and his father. Cyan pressed his lips together in fear while looking at the floor. Eugene looked at Gillard seriously and said that it was true, but he did not hold a grudge. The head of the family looked at him menacingly and said that was because Eugene had won the fight. Eugene clenched his hand into a fist and said that even if he had lost, nothing would have changed. If he was so weak that he could not defend his honor, then he would have no choice but to accept those insults. The head of the family smirked with satisfaction, saying that Eugene was better than his son. Cyan sat there with a frightened expression. Gillard looked at his son with disappointment. He said that he was not ashamed of Cyan's defeat, but it was sad to see him hiding his gaze like a coward. Cyan looked down at the floor, dumbfounded, while the other boys watched closely. Gillard told his son that he had started that fight by insulting Eugene, but after losing, he had not even apologized to him. Cyan looked at his father in bewilderment. Gillard looked at his son seriously and said that he was a Lionheart, a descendant of the great Vermouth. If that blood truly flowed through his veins, then he should respect not only his own honor but the honor of others as well. Cyan looked at Eugene in confusion. His face turned slightly red, and he reluctantly asked Eugene for forgiveness. Eugene bared his teeth in displeasure, thinking it was obvious right away that the apology was insincere. Gillard looked at Eugene with a menacing expression and asked if his father was Gerhard. Then he apologized, saying that he did not know him personally. Eugene looked at the head of the family seriously and said that was correct. He also believed that their family lived in the wilderness. A huge chandelier hung above their heads. Gillard asked if his father had been in charge of his training. Eugene said that his father had laid the foundation, but after that he had started training on his own. Desira looked at Eugene in surprise, wondering why he trained alone without a mentor. Gargaz looked away with a foolish expression, wondering how Eugene had managed to defeat Cyan. Gillard smiled contentedly and said that it seemed there would be something worth seeing at the ritual this time. The maids entered the room with food and began placing plates in front of the children. The table was filled with many beautiful dishes. The head of the family smiled and held out his hand, saying that he did not know whether they would like the food, but they were probably hungry, so they should help themselves. The full moon shone above the mansion. Later, the maids collected the empty plates, and the boys sat around the empty table again. Gillard wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He noted that, as he had said before, this dinner had been arranged to tell them about the blood ritual. The boys looked at Gillard with excitement, while Eugene remained calm. Seal and Cyan looked at their father attentively. Gillard said that although it might sound strange coming from the head of the family, he believed the traditions of the ritual placed the participants in an extremely unequal position. The head of the family presented the lion crest and said that it only benefited the descendants of the direct line. Until the ritual began, children from the side branches were not allowed to use real weapons or magic. Gillard imagined a duel between the children and said that, naturally, this deprived them of any real chance of winning. Kian looked at his father with excitement. Gillard said that this time 3 of his children would participate in the ritual. The head of the family looked at the children seriously and said that he wanted not only them, but all the Lionheart children to demonstrate their abilities. He added that the meaning of this ritual was to prove they were worthy of being called descendants of the Great Vermouth, regardless of whether they came from the direct line or not. Eugene lowered his head, thinking of Vermouth. Then he looked out from beneath his bangs with a satisfied grin, thinking that Vermouth's descendant was much kinder than Vermouth himself. Gillard pointed at Roberian with a smile and said that this time they would have help from an outsider. Roberian said that was why he was there. The blonde snapped his fingers, and a blue labyrinth appeared on the table. Roberian pointed at the labyrinth with a smile and said that, during this blood ritual, they would enter a labyrinth he had created. Each of them would go in through their own entrance, and their task would be to defeat the main monster at the center. Roberian pointed at the monster and said that, naturally, in order to reach it, they would have to pass through traps and other monsters. Then the blonde picked up the monster figurine and told them not to forget that it was nothing more than an illusion he had created. Everything they encountered along the way would be unreal, merely a product of their imagination. The blonde smiled wickedly and crushed the figurine. However, he said that the sensations would be no different from the real thing. Eugene grinned with satisfaction. He thought that Roberian would use not only summoning magic, but also high-level classics. It was not for nothing that he was the head of a magic tower. The blonde introduced the victorious monster and said that as soon as one of them defeated the main monster, the ritual would end. After that, everyone would receive points depending on how they performed. Hansen looked at Roberian excitedly and asked if it was okay if they could not get out of the labyrinth. Roberian smiled awkwardly and said that of course it was fine. If they suddenly got scared, they could simply stay calmly at the starting point. However, they would not be able to earn a high score that way. Eugene looked at the head of the tower with curiosity and asked what they would receive for defeating the main monster. The head of the family grinned contentedly with his eyes closed. Then he looked at Eugene with a slight grin. Gillard said that the winner would be able to take whatever they wanted from the underground treasury. Eugene smiled happily, his face turning slightly red. Later, Eugene walked down the corridor, staring straight ahead with a sly grin. He thought that he would win the ritual anyway, so he should think in advance about what he could take from the underground treasury. Then Eugene looked ahead in bewilderment. Gargaz and Desira were standing in his way, and Gargaz looked at him with an arrogant expression. Gargaz crossed his arms over his chest and asked Eugene if he had really defeated Cyan. Eugene looked at him indifferently and said that he had. Then Eugene walked past them with a wave of his hand, saying that if that was all Gargaz wanted to ask, then he was leaving. Gargaz extended his hand toward Eugene, then looked at his sister in confusion. Later, Eugene was training beneath the night sky, skillfully swinging his wooden sword. His eyes flashed as he swung, and his blow raised clouds of dust. Eugene looked behind him, where Gargas and Desira were standing. Desira was holding wooden spears in her hands. Eugene looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding what they were doing there. Gargas confidently walked toward Eugene and clenched his hands while standing beside him. With one sharp movement, he took off his shirt. Gargas took a deep breath, put his hands in front of him, and tensed the muscles across his body. Eugene looked at him in confusion. His eyes widened as he thought that this guy was an idiot. Gargas patted his chest and said Eugene could touch it. Eugene said that he would probably refuse. Gargas bragged about his body, saying that their family had a secret technique for developing muscles, passed down from generation to generation. He imagined muscular men as he explained that they used a special drug that accelerated muscle growth without accumulating mana. Then he added that there were no side effects. Gargas put his hands behind his head and asked Eugene if he was interested. Eugene asked if he had come there to sell pills, then added that of course there were no side effects. Basically, it is a gym bro's wet dream. Desira walked toward Eugene with the spears and said that the drug made both girls and boys grow beards. Then she looked at Eugene seriously, noting that people said he defeated Cyan with a spear. So why did he now have a wooden sword in his hands? Eugene threw the sword over his shoulder and said that he was proficient with both the spear and the sword. Desira asked what he meant by being skilled with any weapon. Then she threw a spear toward Eugene, and he quickly caught it with one hand. Desira stood ready for battle, saying that the spear was her specialty. Then she asked what he thought about sparring. Eugene looked away thoughtfully. This girl was clearly a more interesting opponent than that dealer. He smiled slightly, thinking that he was also curious about how the children from the noble side branches would perform in battle. Eugene told Desira that he agreed. The two took their fighting positions. Eugene looked at Gargas and asked what he was doing there. Gargas said that he would be the judge. Then he closed his eyes and raised his hand, saying that even though this was just sparring, everything should be fair. Eugene looked at him in bewilderment and thought that this idiot reminded him of someone. By any chance, was he actually Moron's descendant? Desira looked at her brother with displeasure. Gargas said that once the signal was given, they could begin. Desira said that she understood and hurried him along. Desira looked ahead irritably. Eugene claimed he could use both a sword and a spear. That was simply ridiculous. The girl bared her teeth angrily, thinking that she would show him only those who devoted themselves to it could skillfully wield a spear. Gargas lowered his hand and shouted the command to begin. Desira moved from her spot, thinking it was either victory or death. Then she suddenly widened her eyes. Desira stopped abruptly as a powerful aura emanated from Eugene. His eyes were filled with confidence. Desira thought that he was holding his ground. Eugene looked at her in bewilderment and asked what was wrong with her. Desira bared her teeth, opened her mouth, and rushed toward him with an attack. Eugene parried the attack with his spear, continuing to stand motionless in the same spot. Desira gritted her teeth and began attacking him again. Eugene blocked the blow. Desira looked at him with displeasure. Again and again, Eugene parried her attacks, carefully watching every strike. Eugene thought that she was good at fighting without using magic, and that her abilities could become truly limitless in the future. Then he grinned maliciously, thinking that for now she was still not his rival. Eugene parried another one of Desira's attacks and smiled wickedly, asking sarcastically why she could not hit him. Desira bared her teeth angrily. Why was he parrying all her attacks while standing in one place? That self-confidence would be his downfall. The girl swung her spear and rushed toward Eugene. He continued blocking every blow. Then Desira suddenly jumped to the side and appeared behind him. She smiled slightly, thinking that he would not be able to block her attack from there. Desira rushed toward Eugene with another attack, but Eugene raised his foot above her spear and stepped on it, pressing the weapon to the ground with all his strength. Desira gritted her teeth and tried to pull the spear back. Then Eugene's spear appeared in front of her face. He held it there, blocking her weapon completely. Gargas looked surprised and said that the winner was Eugene Lionheart. Gargas crossed his arms and looked at Eugene, saying that they should unite. Eugene was lying in bed, staring at him in bewilderment. Eugene frowned in irritation and asked why Gargas woke him up just for this. Gargas looked at him confidently and said that he needed his answer. Eugene raised his hand and noted that Gargas had heard what the head of the family said about the ritual. Everyone would enter through their own entrance, so how was he planning to do that? Gargas imagined the main monster and the twins. He said that the entrances were different, but the final goal was the same, the center of the labyrinth where the main monster was waiting. Then he added that the twins were also planning to unite. Eugene looked at him indifferently and asked if Gargas was proposing that they meet in the center of the labyrinth and destroy the main monster together. Gargas said that was exactly it. Eugene clenched his hand and said that he thought he could handle it by himself. Desira said that he was an idiot. Eugene looked toward Desira, who was standing by the wall. The girl awkwardly looked away, saying that Eugene was strong and with his help, they would definitely be able to defeat the main monster. The girl stepped away from the wall. Eugene asked why she wanted that so badly. He looked at Desira seriously. The girl said that whenever children from the direct and side branches participated in the blood ritual at the same time, none of the side branch children had ever won. Desira approached her brother and told Eugene that they could do it. She and Gargas believed in him. Desira looked at Eugene seriously and asked if he did not want to defeat the main family. Eugene looked back at her with confidence. Meanwhile, Anicilla was standing by the window. She imagined Roberian with a sinister expression. Anicilla thought that perhaps the head of the magic tower, who had been invited to participate in the ritual, had come to take Iode as his apprentice. Anicilla remembered how little interest Iode had in books and magic. Since childhood, he had been more passionate about reading than physical training. He was interested in magic and had even managed to learn something. The woman imagined Roberian taking Iode away from his family and children. She noted that if Iode became the apprentice of the head of the Red Magic Tower, then he would have to leave the family. In other words, this would give Cyan and Seal more room to grow, while Iode himself would effectively lose his chance of inheritance. The brown-haired woman stared ahead menacingly, thinking that the real problem was the ritual. Anicilla imagined herself with her children, surrounded by mocking people. If her children failed to pass it, they would have to carry the stigma of shame for the rest of their lives. Until now, she had always managed to stand firmly on her feet and achieve everything she wanted. Anicilla nervously squeezed her fan. Was she really going to lose to a child from some side branch? The brown-haired woman angrily clenched her fists. If that bastard became the first to exit the labyrinth, then Eugene's overly outstanding abilities would humiliate the main family. And if that happened, Cyan's defeat would no longer stand out so much against the bigger picture. 3 days later, Roberian and the children stood near the portal. The blood ritual had finally begun. Roberian gathered blue energy in his hands, and blue spheres emerged from the magical power. The spheres landed in the twins' hands, then appeared in the hands of the others as well. Roberian smiled slightly and raised his finger. He said that the first thing he would do was create equipment for them. Each of them should imagine the weapon they needed in their heads and form it out of light. The children clutched the spheres in surprise. Seal confidently created a sword from her sphere and looked at her weapon happily. Then she began swinging it around. Roberian closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly. The girl asked what they should do if the sword broke. Roberian said that it was simply impossible because just like the labyrinth, the weapon was created with magic. Seal looked at her sword in surprise and asked if animals could also be created. The tower leader said that puppets and even golems could be created, but not living creatures. Iode looked at the tower leader in bewilderment and asked why. The tower leader smiled broadly, raised his finger, and said that doing so was forbidden in the world of magic. Only higher powers could create new life. Iode looked at the tower leader with interest. Gargis created a two-handed sword and threw it over his shoulder. While looking at his sister, Gargis said that it was his favorite sword, the one he used at home during training. Only now it was not wooden. It had materialized exactly as he imagined it. Desira asked who he was telling that to since no one had asked him. Then Desira created a spear in her hands. Cyan created a sword in his hands. Iode looked down at the sword in his own hands with a gloomy expression. The other boys stared at their swords in confusion. Eugene, on the other hand, created a small sword and a shield. Seal looked at Eugene and asked what he would do if they met inside the labyrinth. She tilted her head to the side and asked if he would fight her. Eugene looked at the head of the family and asked if that was allowed. The head of the family said that there were no rules inside the labyrinth. After all, competition was the basis of the ritual. Gillard pressed his palm to his chest and smiled slightly. The head of the family said that this time, depending on the circumstances, they would have to demonstrate their analytical skills and their ability to work as a team, because they were all members of the same Lionheart family. Seal looked at Eugene with embarrassment while thinking about one family. Then the girl grinned maliciously at him. Eugene looked at her in bewilderment, thinking that he felt somehow uneasy. The head of the tower began pulling pendants out of the magic circle. He asked if everyone had created a weapon for themselves, then noted that now they needed to put the pendants around their necks. Roberian handed the pendants to the children. They looked at the blue pendants in surprise. The head of the tower said that each pendant would establish a connection with their minds. If they reached a critical level of stress inside the labyrinth, the pendant would react. Then the head of the tower looked at the children seriously and said that he would intervene if the situation got out of control. Eugene looked at the pendant around his neck and wondered if this was a precaution against unexpected incidents. The tower leader opened his mouth wide and tapped his chest. He said that if they felt unable to get out of the labyrinth, they should knock on the stone in the pendant and shout for help. Then they would be able to leave it easily. Roberian pointed toward the portal and said that he was done with the explanations. Now they should all calmly enter the cave together. Roberian looked at them with a sly smile. The head of the tower said that there was only one entrance, but everyone would have a different path. The children confidently began approaching the cave. Seal smiled broadly and waved at Eugene, wishing him good luck. Eugene wished her good luck in return. Then Eugene ran into the portal and came out on the other side of the cave. A huge, dark corridor appeared in front of him. Eugene remembered how he had gone through places like this with his team before. In his past life, he had passed through many labyrinths like this. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling, thinking that it would be impossible to climb up since the walls reached all the way to the top. Eugene swung his sword in front of him. The blade barely touched the wall. He looked at the sword seriously, thinking that it was also impossible to really turn around because of the narrow space. A long weapon would be inconvenient here. Eugene looked at his weapon with satisfaction. That was why he had chosen a sword and shield. It was a basic combination that worked well in almost any situation. Eugene looked straight ahead and thought that a labyrinth created for children should obviously be easy. Then our boy moved forward and said that it was time to go. Slimes with malicious smiles flew straight toward Deacon. He swung his sword at them in fear. then fell to the ground and began hitting the crystal while asking for help. Roburian appeared beside Decon inside the labyrinth. He pressed his palm to him and teleported him out. Gillard thought that less than an hour had passed since the beginning of the blood ritual, yet 3 participants had already escaped from the labyrinth. Hansen, Decon, and Jules stood there with guilty expressions. Gillard looked at the boys menacingly. Then he frowned in irritation and told them to go inside and rest. The boys looked sadly at the ground. Gillard and Roburian watched the remaining children through the spheres. Gillard looked at them thoughtfully. Gargis swung his 2-handed sword at the goblins. He frowned and prepared to attack, but his huge sword got stuck in the wall. The goblin looked at the sword with a malicious smile, and Gargis opened his mouth wide. Then with a powerful swing he broke through the wall with his sword and cut off the goblins' heads. The goblins instantly evaporated. Gargis looked straight ahead with confidence. Gillard thought that Gargis was moving toward his goal awkwardly but persistently, easily dealing with every monster he encountered along the way. His figure was visible inside the sphere. Malicious slimes appeared in front of Desira. She deftly dodged their attacks and pierced one of them with her spear. The girl gritted her teeth in displeasure, thinking that it was difficult to use a spear against slimes. She had to wait for the right moment. Desira ran straight ahead, glancing back at her opponents before looking forward with confidence. Gillard thought that Desira was smart and her intuition was correct. She saw no need to fight every monster because getting out of the labyrinth was more important. Cyan was visible in another sphere. A wall full of holes appeared in front of him. He remembered studying the papers with a sly grin. Before the ritual, his mother had managed to find several drawings of different labyrinths, and after studying them, they had developed a strategy. Now neither he nor Seal would fall into such obvious traps. Cyan picked up a small stone from the floor and threw it toward the wall. The moment the stone flew forward, arrows shot out from the wall. After the arrows ran out, the boy continued forward. Cyan grinned slightly as he looked ahead. Gillard thought that Cyan was being too careful, but thanks to that, he managed to avoid the traps. That was not bad. Seal stood in front of a goblin. The goblin swung its sword at her, but Seal deftly dodged the enemy's attack and quickly pierced its head. The goblin instantly evaporated into thin air. Seal ran forward with a satisfied grin. She noted that there was no passage there, so she would return to the last fork. Gillard thought that Seal had good perception and flexible thinking, but sometimes she still behaved like a child. Iode looked at a goblin in confusion. The goblin smiled bloodthirstily while holding out its sword. Iode looked at his opponent with admiration, thinking that it was incredible that this monster had been created with magic. The boy leaned to the side when the monster swung at him. Then he blocked the monster's blow and cut off its head with a sharp movement. The monster instantly disappeared. Iode looked at the sparks of magic with delight. Roburian watched the joyful Iode thoughtfully and said that he seemed very interested in magic. Gillard closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that Iode had been fascinated by it since childhood. Professors of magic from the capital had even been invited to teach him, but he would soon abandon further studies. The head of the tower looked at Gillard in bewilderment and asked why. Gillard remembered his first wife and said that Iode had resigned himself to his fate. For the sake of his mother, he had decided to become the head of the family. But magic gave him no advantage in the struggle for succession. The head of the tower looked ahead with a dejected expression and said that he understood. Magic concealed endless possibilities, but the path to mastering it was also full of difficulties and dangers. Gillard said that, even so, he wanted Iode to cast aside his doubts and follow his destiny. The head of the family frowned as he looked at Roburian. If the passion for magic had not yet faded from Iode's soul, then he would not refuse the offer to become Roburian's disciple in the Red Magic Tower. Roburian looked ahead seriously and said that he could not give an exact answer yet. Then the head of the tower looked at Gillard and said that, for his sake, he could take Iode into the tower. However, if Iode's abilities left much to be desired, then he would not take him as a disciple. Gillard smiled slightly and said that he was not forcing him in any way. He only wanted his son to achieve his dreams. Gillard imagined a smiling Senya and said that it had reached the point where even he, a descendant of the great Vermouth, had great respect for the wise Senya. Roburian closed his eyes and imagined Senya's magic. He said that he understood Gillard perfectly, because in the heroic adventures of Vermouth, he had always been more interested in the stories about Lady Senya. Every time their group was in danger, she found an amazing way to deal with it using magic. The head of the family looked at Roburian with a satisfied smile. He said that he had also read that book since childhood, but to tell the truth, his favorite hero was not the great Vermouth or the wise Senya. Roburian looked at Gillard with curiosity and asked who it was then. Gillard looked straight ahead with a grin and said that he liked him the most. Roburian looked at the head of the family in surprise and asked what he meant. Gillard told him to take a look. Then Gillard pointed at the sphere. Eugene stood before a huge monster. The goblin swung its fist and slammed the ground, but Eugene dodged. Then our boy disappeared from the monster's sight and deftly struck the goblin again and again. The tower head and Gillard looked at him in shock. Roberian asked who he was. Gillard looked at Eugene in admiration and said that it was incredible. Eugene landed on the ground after killing the monster, then looked straight ahead with confidence. Roberian said his name, Eugene Lionheart. A huge monster lay behind Eugene, and the goblin instantly disappeared into the air. Roberian and Gillard looked at what had happened, completely dumbfounded. Gillard smiled widely and asked how incredible that was. Eugene was only 13 and had never encountered a troll before. Not only had he managed to keep his cool, but he had also dealt with it bravely and without making a fuss. Roberian looked straight ahead in bewilderment. He said that trolls were not created to be fought. They were meant to be obstacles that had to be passed through using loopholes. This one was also larger than a real troll, so he simply could not believe Eugene had defeated it so easily. Gillard smiled contentedly as he looked at the head of the tower. He said that such a thing was possible if the boy had been born that capable. Roberian looked at the head of the family in confusion and asked if he knew what children like that were called. Then Roberian imagined Eugene with Vermouth standing behind him and said that they were called geniuses. Meanwhile, the troll swung its fist. Gargis blocked the blow with his sword, but the impact sent him flying. Desira landed on the ground while gritting her teeth. A huge troll stood in front of the wounded boy. Gargis opened his mouth wide and screamed at the top of his lungs before charging at the monster. The troll slammed the ground, and Gargis swung his sword. With a furious expression, the boy cut off the monster's leg. The troll fell to the ground. Gargis jumped into the air while swinging his sword, then plunged it into the troll's chest. The monster opened its mouth wide in wild pain. Its hand shook, then fell to the ground exhausted. Gargis looked at the dead monster. He spread his arms to the sides and opened his mouth wide. Then when the monster evaporated, he fell to the ground. Gargis sat there completely battered. He clenched his teeth and clutched his ribs with one hand, thinking that the troll's blows had managed to pass through his favorite muscles and break his ribs. After all, these monsters were very strong. The boy weakly dragged his sword behind him. He thought that on top of the endless traps, they now had to deal with trolls as well, and if he was this badly beaten, then the others were probably in the same condition. Then Gargis collapsed to the ground without any strength left. Elsewhere, Cyan stood in front of a monster with a stone in his hand. He stared at his opponent in shock, realizing that it was a troll. Stronger monsters were starting to appear now. Cyan frowned, thinking that it was just an obstacle on his way to his cherished goal. He threw the stone to the side, and the troll turned its attention toward the sound. Cyan ran past the monster. The boy looked back at the troll with a sly grin, thinking that he had succeeded. Then he continued running through the labyrinth. Seal looked ahead in shock when she saw her brother. Cyan's mouth fell open in surprise when he saw his sister. The two stood opposite each other. Seal looked puzzled and noted that they had still managed to meet, even though they had started from different ends of the labyrinth. Her brother said that most likely the center was already closed. Cyan furiously imagined how Eugene had mocked him. He remembered how, a few days ago, that idiot Eugene had humiliated him right in front of Seal. But now he had a chance to restore his honor. The guy looked at his sister with a sly smile. Just as Seal was about to ask him something, her eyes widened in shock. She asked if the labyrinth was only an illusion, then did that mean they could run into any kind of monster? She walked behind her brother, who answered that they could and seemed surprised by her question. Then she asked if ghosts could appear there. Cyan looked ahead with a gloomy expression. He spread his arms to the side and asked what she was so afraid of. Then he mockingly looked to the side and told his sister not to worry. No matter what happened to them, he would deal with anyone using his sword. Suddenly, a bloody silhouette appeared in front of him. Cyan screamed in horror. Seal watched as her brother screamed in fear along with Desira. Cyan pointed at the figure in confusion, recognized Desira, and asked what she was doing there. She anxiously held her chest and explained that she had been scared too because Cyan had suddenly screamed. The guy spread his legs and got angry, asking why she was covered in blood. He thought she had probably tried to scare him first, then attack him unexpectedly. Desira stepped forward and answered that she had been hurt in one of the traps. Then she frowned angrily, realizing that her surprise attack had been ruined. She immediately began leaving with an angry expression. Seal instantly shouted to her brother that Desira was trying to run away. They both became angry as they looked at each other. Cyan realized that because of this girl he had only embarrassed himself even more in front of his sister. He frowned furiously, unable to forgive Desira, and wanted to chase after her. They immediately started running after Desira. She angrily bared her teeth, realizing that she could not handle both of them alone. And where had her muscular friend Gargis gone? At that moment, Gargis was lying on the ground unconscious. Desira was horrified when she ran onto crumbling slabs. She angrily bared her teeth, realizing that she had been trapped. Still, she managed to run across the place where the floor collapsed, stepping onto the slabs and jumping over to the other side. Behind her, the siblings were still running. Cyan looked ahead in surprise, realizing that the floor had collapsed. The other side was too far away, and they would most likely have to find another path. But his sister was running enthusiastically behind him, and Cyan realized that he could not allow himself to fall even further in Seal's eyes. He frowned furiously. He had been holding back before meeting the main monster, but now he would show his strength. Cyan ran forward angrily, his aura glowing because he knew he would have to use magic. He immediately sped up and jumped over the trap. Then he bounced off the ground and deftly crossed the gap. Landing on the other side, he immediately extended his hand and told his sister to jump after him, saying that he would catch her. With Cyan's magic, Seal also jumped over the trap and landed on the floor beside her brother. Cyan looked at his sister with a sly grin, saying that he expected nothing less from her. Then he immediately pulled out his sword and said that they needed to keep following Desira. After that, the chase resumed. Eventually, Cyan, Seal, and Desira found themselves in the center of the labyrinth. The three of them stood near a huge monster. Desira and Cyan looked at the main monster in shock. Eugene stood by the wall with his arms crossed and asked why the three of them had come together. Cyan looked back in amazement, unable to understand what Eugene was doing there. Eugene smiled sarcastically, crossed his arms, and said that he wanted to know who would get there first. Everyone looked back at Eugene when Cyan asked what he meant by that. Seal looked at Eugene in confusion and noted that he had arrived before them, and our boy calmly agreed. The bloody Desira tightened her grip on her spear and asked if that meant he had reached the center of the labyrinth first, but decided to wait. Then she asked if this could somehow be considered his agreement to the offer she and Gargas made to team up and destroy the main monster together. Eugene scratched his ear with an ironic expression and said he remembered something like that, but this was not about that. He had simply decided to give them a chance because he could easily handle the monster alone. Then Eugene mockingly scratched his cheek and added that they would probably feel offended if he defeated it right away, after they had put so much effort into getting there. Cyan angrily clenched his fist at that statement. Eugene pointed toward the monster and said that, apparently, it would only start attacking once someone got close enough to it. In other words, it was currently in a waiting state. Eugene began waving his hand in front of them and said they would not fight in the order they had arrived. Instead, Desira would go first, then Cyan and Seal would be last. He considered that fair decision. Desira's eyes widened in shock, surprised that they would have to fight it alone. Eugene raised his hand with a smirk and noted that she had already gotten pretty battered on the way here. If she thought she could not win, then he suggested that she give up. Desira pulled out a white handkerchief and shouted that she would not give up. Then she clenched her fists in anger and stepped forward first while the others watched. Cyan looked at Eugene in bewilderment and asked if he really was not going to fight. Eugene replied that he would go last. Cyan continued glaring at him angrily and sarcastically asked if Eugene really thought his turn would even come, clearly implying that he would be the one to defeat the main monster. Eugene looked at him mockingly from under his brows and said that if Cyan succeeded, he would call him Big Brother for the rest of his life. The blue-haired boy blushed in shock. Then he grinned maliciously and said that Eugene had better not forget that promise later. Cyan decided to sit down on the floor. He sat beside his sister while Eugene remained standing. Eugene thought about the Minotaur, realizing that this monster appeared in almost every story about labyrinths. The Black Bull Minotaur frowned, while Cyan thought the monster was huge, even bigger than the troll he had recently seen. Cyan frowned as he considered different monsters. He realized that Minotaurs were mainly distinguished by their size, and they were not as aggressive as trolls or ogres. So he believed he could easily defeat the bull alone. The bull continued to frown, then its eye opened furiously. The Minotaur reacted when Desira approached it, and the others realized that she would have a hard time. The monster looked down at the little girl. Desira stared at it in horror, realizing just how massive it was. She had to bring down someone that big. Then she bared her teeth in anger. She had already come this far, so there was no turning back. Desira immediately rushed in to attack. At once, the shadow of the monster's hand covered her. She managed to jump back from its blow, then deftly somersaulted from place to place. The girl instantly thrust her spear into the Minotaur's hand, but the spear could not pierce all the way through. Desira looked at what was happening in shock, realizing that her spear could not get through such thick skin. Then the monster tried to grab her. The Minotaur instantly squeezed Desira in its hand. Trapped in the monster's grip, Desira bared her teeth and realized that this was the end for her. The Minotaur immediately threw the girl as far away as possible. Desira rolled across the ground. Eugene and Seal looked at the defeated girl. Sitting nearby, Seal looked at Eugene and asked why the monster had only thrown Desira away and stopped attacking her. Eugene looked ahead indifferently and explained that there was no real monster in front of them. After the Minotaur grabbed her, it was already clear that Desira had lost. Cyan mockingly sharpened his blade, realizing that it was now his turn. Seal looked back at Eugene sarcastically and declared that he would now see the power of the main family's blood flowing through their veins, compared to the skills of the side branches. Eugene smiled maliciously. Cyan angrily looked back, realizing that Eugene was a scoundrel because he truly thought Cyan could not defeat such a pathetic monster. The boy pulled out his sword and it glowed with a blue aura. He wanted to prove to Eugene that he was not a mistake and he would do it beautifully. Cyan tightly gripped his blade, then grinned sarcastically. Desira watched the scene with alarm, realizing that it was an all-pervading sword enhanced with magic. To create something like that, someone would normally need to train for at least 10 years. Desira bared her teeth in anger, realizing that the side branches were already very far behind the main family. Seal looked at Eugene, who exclaimed that this was quite good for Cyan. Cyan held the blade with a sneer. He knew he would not be able to maintain the sword's magical energy for long, but it would be enough time to cut down the monster. Then Cyan looked at the core above him in confusion. Eugene watched him as the boy waved his blade in confusion. Eugene remembered how Gillard had said that the meaning of this ritual was to prove they were worthy of being called descendants of the great Vermouth, regardless of whether they came from the direct branch or not. He also remembered how Roberian had used magic, realizing that this labyrinth was his creation. Roberian had specially made it so magic could not be used in the center. Eugene understood with a malicious look. Since they could not strengthen their weapons with mana, the children from the main and side branches could fight equally here. Cyan looked confused while holding his sword. He did not understand why the sword would not obey him because he still had plenty of mana. Near the wall, Eugene smiled mockingly and ironically told him that if he lost, he could go back. It was not worth acting rashly because of stubbornness. Seal looked at her brother with admiration. Cyan bared his teeth angrily, wishing Eugene would stop mocking him. Did Eugene really think he could not defeat this pathetic monster without magic? Then Cyan ran at the huge Minotaur while screaming. The Minotaur reached out to grab Cyan, but he dodged deftly and damaged the monster. He continued striking it again and again, furiously attacking while realizing that such shallow wounds would never be enough to bring it down. Somehow, he had to plunge his sword deeper into the monster's leg. Cyan ran toward the Minotaur's leg and looked at it with glee, thinking that he had succeeded. But right in front of him, the monster struck with its knee. Cyan bared his teeth in fury, realizing that his attack had been blocked by a knee strike. The Minotaur immediately grabbed him and threw him far away as well. However, the agile Cyan managed to land on his feet. Eugene looked at the dejected Cyan and said that he had lost too. The blue-haired boy angrily looked back at him. Then Eugene looked at Seal and declared that she would be next. The girl timidly crossed her fingers and replied that she would not go, because the magic sword did not work here. Eugene looked away wearily, realizing that the girl was smarter than her brother. Then he went to his equipment himself and began putting the shield on his hand. After that, he walked toward the monster while the others watched. Seal asked Eugene if he could win. Eugene walked without looking back, holding his sword. He sharpened the blade with a sly grin, realizing that he would have to try very hard to lose. The Minotaur looked at him arrogantly. Eugene looked up mockingly, trying to figure out how he should kill the monster. The bull swung its fist again, but Eugene managed to run to the side. Then he began climbing up the bull's arm. The monster reached out with its other hand, but Eugene slipped through and managed to jump onto the monster's head. The bull began swinging its fist at its own face and hit itself hard. Then it screamed in pain. Eugene swung his blade to finish it off. He skillfully cut the monster while the others looked on in shock. Desira's eyes widened as she noticed that Eugene was focusing on one point, only striking the carotid artery while covering himself with his shield. He sharpened his sword, then plunged it into the monster's neck. The bloody bull began falling backward before crashing to the ground. Blood splashed across the floor, and Eugene flicked the blood from his sword. The brother and sister looked at Eugene in shock. Cyan stared ahead in amazement. Eugene looked to the side mockingly and declared that he had brought down the monster. Cyan excitedly pointed his finger at Eugene, telling him not to brag, because he could have done the same if he had been able to use magic. But with a downcast look, the boy thought that if he had tried, there might not have been anything left of him. He would definitely never be able to deal with the monster as quickly and accurately as Eugene. Cyan was angry at the mocking Eugene, but he realized that what he felt was not fear. It was something else. Cyan anxiously held his chest, overwhelmed by excitement, unable to understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, the equipment in Eugene's hands evaporated. Everyone saw the Minotaur begin to disappear as well. Seal's eyes widened as she realized that the ritual was complete. Gillard and Roberian jumped up when they saw this. The old man laughed happily. He looked at the blonde with enthusiasm, noting that Eugene had impressed him. A boy from the side branch who had not even been taught magic had managed to destroy the Minotaur purely through skill. Roberian remained thoughtful and agreed. He frowned and said that defeating the main monster alone was extremely difficult. That was why the ritual emphasized the need to work together. He imagined the children fighting the monster together, and mused that the Minotaur had been created precisely so the children could try different methods of teamwork during the fight. The blonde looked away in bewilderment and said that Eugene had managed to get through all the monsters and traps so easily. Then he tried to figure out just who this child was. Gillard looked back with a smile. He remembered little Eugene, and ever since the boy had arrived at their home, he had spent several days doing grueling training on the grounds. According to the people he had sent to Eugene's hometown, Eugene was widely known for his toughness there as well. Gillard clenched his fist enthusiastically, noting that in addition to the boy's excellent training and physical abilities, he also had a fighting spirit. The old man added that this ritual was truly special because they had discovered such a gem. The blonde looked displeased from under his brows and asked the old man if that did not annoy him. Roberian touched his hair and said that he did not want to offend Gillard, but this child was superior to his own special children. He imagined Eugene grinning maliciously and understood that if the boy was already this far ahead of others, then how strong would he become once he began learning magic? The gentleman raised a finger with a smile and replied that he would only be glad about that. In that case, the Lionheart name would shine even brighter. Sweating, the blonde stated that Eugene clearly had more plans for the main family, then asked what the old man would do if Eugene suddenly wanted to become the next head. The old man looked away wearily. Then, with displeasure, he stated that only the most outstanding Lionheart should take the position of family head. If his own children could not hold on to that position themselves, then so be it. Gillard frowned and noted that if they were so weak that they allowed the right given to them from birth to be taken away, then they were unworthy of leading the Lionheart family. The blonde sadly apologized for suddenly interfering in family affairs. A yellow aura began to evaporate around the children. The blonde looked at the old man with displeasure, then turned to him and asked to offer advice as an old friend. He suggested that Gillard adopt Eugene. The old man looked away in shock at that statement. Roberian pictured the black silhouettes of the main family and said their child from a side branch had easily bypassed the children of the main family. Because of that alone, the countless descendants of Vermouth from the side branches could laugh at the main family and begin opposing their decisions. Gillard touched his chin in confusion and thanked his friend for the advice, because it truly sounded tempting. Then the old man smiled enthusiastically and said that first of all, they had to congratulate everyone. Now, everyone is coming toward them from the forest. Everyone stood in a row in front of the high nobility. Gillard looked at the children with displeasure. Iode stood there with a dejected expression. Gillard knew that he had not even reached the middle of the labyrinth, and naturally it was because he had become too absorbed in the magic and the monsters. But still his father looked at him with disdain, realizing that Iode had disappointed him by giving in to curiosity during the ritual where he was supposed to demonstrate his abilities, forgetting about the main goal. Then Gillard looked at the brother and sister. On the other hand, Seal and Cyan had managed to reach the center, and the monsters and traps had barely delayed them. Although they failed to defeat the Minotaur, Gillard wanted to attribute that to their young age, because they would still have time to learn everything in the future. Gillard looked at the children with enthusiasm and praised them all. He smiled and said that they had watched their progress through the labyrinth from there. He had thought that this test would be quite difficult for them, but they had still shown themselves well. Then the old man looked at Eugene with a smirk. He smiled and said that Eugene had shown himself to be the best. Eugene bowed his head in gratitude. Gillard opened his fingers as if counting everything one by one. He noted that Eugene had also dealt well with all the monsters and traps, especially the troll, which he had fought in open combat and defeated without receiving a single scratch. Gargas became bitter after hearing this. He looked at Eugene in bewilderment, wondering how Eugene had managed to get out of the battle with that ferocious troll without a single scratch. Desira frowned as she pictured the muscular Eugene, regretting that he did not have a muscle-enhancing drug like the one her family had. With it, he could have become even stronger. Roberian mockingly touched his face and said that he had actually expected the children to get out of the labyrinth only on the second day. It seemed he had most likely underestimated them. He looked sarcastically through his bangs and understood that naturally they were still children. But still, the blood of the great Vermouth flowed through their veins. Gillard stretched out his hand and smiled, saying that the children should go back and rest. If it were up to him, the grand celebration would take place right now, but he had not expected them to get out of the labyrinth so quickly, so nothing was ready yet. He exchanged a mocking glance with Roberian, then declared that the children should rest well today. Later, they would definitely celebrate this event. Then he ordered Roberian to take the children back. Roberian immediately began urging the children along. Gillard watched as they left, then called out to Eugene and told him to come with him. Eugene looked back in bewilderment. The dumbfounded girl looked at the mocking old man and asked if he was going to give Eugene the gift now. The head of the family replied that there was no point in putting it off. The girl looked dejected. It was the underground treasury. Since childhood, she had asked her father to take her there, but he had never shown it to her. She watched as Gillard walked away with Eugene. An orange sky covered the forest. The old man walked ahead of Eugene along the path. Without looking back, Gillard praised the boy behind him, telling him that he skillfully handled several types of weapons at once. Eugene noted that the old man was being too kind to him. Gillard smiled maliciously and refused, saying that Eugene had used a sword and shield to defeat the monsters in the labyrinth, and had fought with a spear against Cyan and Desira. Eugene stared at Gillard, realizing that he knew about his fight with Desira, though that was not surprising since he was the head of the family. The family head mockingly replied that the current weapon symbolizing the Lionheart house was the sword. He pictured Vermouth standing proudly with his weapon and added that their ancestor, the Great Vermouth, had been a master of various weapons. Because of that, he had been nicknamed the God of War and the Master of All. Then Gillard recalled how Hamel dealt with monsters. He stated that Vermouth was not the only one who could boast of such skill. His comrade Sir Hamel was also a great master, second in strength only to the almighty Vermouth. Eugene coughed into his hand and said that he had read about him, the foolish Hamel. The old man raised his finger and smiled, replying that he had also become familiar with that story as a child. But if it had not been for Hamel, the book would have been completely boring. The head of the family looked around with a smile and noted that, in reality, he had always liked Sir Hamel more than Sir Vermouth. Eugene's eyes widened in shock. He continued looking ahead in amazement, wondering why. Gillard waved his hand while looking back and replied that, compared to the perfect Sir Vermouth, Hamel seemed more human. At least that was how it was written in the book. He remembered how Hamel would get angry whenever he looked at Vermouth. Gillard knew that Sir Hamel had often felt inferior because of his comrade, but even so he never despaired. On the contrary, he worked hard to correct his shortcomings. Gillard frowned and looked ahead, noting that in the end, Hamel sacrificed his life for his comrades. Eugene touched his face and thought that, in the book, it sounded moralizing and unnecessarily exaggerated. Gillard looked back when Eugene replied that he liked Hamel too. Eugene scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, realizing that he liked hearing those words. The head of the family smiled warmly. They approached a tower with guards and went inside. Soon they stood before the stairs leading down into the basement. They began descending into the basement. Eugene looked at Gillard in bewilderment as the man noted that, besides the heads of the family, Eugene was the first person to enter the treasury. Eugene looked ahead in shock and asked again if he was really allowed in there. The head of the family looked at him sarcastically and answered that he was. He had promised that Eugene would be allowed to take any item, and he had already agreed on everything with the elders of the Senate. Eugene imagined the Senate meeting in the dark. He realized that the elders of the Lionheart family were there, and that its members included previous heads of the family, whose fame was widely known even among the side branches. They continued descending into the basement. Eugene asked what was stored there. The old man answered that it was an inheritance collected over several hundred years. The boy looked ahead, dumbfounded, and asked if the sacred sword was there. Gillard looked back mockingly and noted that Eugene would not be able to take it. He imagined the glowing blade and explained that the sword was the weapon that had become the symbol of the Lionheart house, so it could not belong to just one person. Eugene crossed his arms and said that this was unfortunate. Then he imagined Vermouth holding the blade in front of him. He knew that after the Great Vermouth, no one had ever managed to gain its recognition. Eugene followed Gillard down the stairs and asked about that recognition. The head of the family replied that he would understand everything once he saw it. They approached a huge door. The old man bit his finger with a frown, then began dripping blood onto the altar. Drops of blood fell into the mouth of the lion's muzzle, and the gate immediately began to move. A lion on a shield was depicted on the door. Then it started rising in front of them. Gillard extended his hand, allowing Eugene to enter. The old man smiled and said that he would wait there. If they went in together, Eugene would keep looking back at him and would not be able to choose what he truly wanted. Eugene nodded in gratitude and immediately entered. He stood before the wall, then grinned maliciously. Right in front of him was the sacred sword. Emitting the light of aura, Eugene began warming up his fingers, realizing that he wanted to start with the sacred sword. The sacred sword was a gift from the gods that had existed in the holy empire of Eurus since time immemorial. Vermouth had looked at that blade in his hand for many years. It had once been kept sealed in the main temple of Eurus, and only Vermouth had ever been recognized by the sword as its owner. Eugene remembered how Vermouth had pierced a monster with that sword 300 years ago in Helmut. Vermouth had pierced the heart of the demon king of slaughter, the fifth-ranking demon king. Eugene also remembered how Vermouth had used the sword to light their way through the darkness. Most of the time, it had basically been used as a torch. After that, Eugene bowed before the sword. He grabbed it tightly, then smiled maliciously as he tried to pull it out. He pulled the sword toward himself with all his might. But nothing happened. His hand began to shake. Eugene tilted his head in displeasure, realizing that even if he failed, he still would not be able to take it with him. So he understood that he had to find something else. He began walking through the treasury. Then his gaze caught on something. Eugene noticed a jagged blade called the Devourer's Sword, a spell. He imagined Vermouth swinging it skillfully. This sword was powered by the stolen mana of its opponent, increasing the user's own strength and dispelling high-class magic with a single blow. Eugene continued looking at the sword, realizing that Vermouth had only been able to wield it properly because he was an outstanding mage. A sword like that would not suit him right now. He immediately moved toward another weapon when something else caught his attention. He saw a fire spear that took time to heat up, but once ready, its power was not inferior to a dragon's fire breath. He also saw a black sword wrapped in aura. It was the storm sword Winnied, a weapon blessed by the king of the wind spirit. Then he came across a thunder bow. It was a bow of shining lightning that fired lightning arrows, capable of striking enemies at any distance. He also imagined the blue sword of metamorphosis. Under the influence of magic, it could turn into a whip with hundreds of sharp blades. Then he saw a shield that transferred the energy of incoming attacks to another dimension. Eugene looked at the hundreds of weapons in confusion and understood that if he took any one of them, he would definitely not regret it. But then he angrily looked to the side, wondering if that was all. He did not understand where the Moonlight Sword and the Demonic Spear were. He looked at the swords with malice. 300 years had passed since then, and those scoundrels must have known which weapons were the coolest, because they had left behind only nonsense. Eugene looked puzzled as he imagined a man swinging a sword. He tried to figure out what to choose and thought that he could start with something simple like the sword Winnied. After all, someone only needed to hold it to use the power of the wind spirit, and with enough mana they could even summon the king of spirits himself. He stood in front of the sword and thought it over. Not everyone was capable of learning summoning magic. Without certain qualities, even the most worthless spirit would not answer the call, even if the summoner was an outstanding wizard. However, if Eugene took Winnied, he would not have to worry about that. Still, he looked away with displeasure and realized that since he was already inside the treasury, he might as well look around a little more. Then he saw various accessories under a shelf. Eugene stared at the jewelry and realized that aside from weapons, there were also many precious stones and ornaments. Suddenly, he exclaimed, his eyes bulging. He excitedly grabbed a pendant and stared at the inlaid stone, realizing that it was the same pendant he had worn in his past life. He remembered killing the monster connected to it. This pendant had been left to him by his parents who had been killed by that monster. Although he had avenged them long ago, Hamel had still continued wearing it until his death. Eugene held the pendant in surprise, unable to understand how it had ended up here. He assumed that Vermouth must have taken it from his corpse. With a dejected look, Eugene resigned himself to that thought. Then he imagined the Demon King holding out his hand. Thanks to the agreement Vermouth had made with the Demon King of Incarceration, peace had finally come. But King Almuda and the other two Demon Kings were still alive and well. Eugene remembered how they had celebrated their victory together. Vermouth, Senya, Moron, and Anis had all been there, and every one of them had sworn to destroy the 5 Demon Kings. The boy grinned angrily, unable to understand what kind of agreement they could have made. On top of that, they had taken the pendant he inherited from his parents and placed it here. He imagined Vermouth's intense gaze, unable to understand what he had been thinking at the time. Eugene clenched his fist in anger, thinking that all of this was because of him. Perhaps they had not had the strength to win without his help. Then Eugene frowned and looked ahead. He did not want to blame Vermouth and the others. Still, he supposed they probably had a reason for not killing the Demon Kings. The spacious hall was filled with weapons. There were many weapons here that he would gladly take, but he did not want to leave his pendant in the Lionheart treasury. Eugene looked at the pendant in his hands with trembling emotion. Gillard crossed his arms in bewilderment and asked Eugene if he had really chosen the pendant. Eugene showed the pendant with a wide smile and replied that he liked it. They stood opposite each other. The old man was puzzled because there were many other incredible treasures inside. Eugene replied that he was not yet able to handle many of them. Then Eugene handed the pendant to the old man, who wanted to examine it. It was a capsule with a red stone. Gillard understood that it was an old pendant with rough workmanship. The stone was inexpensive and the cutting left much to be desired. He carefully examined the pendant and noticed that it was an unremarkable, cheap item. He could not understand how it had ended up there at all. Gillard dangled the pendant over the statue of the lion's head. The eyes of the lion statue glowed red. The old man tilted his head and frowned, realizing something strange. The pendant was not registered in the treasury. The head of the family looked at the surprised Eugene and told him that this object did not belong to the Lionheart treasures. It did not belong there. Eugene noted that the pendant had still ended up in the treasury. Gillard cautiously replied that the pendant had no value. Even if Eugene sold it, he would not be able to buy a cheap sword with the money he got from it. Then he asked the boy again if he still wanted to take it. Eugene cried out enthusiastically. The boy looked at the old man, who covered his face. Gillard noted that if Eugene was so certain about his choice, then so be it. Then he imagined Roberian pouring magic into the pendant. Since the origin of the pendant was unknown, Gillard said that Roberian would have to check it because it might be enchanted. Eugene asked in surprise if he could take it after the inspection. The old man clutched the pendant in his fist and promised that he could. Eugene stared at Gillard as the man said that he certainly had not expected things to turn out like this. Then he noted that since the pendant was not part of the Lionheart family's treasures, Eugene could take something else as well. The old man raised his finger enthusiastically. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. Gillard replied with a smile that the boy could take whatever he wanted, since he had promised him. Eugene bowed and immediately began to run. The boy rushed forward with a mocking grin, realizing that this man knew how to give in. He could not believe Gillard was really a descendant of the unyielding Vermouth. Eugene quickly ran ahead, realizing that in that case, he would not hesitate any longer. He immediately grabbed the storm sword whinnied. Then he began to open the blade, and sharpened it with an enthusiastic grin, realizing that it was now his. The light from the windows seeped into the night courtyard. Desira pointed angrily, unable to understand why Eugene had not chosen a spear when he was actually so good with one. Eugene stood in front of Gargaz and Desira and replied that he had already decided what to choose. Besides, he seemed to be pretty good with a sword too. The girl found that disgusting. Gargaz touched his chin in confusion and noted that the sword looked too light. The big guy began imagining various axes and hammers, then said that with Eugenia Eurostrade S power, something heavier like a hammer or an axe would suit him better. Eugene replied that he was the one deciding everything here. Gargaz showed off his muscles and said that since the ritual was over, he wanted to ask if Eugene would go with them. Their family would provide him with enough money to increase his muscles. Eugene replied that he was not interested. Desira pointed at her brother with displeasure and said there was no point in talking to that dumb jock. Then the girl frowned angrily and asked Eugene to show her the sword. Eugene looked away in bewilderment and began drawing out the glowing blade. Then he looked at it in surprise. Desira asked with slight displeasure what kind of weapon it was, and Eugene answered that it was the storm sword whinnied. Eugene held the sword in his hands while small fairies flew around it. He said that according to Lord Gillard, the sword had been favored by the king of the wind spirits. It seemed that later, once he trained enough, he would be able to summon spirits. The girl clenched her fist sadly and noted that although the sword was cool, if she were in his place, she still would have chosen a spear. Eugene turned away from them while examining the blade, and added that there had been plenty of that kind of thing there too. In a fighting mood, the girl imagined a fiery spear and said that it was the dragon spear, Carbos. It was said to strike with flames like a fire-breathing dragon. Eugene coolly threw the sword over his shoulder and replied that he did not know what it looked like. Desira angrily imagined Vermouth holding a huge spear. Then she asked Eugene if he had seen the demonic spear Ruintos because it was the greatest weapon of the great Vermouth. Desira grinned and elbowed Gargaz when he said that he had heard of it too, because it had been used by the Demon King of Cruelty. Eugene tilted his head thinking about the Demon King of Cruelty. He imagined the hierarchy of the demons of darkness. 300 years ago in the demon realm Helmut there had been 5 kings. The main one was the Demon King of Destruction, appearing as glowing eyes. The second in rank was the King of Incarceration, wrapped in black. The third was the King of Frenzy, with horns on his head. The fourth was the King of Cruelty, wearing powerful armor. And the last was the King of Slaughter, with a malicious grin. Gargaz frowned and told Desira that she did not understand anything. The most powerful weapon of the Great Vermouth was not a spear, but the pulverizing flail Zigolard, which had been used by the Demon King of Slaughter. He imagined the demonic flail covered with bones. Desira argued with Gargaz, saying that the King of Cruelty was stronger than him. But Gargaz explained that just because the King of Cruelty was higher in rank, that did not mean his weapon was stronger. Eugene watched Desira and Gargaz argue, realizing that the pulverizing flail was missing too. He frowned as he imagined the spear and the flail. Among Vermouth Euro's trade S weapons, only the demonic spear and the pulverizing flail had belonged to demon kings. Such ominous weapons would hardly be stored in a treasury, so it was expected that they had been sealed somewhere. The girl pointed angrily at Gargaz, insisting that the demonic spear was stronger. However, Gargaz disagreed and believed that the pulverizing flail was better. Eugene grabbed his head in sadness, realizing that he was too old for such games. He began walking away from the arguing children, while thinking that the demonic spear and the pulverizing flail were both great weapons, so it was impossible to determine which one was stronger. But if they were talking about Vermouth Euro's trade as strongest weapon, then the answer was obvious. He imagined the shining moonlight sword, an embodiment that had taken the form of a blade. Even in the demon realm, it had remained sealed. Eugene imagined Vermouth swinging that blade and remembered how the King of Cruelty, who had wielded the demonic spear, and the King of Slaughter, who had wielded the pulverizing flail, had died beneath the light of the moonlight sword. Eugene held the blade in front of him. He looked ahead with a smile, realizing that in this life, this was the first time he had held a real sword in his hands. His blade cut through the air with blue flames. Desira and Gargaz stared in shock as they watched Eugene swing the sword. Our boy skillfully handled the sword and practiced various techniques with the blade in his hand, then sharply thrust the sword to the side. The two continued watching him train. Gargaz Euro's trade's eyes widened in shock as he noticed that it was like a sword dance. Desira also looked at what was happening in amazement. At that time, Roberian stood in front of the old man. He poured magic into the pendant, then looked at it intently. Afterward, he placed the pendant on the table, pointed at it, and stated that there was no trace of magic. Roberian looked at the table in surprise, and wondered if it was really from the treasury. Gillard looked at him carefully and agreed. Roberian placed his hands on the table and suggested that Eugene might have simply been joking, but the old man assured him that Eugene had no reason to do that. The head of the family raised his hand and said that if he had not allowed Eugene to take something else from the treasury, the boy would have been left with nothing. The mage looked away in alarm and noted that this was quite risky. Roberian stretched his hand toward the table, wanting to check the pendant again. He reached for it and said that although it was not affected by magic, it still bothered him, so he wanted to examine it more thoroughly. The old man opened his mouth in surprise and wondered how he would do that. Roberian looked at his finger with glee and noted that there were spells that allowed one to read the memory of magical energy, and that their great teacher, the wise Senya, had developed them. The mage angrily imagined various accessories and stated that magic existed throughout the world. Most of the objects surrounding them were imbued with it, so he wanted to read the memory of the magical energy contained in the pendant. Gillard frowned and ordered the mage to begin. Roberian immediately surrounded the pendant with magic, then closed his eyes and directed his power into it. He narrowed his eyes as various memories appeared within the pendant. At first, he did not notice anything unusual. It seemed to be about 100 years ago. In front of him was the capital and the streets where the pendant had been bought. He placed the pendant back on the table and said that from that point onward, the memory could not be read. The magic of the treasury must have blocked access to any earlier memories. The old man looked closely at the sparkling pendant and noted that since it had been 100 years ago, there was no one left who could tell him about the origin of this thing. Roberian cautiously scratched his elbow and asked what Gillard would do. The head of the family enthusiastically squeezed the pendant and said that since there were no spells on it, he would give it to Eugene. After all, the boy wanted it so much that he had been ready to give up any treasure for it. Roberian touched his chin with a smile and noted that Gillard really liked this boy. The old man looked at him with a sly smile. Then he stood up. He looked out the window at Eugene training with the sword and wondered how he could not like him. Roberian looked at the old man in bewilderment as Gillard decided to take his advice. Roberian tilted his head wearily. Gillard smiled sarcastically and declared that he would make Eugene his adopted son. As he watched our boy Eugene wield the blade, Kian smiled and said hello. Nina looked at him and exclaimed. While Eugene frowned, he He thought that this was the younger brother of the current patriarch, a complete weirdo who preferred not to marry and instead stayed by his older brother's side. Eugene bowed and introduced himself. Kian grabbed his shoulder and said that he must be the boy from a side branch who had managed to beat everyone at the recent ritual. Eugene removed his hand and asked if he was there to accompany him. Kian looked at him and said that his brother had wanted to send a knight for Eugene, but he decided to come here in person. Then he smiled and said that he wanted to take a look at him himself. Kian closed his eyes and said that he had been told a lot about Eugene, but unfortunately, he had not had the chance to observe the ritual. Then he thought about it and said that, according to tradition, only the patriarch of the family had the right to observe the course of the tests. He believed that Roberian had been given permission because he was responsible for organizing it. Kian raised his finger and said not to think he held a grudge against his brother. This was just a statement of fact. Then he lowered his head and asked if he still sounded like he was up to something bad. He told Eugene not to worry. His yellow eyes looked at Eugene as he said that he hoped his brother's reaction would be the same. Eugene smiled and thought that Kian's behavior showed the freedom of his beloved character, as well as his frivolity. Maybe that was why he had never married. After a while, Eugene looked at his companion and asked why the patriarch had called him. Kian replied that he probably wanted to congratulate him, since Eugene had finally won the blood succession ritual. Eugene frowned and said that Gillard had already congratulated him. Was Kian not interested in why he needed him? Kian raised his eyebrows and said that he had an idea, but it was not something he should poke his nose into. Then he stopped. Eugene turned around, and Kian said that he hoped they would cross paths more often. Eugene smiled and said that the feeling was mutual. Kian knocked on the door, and they were told to come in. Then Kian opened the door for Eugene and winked. Eugene smiled and wondered why he was surrounded by morons. Then he entered the room. Gillard smiled and apologized for calling him so suddenly. They sat down at the table, and the man placed the necklace on it. He clasped his hands together and said that he had asked Roberian to look at it. Everything indicated that it was the most ordinary piece of jewelry. Eugene looked at him. Gillard frowned and said that even though they had used mana memory, they could not find anything important. Eugene's eyes widened. He remembered that this was Senya's magic, but he had already forgotten about it. He raised his eyebrows and asked what memories they had managed to see. The man frowned and said that the necklace was most likely bought in one of the capital's back streets about 100 years ago. Eugene looked at him in shock and thought that this could not be true. He was sure he had worn it more than 300 years ago. It had belonged to him for an entire decade. There could be no mistake. He thought that Roberian would hardly lie, so maybe he was simply mistaken. Eugene looked ahead and thought that he should check the necklace for a spell that could fool even the master of the magic tower. But who could cast something like that? He turned away. Eugene frowned, not knowing the reason behind it. But then he smiled and asked if he could keep the necklace. Gillard smiled and confirmed it, saying that he had promised and now it was Eugene's. Eugene took the necklace and thanked him, then put it on himself. The man cleared his throat and said that he had called Eugene not only to return the necklace, but also to tell him something else. He looked at Eugene and said that it might sound too harsh, but the offer was not bad at all. In fact, it would even be good for Eugene's future. Eugene raised an eyebrow. The man looked at him. Eugene looked up and said that Seal was very beautiful, but he had no desire to marry yet. He thought that now everything made sense. Despite the way he had treated Cyan, Seal had continued to act friendly, so this had all been a setup to arrange a marriage of convenience. Gillard raised his eyebrows in surprise. Eugene thought that he had seemed like a good person and had never expected something like this from him. Eugene looked away and said that he was too young to marry. He would need to get his father's approval first, so Gillard should wait. The man looked at him in surprise and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He did not intend to marry him to a girl. Eugene looked at him in surprise and blushed. He thought that this had been the worst possible assumption. He imagined his wedding with a 13-year-old girl. Then he placed his hand on his head and thought that this child's body was clearly affecting his mind. Gillard looked at him and said that he wanted to adopt him. Eugene looked at him in surprise. Then he turned away and thought that this was no less shocking. Although the idea of entering the main family did not sound so bad. He looked forward and said that this was quite unexpected. The man smiled and said that the idea of marriage had also been difficult to predict. Gillard looked at him and said that if Eugene wanted, he could even accept his father into the main branch. Eugene raised his eyebrows and said that this meant he would have two fathers. The man smiled and said that there was no need to complicate things. All he wanted was to accept Eugene into the main line. Gillard looked at him and said that he was the father of 3 children, and he had no desire to take Jehard's son away from him. Gillard extended his hand and said that even though he and Jehard had never met before, he promised to respect him as he did his own brothers. Then Gillard looked at Eugene tensely. Eugene lowered his head and said that if he refused the adoption, would Gillard lose respect for his father? Then he raised his head and asked if that would happen. The patriarch smiled and said no. He stood up, raised his eyebrows, and said that he was not such a childish person. Then he lowered his eyes and admitted that it would be very annoying, but nothing more. He smiled and said that he respected Eugene's choice and wished him a better future. Eugene raised his eyebrows and said that he did not think he could make such a decision on his own. then advised Gillard to ask his father's opinion. Gillard smiled and said that in that case they would decide everything after the banquet, and he would send a carriage for Eugene's father. Eugene drank his tea and said that Gillard had mentioned this could have a positive effect on his future. The patriarch looked at him. Eugene frowned and asked what he meant by that. Gillard smiled and said that if Eugene grew up in the main family, he would have many advantages. Then he turned away and said that since they had many outstanding knights in their service, Eugene would have the opportunity to learn a lot from them. Eugene looked at him and said that if he were to train here, he would want to learn from the strongest. Then he smiled and asked if he could really learn from Gillard if he became his adopted son. The man looked at him. Eugene was terribly curious to know just how strong the patriarch really was. Gillard smiled, raised his finger and said that he was not against teaching him personally. But if Eugene wanted to take lessons from the strongest, then there was a more suitable candidate for that role. Eugene looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. Gillard looked at him and said that it was his brother. Maybe in the past Gillard had been stronger, but his brother had already managed to surpass him. Eugene remembered Cyan. Then Gillard crossed his arms over his chest and asked if Eugene's father had taught him magic. Eugene smiled and said that he had told him he had no desire to master mana yet. He was afraid that he might start practicing unconsciously. The man turned around and said that ever since Eugene arrived there, he had not stopped training hard. The crystals inside monsters of each rank were mana stones. To master magic, one needed mana stones. But there was one issue. The more effective the mana stone, the harder it was to obtain. On top of that, successful mastery required the guidance of a strong mentor. It would be difficult for the Jahard family to provide both of those things. Such conditions were too poor to reveal the full potential of Eugene's enormous talent. The man sat down at the table and thought that by saying this out loud, he could unintentionally create hatred in Eugene toward his own family. Perhaps Eugene would even become disgusted with his father. Gillard smiled and said that he had already said everything he wanted. If Eugene did not mind, he would like to return to this topic later. Eugene smiled and said that he would be glad to. They looked at each other, and silence fell between them. Eugene bowed and said goodbye. The patriarch said that he would ask someone to accompany him, but Eugene looked at him and said that everything was fine. The guest house was not that far from there. So for him, it was just a short walk. Then Eugene smelled something. He looked to the side and thought it was the smell of perfume. He looked ahead, realizing that someone was around the corner. Eugene frowned. Was that person not moving? Were they waiting for him? He walked forward. A girl was standing around the corner. She stepped out and made a surprised face. Eugene raised an eyebrow, thinking that she was acting like they had run into each other by accident, even though she had clearly been standing there for a long time. He looked at her, then bowed and introduced himself. Anicilla smiled and said that she had been told he had an audience with the patriarch. It seemed they had quite a long conversation, so she had not expected him to still be there. Eugene looked at her and asked what she meant by that. The brunette raised an eyebrow and thought about how impudent he was. His arrogance already knew no bounds. She looked at him and thought that it was not surprising. After all, he had managed to gain the upper hand over a child from the main branch and had also emerged victorious from the blood succession ritual. She thought that it would not take him long to become even stronger and more daring. Rather than becoming his enemy, it would be better to gain his friendship. She also thought that tying him down through marriage would be a good idea, which was why she had told Seal to get close to him. Anicilla looked at him and said that she was curious about what he and Gillard had discussed. Eugene looked at her and said that he could not reveal the details of his private conversation with the patriarch. Anicilla laughed and told him not to think she was trying to interrogate him. She simply wanted to say something. Eugene looked at her in surprise. The brunette raised her eyebrows and said that she was very sorry for Cyan's rude behavior. She was very late with her apology, but unfortunately, the approaching ritual had not given her the opportunity to do it earlier. Eugene looked at her and said that she did not need to apologize. That incident had already been settled long ago. Anicilla smiled and said that she was glad to hear that. He seemed very mature for his age. Then she raised a finger and said that she would definitely reprimand Cyan. She hoped that they would get along in the future. Eugene smiled and said that they would definitely get along. After all, they were all one big family. Anicilla frowned and thought about what he had said. Although those words were true, hearing them from an impudent little brat felt disgusting. She looked at Eugene when he asked if he could take his leave. The brunette smiled and apologized for keeping him. Eugene turned around and walked away. Then he looked back and thought that this woman had been against him from the beginning, because he came from a side branch. He decided that it would be better to avoid meeting this old hag. Then Eugene continued walking forward. 2 days later, Jahard arrived at the main branch estate. He got out of the carriage and looked ahead in embarrassment. The man stared forward, wondering if his son had really won the blood succession ritual. Then he looked down and thought that Eugene had defeated the patriarch's children. His son had shown extraordinary talent since childhood, yet Jahard had been unable to help bring it out. He had thought Eugene would face a very harsh reality during the test. The difference between the main and side branches could not be overcome by talent and perseverance alone. Tears filled his eyes as he realized that he had only imagined the worst. Then Jahard looked up when his son called out to him. Eugene was waving at him. With a smile, his father ran toward him. and hugged him. Gillard looked at them as Gerhard began crying, saying that he was very proud of him. Eugene looked at him and said that he had told him to expect good news. Did his father not believe him? Gerhard wiped his tears and said that Eugene had indeed said something like that. Then he apologized for not believing in him. Gerhard bowed and introduced himself. Gillard extended his hand, introduced himself as well, and apologized for the sudden invitation. The two men shook hands. Eugene's father said that it was an honor for him to be invited to this place. The patriarch smiled and said that he did not want to spoil their reunion, but asked if they could talk alone. Gerhard looked at him and agreed. They entered the building, and after a while, the man looked ahead in surprise, asking if Gillard really meant adoption. Gillard drank his tea and confirmed it. He looked at Gerhard and said that if he adopted Eugene, Gerhard would also be treated with the respect befitting Eugene's father. Gerhard lowered his gaze. Then he stood up from the table, bowed, and asked for forgiveness if he sounded rude. Gillard raised his eyebrows. Gerhard said that he was truly happy his son was so highly regarded. But as his father, he could not help worrying about Eugene's future. The patriarch looked at him and asked what worries he was talking about. Gerhard raised his eyebrows and said that he was sure Gillard's intentions were good, but he was afraid the rest of the family might not be so kind. Gillard already had 3 children. If he adopted Eugene, then Eugene would definitely become an outcast. Gillard looked away and said that he understood what Gerhard was trying to say. He had no desire to place any restrictions on Eugene's future, but their family was very strict about blood purity. He doubted they would so easily agree to accept a child from a branch family into the main family. The man looked ahead and said that even if Eugene joined the main family, he would not be able to inherit the title of patriarch. However, if he did not allow greed to cloud his mind, then Gillard was sure that Eugene would be able to fully realize his incredible potential within the family. He added that by becoming his son, Eugene would have the opportunity to get closer to the other children. As a result, a better future would be guaranteed for him. Gerhard clenched his fists and said that Gillard was right. Then he smiled and asked to discuss this privately with his son first. Meanwhile, Eugene held a sword in his hands. His eyes lit up, and he struck forward. His father approached him, and Eugene looked up. Gerhard lowered his head. Eugene sheathed his sword and thought that, judging by his father's face, the news had greatly shocked him. Then he looked ahead and asked what that expression was. Gerhard raised his head. He thought that the weapon in front of him was the storm sword. This was the weapon Eugene had chosen as his reward. Even if their family sold all their property, they would not have enough money to buy something so valuable. Gerhard turned away and said that the patriarch had told him he wanted to adopt Eugene. Eugene looked at him and said that he already knew. They had already talked about it. Gerhard frowned and said that he did not mind Eugene becoming Gillard's child, because that would give him more chances for a great future. He clenched his fist and said that by choosing this path, Eugene would have to overcome many obstacles. Eugene scratched the back of his head and said that might be true. Then he smiled and said that his father knew him well. He would not allow anyone to overtake him. Gerhard looked at him in surprise. Then he placed his hands on Eugene's shoulders and said that Eugene had received his name from him and his obedient mother, so he must not forget that. Eugene smiled and said that even after the adoption, Gerhard would remain his only real father. His father hugged him. Eugene looked ahead and thought that this was probably going to happen. It sounded like a pain, but he would gain a lot from the adoption. He had no desire to become the head of the family, but everyone around him was probably convinced of the opposite. Eugene thought that the first wife Theonis and the second wife Asura were probably keeping an eye on him. Then he remembered that there were 2 ways to deal with general hostility. The first was to simply ignore it. A gust of wind blew toward him. Eugene prepared to attack, drew his sword, and smiled. And the second way was to destroy and rule. The patriarch had invited the families of all the children who had taken part in the blood succession ritual. It was a celebration in honor of the triumph of a branch family, and in no way a reason for the patriarch to reproach him. Gerhard looked around when someone called out to him. The man smiled and said that he had raised an incredible son. Rumors were already spreading that they would soon be able to enter the main branch of the family. Another person said that their family had something even the patriarch himself possessed, a muscle-building potion, and asked if he was interested in it. Gerhard smiled and said that they were all lucky to meet. Since they were comrades from the side branches, why not get to know each other better? Eugene looked at them and thought that at least these vile perverts had not noticed him. Then he saw Cyan, who was looking down. Asura looked forward and told him to raise his head. She said that from now on, he would be compared to Eugene. Without even looking at him, she said that whenever people saw them, they would remember Cyan's defeat in the duel. The fact that the offspring of the main branch could not win the ritual for the first time in history would become a laughingstock. Cyan looked down, and Asura looked at him and said that he could not simply accept this. He had to feel this humiliation, but he must not despair. Even if everyone laughed at him, he was still the son of the main branch. The boy looked up. His mother placed her hands on his shoulders and said that Eugene could not become the patriarch. Even so, Cyan should not relax. He had many shortcomings, so from now on he had to try even harder to obtain the coveted title. Then she leaned closer and whispered that he should try to be friends with Eugene. Cyan looked at her and asked if it was because they were brothers now. She replied that he should try to strengthen their brotherly bond so that in the future, Eugene would become his ally. The boy nodded. Then he tried to imagine how he would be friends with him. Seal was eating cake when she said that she heard they were now brother and sister. Eugene walked forward and agreed. The girl asked if he would call her big sister from now on. Eugene looked up and said that she was only a few months older than him. Seal looked at him and asked for just one time. It was not that difficult. Then she leaned over and asked if he would say it. Eugene thought it was weird to call a 13-year-old girl his older sister. Then he stuck out his tongue and thought that he would rather die. Roburian frowned and said that he could not accept Iode as his disciple without reservation. He raised his hand and explained that the Red Tower of Mages specialized in summoning magic. First, Iode would have to pass a test. Iode looked at him and asked what would happen after he passed it. The blonde frowned and said that would be great, but in that kingdom, the Lionheart family name did not carry much weight. If Iode did not show enough talent to ignore other people's opinions, then Roburian would not be able to accept him as his disciple. Iode bowed his head and said he understood. Roburian looked at him and said that since he was an old friend of his father, Iode would still have many opportunities. He would protect him from discriminatory remarks and help him find suitable conditions for his type of magic. Iode looked at him with embarrassment. Then he lowered his head and thought that he would be happy even if he could not become his student. After all, he would have a chance to forget the oppressive atmosphere of this family. He looked at his father. Gillard smiled and told him to wait for his approval. This was Iode's choice alone. The boy raised his eyebrows. His mother looked at him, then frowned and said that this was a chance given by his father. He should accept it with gratitude. He would be able to practice the magic he adored so much. She placed her hands on his shoulders, frowned with visible tension, and said that he was her son and a potential heir to the title of patriarch. He must not forget that, even while training in another kingdom. Gillard frowned and stopped her. The woman took hold of his wrist and said that she only wanted to encourage their son. She frowned and thought that Anicilla would probably be overjoyed if her son went to another kingdom. Theonis looked down and thought that she could no longer influence this. She remembered that Iode did not have the talents inherent to his bloodline. He was naive and weak in character, a weakling. It would be better if he established connections with other mages and increased his power in another kingdom. The woman thought that he needed to gain the necessary support for the future. Then she looked at her son and said that he was the legitimate son of the Lionheart family, and he should remember that. The boy raised his eyebrows and agreed. The next day after the banquet, Roburian and Iode headed to the kingdom of Eroth. The families from the side branches returned to their homes, while Eugene and Jehard settled into the spare chambers. Eugene thought that today, he would practice magic for the first time after his reincarnation. He remembered that there were two ways to develop mana, breathing and body training. Breathing was the process of collecting mana from the environment through inhalation and exhalation. Body training involved collecting mana with the whole body, then using it for physical strengthening. Both processes were quite difficult, but breathing was the more effective training method. Eugene thought that in his past life he had been used to developing mana through body training. But later, on the advice of his friends, he began devoting more time to breathing. The Lionheart family developed mana only through breathing. Eugene approached Janat. The man smiled and offered to get down to business. Deep in the forest within the Patriarch's domain, there was a mana vein that only close relatives had access to. The vein had not appeared on its own. It had been created by Vermouth 300 years ago. Eugene frowned and thought that Vermouth really was a monster since he had managed to artificially create a mana vein. The man turned around and asked if Eugene was nervous. Eugene smiled and said that he was looking forward to it. Jeanette raised his hand and said that it would not be easy. He would help Eugene, but since this was his first time, he would have to sweat a lot. At a younger age, it was much easier to feel mana. He raised his finger and said that Seal and Cyan had started their training at 6 years old. It took them 4 days to feel it, while Iode took about a week. He said that children from the side branches usually started training around Eugene's age. To feel mana, they usually spent about a month. Jeanette smiled and said that Eugene would probably need less time, because they were at the mana vein, and he would help as much as he could. Eugene looked at him and asked how many days it should take. Jeanette answered that it would take about 10 days. Eugene laughed and thought that he should shove those 10 days up his ass. Then he smiled, thinking that he would finish it in less than 10 minutes. They arrived at the place. Kian led Eugene into the house, then pointed forward and said that it was there. They went down, and a large hall appeared in front of them. Kian pointed toward the center and told Eugene to sit in the middle of the circle. Eugene sat down. Kian closed his eyes and said that the mana absorption technique passed down from generation to generation was the legacy of their ancestor. He raised his finger and explained that children from the side branches were forbidden from using this technique, so they resorted to the red flame method instead, which was much inferior to the original. Then Kian began to glow and said that this was the original technique kept within their family. Magic appeared around him. He smiled and said that this was the white flame method. Eugene looked at him in surprise and thought that although he was not personally familiar with this method, he clearly remembered its unique formula. He remembered how the layer of mana surrounding his friend from his past life had been extremely high and dense. It materialized in the form of a white flame, and at times, it even resembled a lion's mane. Eugene thought that in his past life, he had never had the chance to learn what it was truly capable of. Kian stepped forward and said that since Eugene could feel mana right away, he needed to concentrate on his breathing. Eugene said that he could feel it. Kian raised his eyebrows and said that Eugene probably thought he was concentrating so hard that his senses were tearing him apart. Then Kian raised his finger, thinking that he would show Eugene the difference between real and false mana sensations. He sent mana into him, smiled, and said that Eugene should not be able to feel it yet. But Eugene pointed to the mana and said that he could feel it. He even showed where it was going. But Eugene pointed to the mana and said that he could feel it. He even showed where it was going. Kian looked at him in surprise and said that he could not believe it. He had thought even 10 days was an optimistic scenario, but Eugene's pace defied all explanation. Eugene laughed and sat down. Kian frowned and said that since Eugene could already feel mana, they could move on. From now on, he should not speak and should focus only on his body. Eugene closed his eyes and said that he understood. They joined hands, and Kian told him to try breathing slowly. Eugene began inhaling mana. Kian told him to imagine streams of mana entering his body with every breath. When those streams rushed into him, he had to try directing the mana in the right direction, toward his heart. Then Kian removed his hands and stepped away, saying that Eugene was doing great. Eugene was glowing. Kian frowned and thought that this exceeded every possible expectation. Eugene was already capable of manipulating mana inside himself. Now all that was left was to wait for his body to accept it. Kian looked at Eugene and thought that this was madness. Eugene remembered that in his past life, sensing mana through breathing had not been much of a problem. But this body handled mana absorption many times better. With every breath, more and more mana gathered inside him. He thought that he should remember this young body still had its limits. For now, this amount was enough. His heart lit up. Eugene opened his eyes and looked ahead. Kian was staring at him. Kian thought that the size of Eugene's core was amazing. Usually, people started with a much smaller core and had to diligently practice mana control to grow it to this size. Kian smiled and said that Eugene was a real monster. Eugene grabbed his hand and asked if that was a compliment. Kian confirmed that it was. They walked forward and Kian told Eugene to go back. After a while, Kian raised his finger and said that the essential difference between the white flame method and the red flame method was the splitting of the core inside the body. No matter how much someone developed with the red flame method, they would only have access to one core inside their body. Kian said that once Eugene overcame a certain threshold, his core would split into several parts. When that happened, he would be able to increase the mana in his body much more efficiently. The interaction of several cores would exponentially increase the owner's strength. Kian said that they called these cores stars. The ancestor of their lineage, as well as the creator of the white flame method, had possessed 10 stars at once. In the entire history of their family, no one had ever managed to reach that number again. Kian smiled and said that he and his brother each had 6 stars. His brother's children had each created 1 star. He was not sure about Iode, but the twins would definitely reach their 2nd star within the next year. He looked up and said that since the brother and sister had begun training mana at the age of 6, it meant it would take them 8 years to go from 1 star to 2. Eugene looked at him and asked what about him. Kian raised a finger and said that Eugene would definitely be the fastest, as long as he did not avoid training. Eugene smiled and said that he would do his best. Then he thought that not only had he reincarnated into a much better body than his previous one, but he had also inherited Vermouth's method of training mana. He would not let the potential of this body rot away. Eugene walked forward and thought that although he was not sure he could reach 10 stars, he needed to learn every detail while training with the white flame method. He smiled and thanked Vermouth. Thanks to him, Eugene could achieve much greater results. They returned home. Kian smiled and said that he would report to his brother how everything went, then told Eugene to rest. Eugene smiled and thanked him. Kian left, and Eugene thought that this kind of fatigue would disappear in no time after a short sleep. Since he had now started training mana, he had a lot of work to do. Nina looked at him in shock. She approached and asked if he had already returned. Eugene looked at her and asked her to go to his room and bring his sword. He drew the sword from its sheath and looked at it, wondering if it would work. Then he began transferring mana into the sword. Nina looked at him in shock and was blown away by the wind. A tornado arose. Then a voice asked if it was him, Hamel. Eugene said that he remembered him. It was the voice of the king of wind spirits. Eugene looked at the gathering stream of energy. The spirit asked if he had gone through reincarnation. Eugene looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew that. The streams of wind gathered together and formed a menacing face. Tempest replied that he would never forget Hamel's soul. Even after so many years and even in a new body, the soul remained the same. Looking at Eugene with his head lowered, Tempest said that many years had passed since anyone had called upon the storm sword. At first, he wondered if it was one of Vermouth's descendants, but then he felt Eugene's soul. Eugene's eyes flashed with rage as he asked why Vermouth had not killed all the demon kings. He raised his fist and reminded Tempest that he had been watching them. Even after Eugene's death, Tempest had continued fighting side by side with them. The wind spirit looked at him and replied that he truly did not know what Vermouth had been thinking at that moment, since Vermouth had sheathed his blade during the battle with the demon king of incarceration. Eugene asked again with a puzzled expression, remembering the bodies lying on the floor. Tempest said that the battle had been fierce, but the same could not be said about its outcome. Remembering the 2 standing figures, he said that at the end of the battle, only Vermouth and the demon king of incarceration had been able to remain standing. As the spirit imagined Vermouth sheathing his sword, he said that Vermouth put it away. He did not kill the Demon King of Incarceration, and he did not head for the castle of the Demon King of Destruction either. Eugene froze, then he clenched his teeth in anger, and shouted that he had heard enough of this nonsense. Clenching his fists, he loudly declared that he had heard Vermouth made a deal with the Demon King of Incarceration. Then he asked what kind of deal it was. Looking at him, the wind spirit replied that he knew nothing about the terms. Eugene indignantly asked if he knew anything at all. Tempest, without taking his eyes off him, said that the only ones who knew the details were those who had participated in that battle. The moment Vermouth put away his sword, Tempest could no longer hear anything. With an angry face, Eugene reminded him that he had said everyone except Vermouth and the Demon King had been dead. Then he asked if he was supposed to go to Vermouth's corpse and ask him instead. The wind currents began to disappear as Tempest said that they had almost run out of time. Tempest frowned and told him that with Eugene's current mana supply, he technically should not have been able to summon him. Tempest had opened the gate himself after sensing Hamel's soul. But now it was time to close it again. Watching the spirit disappear, Eugene demanded an answer. Tempest said that next time, when Eugene was strong enough, they would speak again. Blood began flowing from Eugene's nose, but he still continued demanding an answer. Then he collapsed to the ground. Nina ran up to him in fear. Seeing his darkened face, she screamed loudly. Eugene was lying on his bed. He slowly opened his eyes, then suddenly jumped up and grabbed his head. Looking at his trembling palm, he mentally noted that he seemed to have used up all his mana. But that made sense, considering how small his supply was. Remembering the wind spirit, Eugene began thinking about how spirits could remember living beings by their souls. That was why Tempest had recognized him as Hamel. Thinking about his previous incarnation, Eugene realized that all this time a thought had been spinning in the corner of his mind. What if he was not a reincarnation at all, but only an entity that had inherited Hamel's memories? The boy grinned while clenching his hand into a fist. Now he was completely sure. He had been reborn and he was still the same Hamel from 300 years ago. Nina peeked into the room. Then she ran up to Eugene and asked if he was okay. Eugene looked at her and replied that everything was fine. Then he asked how long he had slept. He looked away when the maid said about half a day. Eugene muttered that the others were probably very worried about him. Nina waved her hand and said that the Patriarch and Mr. Kion were currently in the next building, so she would let them know that he had woken up. Soon the men stood by Eugene's bed. Eugene looked at Gillard as the man said that Nina had told him something strange. Soon the men stood by Eugene's bed. Eugene looked at Gillard as the man said that Nina had told him something strange. As soon as Eugene pulled his sword from its sheath, a raging wind had enveloped him. With a surprised face, Gillard asked if he had really managed to summon the wind spirit. Eugene hesitated before answering. He touched his chin and mentally noted that judging by the size of the storm, there must have been quite a few witnesses. Although he could not reveal the whole truth, it was worth giving away a small part. Looking at the men, Eugene said that the king of the wind spirits had appeared before him. The brothers froze with surprised faces. Eugene smiled widely and said that the spirit had told him he wanted to see who was calling upon him, because it had been a long time since the last time. Kion waved his hands and asked if that was really true. He said that no one since Vermouth had been able to summon the Spirit King. Remembering Tempest standing in front of him, Eugene noted that the spirit had told him the same thing. Then, pointing his finger, he added that although his power was very weak right now, the spirit said that he would be waiting for the day they could meet again. After that, the spirit returned to the spirit world. Kion looked at his laughing brother. With a smile on his face, Gillard said that Eugene was truly an incredible child. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that Kion had told him what happened in the mana vein. Eugene had sensed mana instantly and even managed to create a core with the white flame method. Looking at Eugene with joyful eyes, Gillard said that this alone was already incredibly amazing. But to think that he had also managed to attract the attention of the Wind Spirit King himself. Eugene smiled back at him. The man waved his hand and said that after a short rest, Kion would once again help him with his training. Gillard smiled contentedly and said that he had intended to leave after the blood succession ritual was completed. But now, he believed that watching Eugene grow would be more important. Eugene looked up in confusion and replied that he appreciated it, but he did not want to take up too much of Kion's time. Kion waved his finger and told him not to think of their help that way. Then he added that he was lucky to be able to mentor Eugene. Smiling, he waved his hands and said that he would also be training Cyan and Seal at the same time. The Patriarch would help with that as well. Gillard looked down and thought that it would be great if this could help motivate the twins. The siblings stood with swords in their hands. Seal awakened her blade and told Cyan that Eugene had already opened his first star during the ritual. Cyan held out his weapon and replied that he knew. He clenched his fist when his sister, standing opposite him, noted that it had taken them forever. He indignantly told her not to exaggerate, because even for the main branch, 1 month was an outstanding result. The brother and sister looked at each other, both mentally noting that Eugene had reached 1 star on the very first day. Cyan jumped up and Seal rushed toward him from the front. Their blades met in an attack. Eugene was lying in bed. When he got up, he wondered if everyone else had left. Then he grabbed the sword and began drawing it from its sheath. A blue light appeared around the blade. A blue fairy flew up. Looking at her, Eugene recognized her as a low-level spirit. He mentally noted that with his current mana supply, this was all he could do. Looking at the fairy, Eugene asked what her king had told her. The spirit remained silent. Eugene sighed and grabbed his hair, thinking that given the intelligence of low-level spirits, it was unlikely he would be able to have a proper conversation with her. Looking at her with angry eyes, Eugene ordered her in a dark voice to go and tell that old man that if he lied, Eugene would personally finish him off. The fairy frowned, then she flew over Eugene's head and disappeared. Eugene headed toward his bed, thinking about how he had been the only one who died in the Demon King of Incarceration's castle, while everyone else had come back from the demon realm. Sitting down on his bed, Eugene mentally noted that now, the only ones who knew about the deal between Vermouth and the Demon King were his old companions. Frowning, he thought that he would need to look into Helmut. In his mind, he imagined Senya and thought that he should also look into Aroth. Then he imagined Anis and thought that he should pay a visit to Eurus. After that, he remembered Moron and realized that he also needed to go to Luhar. Eugene mentally noted that in all these lands he had a chance to track down his old companions. Then he looked at his hand and thought that, however, he could not leave right now. With his childish body, making such a long journey would be impossible. Clenching his fist, Eugene told himself that one day that day would come. Eugene ran a hand through his hair, then looked at his muscular body in the mirror. Looking at his reflection, he noted that time really flew by quickly because he was already 17 years old. He touched his chin in front of the mirror, admiring his beautiful physique. But that was obvious because he had trained literally every day until he had no strength left. Eugene lowered his eyes and grinned, mentally noting that thanks to the white flame method, he had already reached the 3rd star. Looking at his reflection, he told himself that this was still not enough. Eugene frowned. In order to fully use the potential of this beautiful body, he had to learn the things he had ignored in the past. The mansion was illuminated by the bright sun. Touching his chin, Eugene said that he planned to go to Aroth to learn magic. Cyan raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He was lying on the ground while Eugene told him that this morning, as usual, he had been training with the white flame method. Cyan began to ask with a shocked expression if he really had done it. Eugene smiled and answered that he had. 3 stars spun in a circle, and Eugene was engulfed in blue flames as he stood in front of Cyan. Cyan pointed at him in fear and asked how this was even possible. He gritted his teeth tightly, mentally noting that Eugene had started training his mana 7 years later than him, yet he had already formed the 3rd star while Cyan was still struggling with the 2nd. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Eugene smiled and said that it was possible because he was a genius. Looking up, Cyan muttered that he wanted to finish him off right there. Eugene asked him not to be so rude to his own brother. Cyan drew his eyebrows together and noted that Eugene was the one who beat him half to death every morning. Eugene smirked and said that Cyan was the one who asked to train with him in the mornings. No one was forcing him. Cyan turned away and got to his feet, then asked why Eugene suddenly wanted to learn magic. He asked if Eugene had forgotten what happened to Iode. Imagining Iode and the blonde man in the cape, Cyan began saying that after the blood succession ritual, Iode went to the kingdom of Aroth by following Sir Roberian, but he could not prove himself worthy of becoming the Tower Master's apprentice. Cyan waved his hand and added that for the next 4 years, Iode was no better than a servant in the magic tower. Even with his connections and opportunities, he had achieved nothing. Eugene began emitting a dark aura and noted that someone was talking too much. Cyan asked in fear if he had really said something unnecessary. Then he turned away and said that Iode should have stayed at the main estate instead of sticking his nose into magic and trying to become a mage. He added that if Eugene went to Aroth without showing his face, Seal would be very upset. Eugene waved his hand and laughed, asking if Cyan was really talking about that girl who never spoke to him and always trained alone. Then throwing the sword away and leaving, he noted that he did not believe him. Cyan turned around indignantly and asked where he was going. Eugene replied that he wanted to meet the patriarch. Turning back, Eugene smirked and said that he should tell Gillard about reaching the 3rd star and also ask for approval. As Eugene left, Cyan froze. Then he sharply kicked the sword and clenched his hands into fists, indignantly asking why Eugene suddenly wanted to learn magic. Gillard asked with surprised eyes if Eugene really wanted to do that. Eugene stood in front of him and answered yes. He said that he was going to Aroth to learn magic among its users. The patriarch waved his hand and said that in the entire history of their family, no one had ever reached the 3rd star at such a young age. If Eugene continued trying this hard, he might even open the 4th before coming of age. Eugene looked at him and said that this morning, after opening the 3rd star, he realized his current training was not enough. It felt far too insignificant. Standing in front of the man, Eugene said that he wanted to learn everything strength could offer. Although he did not know whether he had a talent for magic, if he started learning now, he would be able to look at the very concept of mana from a different angle. Frowning slightly, Eugene said that the very act of learning something new was an invaluable experience, and he was sure it would bear fruit. Then he bowed his head and began to ask. Gillard touched his chin with his hand and looked at his adopted son. Eugene looked up when the patriarch smiled and asked if he could really crush such a strong desire to learn. Gillard said that even as the patriarch, he understood him. However, he frowned and added that Eugene would have to give him his word that he would never practice dark magic. Imagining a cramped tower, Gillard said that in the kingdom of Aroth there was a dark tower of magicians where terrible sorcery was taught. He imagined magicians in black cloaks and said that unlike in the past, there were no disgusting rumors about them now, and people no longer saw them as a threat. Then he remembered Vermouth and added that they, the Lionhearts, were descendants of the great Vermouth. That was why dark magic was forbidden to them. Eugene lowered his dark gaze, thinking that he knew very well about the monstrous deeds of the demon kings and dark creatures. Looking at his adoptive father, he told him not to worry. Eugene smiled and said that he despised dark magic. He walked down the hallway when a sound came from the side. A voice behind the door said that she needed to talk to him. Eugene placed his hand on his belt and said that if she wanted to talk, then she should come out into the hallway. The girl replied that she could not because she smelled bad after training. Seal stood behind the door in a cramped room and asked if he was really leaving for Eroth. Eugene looked at the door and asked if Cyan had told her about it. The girl answered yes, adding that he had also told her Eugene had reached the 3rd star. The two of them leaned against opposite sides of the door and Seal asked why he was leaving. Eugene replied that he wanted to learn magic. The girl replied that he already had spirit magic. She added that even if he lacked family magic, he did not have to leave because they could hire a magic professor from the capital. She glanced sideways at the door and added that if he left, he risked letting her and her brother catch up to him. Eugene crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he did not mind. It would be more fun if they caught up to him. Then he smiled and noted that they had not sparred together in a long time. Seal looked down and asked if he would stay if she became his sparring partner. Eugene looked up and replied that he would leave anyway. With a gloomy face, she called him a fool. Then she asked how long he would be gone. Eugene said that it would be clear once he got there, but most likely he would be gone for several years. The girl folded her arms and asked why it had to take so long, adding that there was nothing good about leaving your homeland. Eugene sighed when she asked if he had thought about his father. Remembering Jehard on a horse, Eugene replied that his father would be fine without him. He had already gotten used to life there, and thanks to regular hunting, he had even managed to lose weight. Seal placed her hands on her chest and said that Uncle Kian would most likely be very upset. Eugene noted that this would probably be the case. The girl raised her head and asked what about her brother. She said that Cyan had looked upset when he came to her. Eugene placed his hand on the door and asked if that was true. Then he noted that unfortunately he still had to leave. Seal's eyes widened as Eugene wished her luck with her training. Then he began walking away. The girl peeked out from behind the door, with concern in her eyes, and asked if he was really leaving. Eugene waved his hand at her. Seal bit her lip and called him a fool. Then, leaning against the door, she muttered that she did not want him to leave either. Eugene stood in front of his father. Jehard looked at him with a smile and said that when he arrived in Eroth, he should try not to get into trouble and should not shirk his studies. Eugene smiled and asked him in return to keep looking after himself while he was not around. The man began to laugh. Standing in front of his son, he noted that Eugene had already become taller than him. Eugene grinned, and his father looked at him confidently, telling him to take care of himself. Eugene stood in the portal and looked at the others. Gillard smiled and asked if he really did not need guards. Eugene pointed at himself and answered no, noting that he could stand up for himself. The man looked down and mentally noted that this was true. At such a young age, Eugene had already reached the 3rd star, and he was completely different from Iode. The rest of the family looked at Eugene. Kian turned his displeased gaze toward Jehard, who was crying, and asked him to stop. Then he asked why he had decided to fall apart right before Eugene's departure when he had held up so well until now. Kian extended his hand and said that even his tears would not make Eugene stay. Then he asked why he did not say goodbye to his son with a smile. Jehard wiped away his tears. Then he smiled widely and laughed. Eugene smiled back at him, turned toward the portal, and stepped inside, telling everyone that they would see each other again. He found himself in the capital of the Kingdom of Magicians, Eroth. Pentagon, its 5 magic towers formed a pentagon, and in the very center stood a beautiful castle. A flying machine crossed the sky above. Eugene looked down and thought that he had already been here in the past, but the capital had changed greatly. He looked at the large, shining blue circle, and mentally noted that only in this kingdom could someone find a teleportation gate located in the sky. The methods used to keep the station floating involved many different types of magic. Because of that, it symbolized the perfection of Eroth's knowledge and its demand throughout the world. The blonde man in the hat was taken aback by the sight and asked if it was not wonderful. He pointed ahead and noted that this grand view was one of the cultural treasures of their kingdom. This man was the city guide. He waved his hand and said that there were 15 hovering stations in the capital, and all of them had been created by Senya the Wise. Eugene knocked on the carriage and asked if that meant she had created them too. The man waved his finger and said yes. Then, taking out a guidebook, he began explaining that although these technologies were already several centuries old, they were regularly inspected and kept in excellent condition. Because of that, the risk of accidents was practically zero. Eugene raised his hand when the blonde began talking about the route around the capital. Then he said that first, he wanted to see Senya the Wise's estate. The guide showed 3 fingers and exclaimed that this was a great choice. Then he said that while in Pentagon, Eugene definitely had to see 3 things: Senya's estate, the magic towers, and the night view of the city. People walked along the streets. Sitting in the carriage, the guide said that 300 years ago, immediately after returning from the demon realm, Madame Senya became the youngest tower master in the history of the kingdom. In her honor, a statue was erected in the park of the Green Magic Tower. The blonde waved his hand and said that Senya the Wise almost always stayed in her estate, But 200 years ago, she suddenly left, leaving only a final message saying that she needed rest. Eugene looked at the guide and asked if no one really knew where she had gone. Imagining a group of mages, the guide replied that they had no idea. A large number of Senya's disciples and other mages had tried to find traces of her, but all in vain. The man imagined two powerful mages, adding that no one had managed to find out where she had disappeared to. Then he pointed ahead and said that what was even more troubling was that the day she left was her own birthday. Although it was only his guess, he believed that she had gone to the demon realm Helmut. Eugene looked at him in confusion and asked why she would do that. The guide imagined the sorceress standing beside her friend. He said that exactly a century had passed since the day Senya had to leave the body of her comrade, Hamel the Foolish, and return home from the demon lands. Waving his arms, the blonde man said that Senya could not stop thinking about her dead friend, and her heart thirsted for revenge. That was why she decided to leave. Then he folded his arms and asked with a smile if Eugene had heard about it. The blonde noted that Sir Hamel was said to have been in love with Lady Senya and confessed it to her in the final seconds of his life. Eugene clutched the guidebook and asked with anger in his eyes what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The guide looked at him in confusion. Then, as Eugene's expression darkened, the man smiled nervously and began making excuses. The man laughed nervously, threw his hand behind his head, and said that it seemed Eugene did not like the idea of affection between the two heroes. While Eugene turned away, the guide told him that there were also other theories regarding Senya's disappearance. Looking at one of the magic towers, the guide said that everyone knew Senya the Wise hated demons in the dark magic tower. Until the very end, she opposed the existence of dark magic. The man imagined the bloody body of the girl and said that some people speculated that the cruel mages who insisted on building that tower were responsible for the lady's death. With a darkened gaze, Eugene noted that there was no way scum like that could have killed her. The blonde man frowned and said that he completely agreed. That theory had already been heavily criticized. Eugene looked away and mentally noted that the dark mages were not strong enough to even touch Senya. But what about the Demon King? Imagining huge shining eyes above the tower, Eugene mentally noted that Helmut communicated with the kingdom of Eroth through the Dark Tower. Remembering Senya's appearance, he noted that her existence must have been a great hindrance to them. Eugene lowered his eyes, thinking that this alone was enough reason to get rid of her. The carriage landed on the ground. Eugene froze with his hand raised as he looked at the large estate ahead. He mentally asked himself if Senya had really died. People were folding their hands in prayer near the building, asking for help to pass the exam and enter the magic tower. One of them said that he had already failed 11 times. Walking past them, Eugene noted that it was very busy here. The guide said that these were students preparing to enter the magic tower. He waved his hand and added that unfortunately their financial situation did not allow them to stay there permanently. Just entering the estate cost tens of thousands, and that would only allow them to enjoy the view of the garden. He added that if Eugene wanted to see everything from the inside, he would have to pay several times more. Walking farther ahead, Eugene asked why the prices were so high. The man answered that it was because there were many people willing to pay. He took out a card and began explaining with a smile that there was a myth. If someone prayed in front of Madame Senya's portrait in the main hall, they would be able to pass the exam to enter the magic tower. The guide handed the card to the guard. On it, the man saw the name of the Lionheart family. His colleague began opening the door while he asked Eugene to go through. When Eugene entered, the guide stood in the passage and said that he would wait for him there, so Eugene could enjoy what he saw inside. The door slammed shut. Eugene grinned as he looked at the luxurious room and noted that now he was going to find out how that girl had lived. Eugene walked along the corridor looking around. He mentally noted that Senya's estate was simply huge, and they said she had just sat inside it for hundreds of years. Then he remembered how Senya had once leaned against a shield and asked him about his plans for the future. Eugene froze, his memories rewinding. Back then, Senya waved her hand when Hamel asked why she was asking him that all of a sudden. She noted that he was wasting the best years of his life fighting for others, but later, he would need to find his own happiness. The warrior tightened the bandage and replied that he did not know, since he had never thought about it before. Senya pointed toward Moron and noted that he had declared he would become king in the future. Hamel waved his hand and called him crazy, then noted that wishing alone was not enough to ascend the throne. The girl smiled softly and replied that it was still his wish, and no one had forbidden them from dreaming. Hamel stepped back and asked if she was drunk. Then he imagined himself saying her words with a lustful face, grimaced, and muttered that it was disgusting. His hand shook from awkwardness. Senya clenched her fist and called him an idiot, adding that she was trying to be serious. Hamel asked about her plans for the future. Senya gritted her teeth in surprise, then looked away sadly. Looking at her portrait, Eugene remembered that she had wanted to live an ordinary life. Get married, have a child, and eventually become a grandmother. Eugene looked at her face, placing his hand on his belt. He thought that she should have met a good man and spent the rest of her life in peace. Then he mentally asked why she had allowed herself to be doomed to loneliness within these walls. Eugene reached toward the painting and said Senya's name. Suddenly, he froze when the guard beside him said that touching things was prohibited. Eugene looked at him and thought that he had ruined the moment. Then he turned around and told himself that he had not come there to admire portraits. He thought about the huge library inside the building, which occupied an entire floor. Soon Eugene arrived there, Touching the bookshelves, he thought about how all the shelves were filled with books about magic. Senya must have left some kind of clue there. He clenched his fist, but then a guard suddenly appeared and said that touching the books was strictly prohibited. Eugene scratched his cheek, realizing that he could not rummage through the books either. He would have to settle for reading the titles on the covers. He recalled seeing the necklace in the treasury, but it had not even been registered there. Eugene wondered if the necklace from his past life had simply caught his eye by accident. Grabbing the red crystal, Eugene thought that it was far too implausible. But perhaps, just like the Wind Spirit King had recognized him, the necklace had reacted to his soul. As he walked forward, he thought that his reincarnation was definitely not a coincidence. And if it was Senya's doing, then she should have left at least some kind of clue. Eugene gritted his teeth, thinking that she should have left him at least one hint. He stood in front of her portrait and looked up with a saddened gaze. Eugene mentally noted that he had been to the library, checked the bedroom, and looked through countless rooms, but he still had not found anything. Clutching his head, he mentally noted that he did not have a single idea. Eugene frowned and told the girl that if she wanted to tell him something, she should have left at least the slightest hint. He wondered how he was supposed to do anything without a drop of information. Then he looked at the guard and opened his mouth. Eugene turned towards Senya, showed her the middle finger, and told her that if she did not like his behavior, then she should find him personally. Eugene pursed his lips in displeasure. Then he turned around and walked away from the portrait, muttering that she should do that if she was alive, of course. Night covered the mansion. The guide smiled nervously and noted that Eugene seemed to have gotten very carried away while looking around the estate. In his heart, the guide was unhappy that he had been made to wait until sunset. Eugene tossed him a gold coin and said it was extra for waiting. The man thanked him, then pointed to the side and asked where Eugene wanted to go next. He said that since this city was popular with tourists, there were many amazing restaurants there. Eugene said that he wanted to head straight to the magic tower. The carriage took off. The blonde perked up when Eugene said he wanted to ask a question. Eugene waved his hand and asked if he knew anything about Iode Lionheart, his older brother. The guide's gaze darkened, and he said that Iode's name was known to absolutely every young mage in Pentagon. Sitting opposite the man, Eugene said that it just so happened he was indebted to the Red Tower, and his older brother had been in the Kingdom of Eroth for 4 years. Eugene touched his chin and asked if the man could tell him about the rumors surrounding Iode. The guide nodded and bit his lip. Eugene continued, waving his hand and saying that he had never had the chance to talk to Iode since his adoption, so he needed to know about him in order not to mess things up when they met. Eugene pounded his chest with his fist and said that he promised not to get angry and he would never tell anyone about this conversation. Then he swore on his family name. Throwing a dark look at the blonde, Eugene noted that all he had to do was tell him the rumors. The man adjusted his cap and looked away, saying that he did not know that much. Then he pointed his finger and said that people claimed Iode often had fun outside the tower at night. Eugene stroked his chin, thinking that Iode was 2 years older than him, which meant he was now 19. Then he replied that at that age, it was natural to spoil yourself a little. The guide waved his hand and exclaimed that this was not the usual kind of fun. Eugene looked at him. They both smiled awkwardly when they started talking about succubi at the same time. Eugene clenched his teeth and fist indignantly, asking what this idiot was doing. He stood up and angrily asked where the succubi came from if they were not somewhere in Helmut. The frightened man asked him to calm down. Imagining a cramped tower, he said that although they were not in Helmut, the Dark Tower was located very close by. Not only dark mages lived there, but also some types of demons. Eugene buried his face in his palm and asked if that meant his brother was having fun with the succubi from the Dark Tower. He removed his hand when the blonde nervously said that it was more for pleasure than entertainment. The guide explained that such a place existed in every city. Even in Eroth, an abandoned alley had formed and was now used for dishonest purposes. Imagining the red light street, the guide said that this alley was famous for its black market, but there were also several establishments that provided succubus services. If the rumors were to be believed, Mr. Iode often used them. Eugene crossed his arms and asked where the alley was. The blonde man told him that the place was called Bolero Alley. However, the entrance was not open every day, and it only turned into a depraved abode during the full moon. Eugene looked away with an angry expression. He had no plans to get close to Iode at all. He wanted to focus on his own concerns and keep a distance between them. But then he clenched his teeth in anger, wondering how this idiot, who was called the eldest son of Lionheart and a descendant of Vermouth, was having fun with succubi. He waved his hand when the guide nervously asked him to keep their conversation a secret. Eugene told him not to worry and said that he would not tell anyone, including his brother. Then he imagined himself punching Iode in the face, thinking that right now these were nothing more than rumors. Until he found solid evidence, he should refrain from giving him a good slap. Eugene turned around, thinking about the full moon as he looked down at the city. A girl was waiting for Eugene at the entrance to the tower. The girl had purple hair and wore a cap. She asked if he was Eugene Lionheart, then bowed when he came closer and answered yes. She said that her name was Hera and that she was a mage of the Red Tower. The sorceress took off her hat and noted that the master was waiting on the top floor. She added that he had planned to meet Eugene in person, but there was a small problem. An explosion echoed from one floor of the tower. Eugene looked up and asked what had happened there. Hera put her hat back on and said that she believed he knew the Red Tower specialized in summoning magic, and among all high-level magic, summoning had the highest failure rate. Two monsters flew out of the window, but large red hands grabbed them in midair. The hands squeezed the monsters tightly. Roberian jumped out of the window, pursing his lips in irritation. The man floated in the air while looking at the students and called them idiots for summoning shadow beasts. The blonde pointed his finger at them and indignantly asked if they could imagine what would have happened if they had let those creatures escape. He shouted that they had no intelligence at all, only an instinct for destruction, and they would have started hunting people in the capital in front of huge crowds. The students looked at him with frightened faces and said they were very sorry. The wizard frowned and shouted at them to pack their things and get out of the magic tower. Then he suddenly noticed something. Eugene was standing at the entrance below. The magician landed beside him, smiled widely and spread his arms. He noted that they had not seen each other in a long time. Then he said that Eugene had grown a lot since their last meeting. Roberian waved his hand and said that he had hardly recognized him. Eugene replied that, on the contrary, Roberian had not changed at all. The man smiled and agreed, adding that rejuvenation magic worked wonders. Eugene grinned, thinking that Roberian was actually different from the man he had seen 5 years ago. Thanks to mana training, he could now see it perfectly. Looking at the blue aura sparkling around the man, Eugene noted that he was damn strong. However, he was still not fit to hold a candle to Senya. Still, this was more than a decent level for a tower master. The blonde looked at Eugene and asked if he was interested in learning magic. Eugene answered yes. The magician arched an eyebrow and pointed a finger, saying that magic was a fascinating art. Although it was difficult to master, he was sure Eugene would do well. Then his gaze shifted. The door to the tower opened. Roberian turned with an angry expression. A white-haired boy screamed as the door swung open, and when Eugene saw the scared boy with an emaciated face, he realized it was Iode Lionheart. Eugene twisted his lips in irritation, and mentally noted that Iode probably felt very good after spending the night with succubi. Roberian pointed at him and asked why Iode did not greet his brother. Iode grabbed his head and face, then started muttering. Eugene looked at him with an angry expression and said in a dark voice that he was very glad to meet him. Then he added that he hoped they would get along. Iode stood nearby and smiled nervously. The magister gave him a displeased look and asked what he was doing there. He said that if Iode had nothing better to do, then he should go back and sit down to read. The white-haired boy started closing the door. Once the door closed, they were left alone. The wizard waved his hand and said that he was very sorry Eugene had to witness such a sight right after arriving. Eugene replied that everything was fine. The wizard waved his hand and said that he was very sorry Eugene had to witness such a sight right after arriving. Eugene replied that he did not want to burden the master again. He looked at his hands and said that, moreover, if he took lessons from Roberian, people would start speaking badly about his family. Clenching his fist, Eugene grinned and said that this was exactly why he wanted to learn magic on his own. The blonde raised his finger and proposed a plan of action. He said that he would not burden Eugene with expectations and therefore would not interfere with his learning process. Then he pointed to Hira and said that if Eugene needed anything, he could contact her at any time. Eugene thanked him. The master smiled broadly and said that for now, Eugene was in the magic tower. Although it was not as luxurious as his family's estate, it was still quite suitable for living. Eugene smiled and asked if he could visit the library right away. 1 month passed in the Red Tower of Mages. Eugene visited the library every single day without a single absence. He arrived early in the morning, sat at the table all day, and read books on magic to learn as much as possible. He returned to his room only in the late afternoon. A few hours before going to the library, he always trained his mana. Before going to bed, Eugene trained his body. The next morning, Eugene got up in bed. Because of everything he was doing, he often did not get enough sleep, but thanks to his genes, he could get rid of fatigue in just a few hours. Eugene frowned, then smiled as he thought that he had read all the books in the library. He realized that the time had come. 300 years ago, Senya had created an impeccable method for manipulating magic. Eugene remembered the sorceress surrounded by books. At first, it had been her personal method, but after she became the master of the Green Tower, many magicians from all over the capital began trying to obtain her knowledge. Eugene imagined a shining point inside his body. Then he imagined a wheel, noting that by gathering mana in his body and spinning it into a ring, he could create a magic circle. When the amount of mana began to exceed the capacity of the circle would increase in size. Eugene walked down the corridor, thinking that 2 or 3 centuries later, many mages now used the magic circle. The only ones who did not use this method were those who practiced spirit magic and dark mages, who relied on completely different methods of mana manipulation. Eugene slightly opened the door. Hira was waiting for him inside. Looking at her, he simply began by asking about a normal circle. The girl stretched out her hand and answered yes. Then she added that there were other formulas, but the mana circle was still considered the most effective method. Standing in front of her, Eugene said that he wanted to change it slightly. The sorceress said that was hardly a good idea. Then she asked how he planned to do it. With a confident look, Eugene said that he wanted to mix the magic circle with the Lionheart method. Hira frowned. She pointed her fingers and said that mana control in martial arts and the use of magic were two completely different things. Without the proper technique, such magic would be impossible to handle. The girl bit her lips and mentally noted that Eugene could get hurt when the mana exploded, and that was only in the best-case scenario. Eugene placed his hands on his waist and said that this was exactly why he wanted to try it. Henny smiled, thinking that he hoped it would work. After all, this was the reason he had read every book in the tower's library. Hira scratched her forehead thoughtfully, thinking that he was at a rather difficult age and would not understand until he saw it himself. In the end, she agreed. The girl summoned a staff, held it forward, and warned that at the slightest hint of failure she would intervene. She stood some distance away and said that if Eugene got injured, not only would she be held responsible, but the tower master himself would also be put in an awkward position. Eugene replied that he understood everything. Looking at his hands, he began releasing energy. The sorceress froze in gloomy anticipation. Hira watched Eugene closely. He held his hands up, noting that the white flame method and the magic circle were completely different methods, but their essence was very similar. He imagined several stars and a ring of light, noting that in the white flame method, mana was controlled by forming stars. In the magic circle, circles were responsible for that role. As his body blazed with energy, Eugene thought that if he added his stars to the circle, he would be able to greatly increase the amount of mana he could absorb and store. He would literally be able to command it as he wished. But if he made a mistake and failed to control his power, it would become incredibly annoying. Hira watched what was happening with her mouth slightly open. Her eyes widened in surprise as she mentally noted that Eugene was perfectly controlling such a huge amount of mana. She thought that the mana should have dissipated by now, but it had not. How was something like this even possible at his age? An orange light appeared on Eugene's palm. The fireball sparkled with flames, then began to fade slightly. After that, the flame transformed into a blue sphere. Hira pressed the staff against herself, mentally noting that Eugene had managed to embody magic that required a deep understanding of the very essence of magic. Not only had he done it on his first try, but he had also removed the flaw in the form of casting speed. Eugene held the sphere on the tip of his finger, thinking that he had done well for his first time. Then he looked at Hira and asked if she could summon a monster to test the spell. The girl looked up thoughtfully and asked if a golem would do. Then she held out her staff and began summoning a monster. A stone monster appeared in front of her, and Hira told him that it was a golem made of cabrium. Although it was unable to defend itself, its sturdy body alone was an extremely strong defense. Eugene aimed his finger. A blue beam flew out from it and struck the solid stone. Later, Hira and Roberian stood in front of the tested golem. The blonde frowned and asked again if that meant Eugene had used the white flame method to create a magic circle. The girl glanced at him and answered yes. She noted that she had found no flaws in the purity of the mana or its density. She added that if they ignored the type of magic, the power of his attack spell surpassed that of a third circle magician. Roberian froze with surprised eyes. He thought that this was simply a monstrous talent. To use a mana method from martial arts to create a magic circle was already beyond normal. This was no longer just impressive, it was literally terrifying. The wizard imagined Eugene and mentally noted that, at this moment, he already had 3 stars of the white flame method. He wondered if 3 stars could be considered equal to the third circle of magic. Roberian sat down on a chair and noted that Hira had said Eugene went somewhere. Hira confirmed it, adding that he said he had some plans. Roberian touched his chin and called out to the sorceress. He glanced at her and asked if he should write a letter of recommendation to Akrian for Eugene. The girl covered her mouth in surprise and reminded him that only high-ranking mages, aristocrats, and members of the royal family had access to that library. Roberian created a sheet of paper and a pen, saying that he thought Eugene was qualified enough. Looking at the golem in the yard with a hole in its chest, he noted that it had taken Eugene only 1 month to study the entire introductory course of magic. After that, he had immediately recreated the magic circle in practice, and with its help pierced through such a strong monster as the golem. Grabbing the created items, Roberian said that he would certainly write a letter of recommendation, since the brightest talent had the right to be treated properly. Hira looked at him and said that other mages might start asking questions. The blonde lowered his eyes and replied that this would only mean they were drowning in their own worthlessness and envy. Then he turned to the sorceress and asked what Eugene's plans were, since he still did not know the city well. With a surprised face, Hira answered that Eugene said he wanted to meet a friend. Roberian raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked her to repeat that. It was a busy day in Murdain Square. In the center stood a large statue of Senya. Eugene looked at it and thought that every time she achieved something grand, she grinned exactly like the statue. A man approached him. It was a muscular man with a beard and mustache, and he asked if Eugene was that same Eugene. The white-haired man froze with a shocked expression and asked Gargis if it was really him. The guy answered with a glowing face that it was him. Eugene wondered if it was normal for someone who was 18 to look 30. Gargis extended his hand and noted that Eugene had grown noticeably, but was still small compared to him. Eugene replied that was not true and that Gargis was simply overgrown. They shook hands. Gargis frowned and said that just a handshake was enough to show how hard Eugene had trained for the past 4 years. Then he started rummaging through his pocket, saying that it still was not enough. He held out a bottle of purple powder and said that he had brought a muscle-building potion especially for Eugene. Eugene replied that he did not need it. Gargis still waved his hand and asked why not. He noted that it was only thanks to his family's potion that Mr. Gerhard had managed to lose weight and build muscle. Eugene asked him to stop trying to sell that swill in front of his family. Then he waved his hand and asked why Gargis had suddenly asked to meet him, adding that he doubted Gargis had come all this way just to give him the potion. Gargis crossed his arms and asked if Eugene had heard of Bolero Alley. Eugene frowned and replied that he had heard a little, mentally noting that this was the place connected to that abomination called Iode. Gargis drew his eyebrows together and said that he had heard rumors that a giant's testicles would be put up for auction there. Eugene froze in confusion and asked him to repeat that. When Gargis enthusiastically said it again, Eugene asked why he needed the testicles. Gargis frowned and imagined a mage, then said that giants' testicles were highly prized among mages. They would be useful in making his own potion, and for that he would find an alchemist in Aroth. While they stood in the square, Gargis offered Eugene to go with him. He said that although he had brought a fairly large sum of money, he was afraid it might not be enough. Eugene crossed his arms and indignantly asked if Gargis really thought he would lend him money. Gargis's eyes widened. He fell to his knees, bowed his head, and began to beg. Eugene immediately asked him to get up, noting that he was already attracting too much attention. Gargis leaned his hand on his knee and thanked him. Then he said that he swore on his name that he would repay him properly. He pointed his finger and said that he had also been told that, in addition to the testicles, there would be many other interesting lots at the auction. Eugene replied that he understood. Gargis touched his chin and asked if Eugene was not interested. Then he muttered that, given Eugene owned Winnied, it was unlikely that he could be tempted by a rare weapon. Eugene raised his hand behind his head and said that he was interested in the street itself. He remembered how, a couple of days ago, he had crossed paths with Iode in the corridor. Recalling his emaciated and frightened face, Eugene noted that it was clear the withdrawal from the succubi was twisting him from the inside. Eugene frowned, thinking that this bastard would definitely run to Bolero Alley during the upcoming full moon. Meanwhile, Iode nervously chewed his nail. Light shone along the walkway as Eugene walked down the corridor, thinking that Roberian had called him immediately after he returned to the tower. Bringing his eyebrows together, he thought that the timing was perfect, because he had also wanted to ask Roberian a few questions about Iode. Soon, Eugene stood in the office in front of the magician. The blonde waved his hand and invited him to sit down. They both sat at the table. Looking at his interlocutor, Eugene asked if he wanted to talk to him about something. The man magically lifted a piece of paper, handed it to him, and asked him to look at it. Eugene grabbed it, and his face twisted in shock when he realized it was a letter of recommendation to Akrian. Imagining the giant white building, Eugene noted that it was the royal library, which had been famous even 300 years ago. It stored the pride of the city, the essence of mana. No matter how many books were kept inside the magic towers, they could not compare to the writings contained within the royal library. Looking up, Eugene mentally noted that even he should be modest sometimes. Then he said that he believed he had not yet reached such a level. The blonde folded his arms and smiled, saying that on the contrary, he believed now was the right time. Imagining Eugene surrounded by countless books, Roberian said that he had not yet delved deeply into magic, so his possibilities were limitless. Even if he could not fully understand the contents of the books in the royal library, the mere act of studying such a vast amount of knowledge would greatly expand his magical capabilities. The mage smiled slightly and said that one day, this knowledge would transform him into something incredible. Eugene read the letter of recommendation, thinking that Akrian contained writings dating back to the mythical era. It also held the works of great philosophers who were considered geniuses of their time. Then he raised his head and asked if Miss Senya's notes could be found there. Roberian raised his finger and answered yes, adding that her notes could also be found in the Green Tower. Imagining Senya holding a pen, he said that the 3 original works were called Witchcraft. In them, she had recorded her knowledge of magic and magical essences up until the moment of her disappearance, and those original works were kept inside the royal library. The man spread his arms wide and said that Witchcraft was recognized as the greatest work in the history of the kingdom. Not a single copy could be found anywhere in the world. Looking at Eugene, he added that only the first volume had been released to the general public, but even that was enough to make reading any other book on magic feel unnecessary. Taking the letter back, Roberian said that right after he read the first volume, all the magic he had studied for many years seemed like child's play. Looking at the sheet of paper, he smiled and said that although this letter did not guarantee Eugene entry into the library, he wanted to know what Eugene himself thought. Then the man looked at him and asked if he would mind if he sent the recommendation. In his mind, Eugene thought that this was a stupid question. Naturally, he did not mind. But in reality, he said that he would be very glad, though he was afraid this might bring unnecessary worries to the master. The blonde spread his hands with a smile and told him not to worry about it. For him, this was a mere trifle. Eugene folded his hands on the table, understanding that the wizard was determined to send the letter. He wondered what would happen if he gave a negative answer, because Roberian was not just the head of a magic tower. Then Eugene furrowed his brows, thinking that now was the best time to ask his question. He said that he wanted to know something about his brother. Imagining Iode surrounded by girls, Eugene said that he had found out about it on the same day he arrived in the capital. He had been told that instead of concentrating on his studies, his brother spent most of his free time having fun with succubi. Roberian froze. Eugene pursed his lips as he gauged the reaction. He thought that the wizard probably knew something. The blonde averted his eyes and said that he did not know how best to express himself. He placed his hand in front of his face and said that it was true. Although he had warned Iode several times, he could not follow every single one of his actions. Imagining men surrounded by succubi, Roberian began explaining that in the past, many people had died because of this, since succubi sucked out all their life energy. However, after the war ended and the behavior of the demon kings and their servants changed, this also affected the succubi. Remembering the brunette with red horns, the wizard said that although they still sucked out a person's soul, they no longer killed them because the Night Queen of Helmut had forbidden it. Eugene placed his fists on the table and said that this did not excuse his brother's actions. Roberian agreed. Then he touched his chin and asked Eugene to try to treat this with understanding. Eugene looked at him in confusion and asked him to repeat that. The blonde began remembering 2 stages of Iode's life. He said that Iode had left his family 4 years ago. Great expectations and hopes had been placed on him, but his lack of talent had not allowed him to reach the desired level. He remembered watching Iode train and telling him that he had gone through many failures. Although the teachers of the tower and Roberian himself had done their best, it had not borne any fruit. The wizard looked down sadly and said that Iode's high status brought a lot of pressure, and that pressure only increased with time. Looking at Eugene, he said that he thought it would be useful for Iode to at least distract himself a little. He had warned him in advance not to get too carried away. Roberian said that he believed when Iode went on a rampage, his consciousness changed. Eugene looked at him with displeasure. He mentally noted that he could not say he did not understand Iode at all. After all, Eugene was very familiar with pressure since he himself had lived in the main estate for 4 years. He remembered the cunning Anicilla and the daring Theonis. Then he remembered the twins who had possessed not only passion but also talent since childhood. Imagining Iode as a frightened child, Eugene noted that Iode had always been under pressure. Then imagining him alone in the magic tower, Eugene thought that the reason Iode still had not left the tower was because even under these conditions, life there was easier for him than being with his own family. Eugene clenched his fists on the table. He understood that Iode's situation was not easy, but running to succubi at every opportunity was too much. Imagining the dark, horned entities, Eugene mentally noted that even though times had changed, demons were still creatures that could never truly coexist with humans. Frowning, he thought that he would have to find out for himself what had happened to his brother. Under the full moon, Eugene found himself on Bolero Alley glowing with red light. Among the crowd, 2 men in capes were walking. Gargiz, disguised as a blond man with sideburns, asked why this disguise was necessary. Eugene, whose hair and eyes had darkened, replied that as children of a noble family, they could not show up in places like this. Rumors would immediately spread about them. Gargiz turned to look at him and agreed. Eugene took out a communication device and a voice asked if they were there. Eugene asked how he knew. The guide was standing on the balcony of one of the houses, telling them that this device only worked within Bolero Alley. He would let them know once he saw Iode. Eugene frowned and asked if he would be able to find him. What if that idiot was also using a disguise? The man covered his mouth with his hand and replied that Iode never used transformation magic. They said he always wore the same cloak, so it would not be hard to recognize him. Eugene clenched his teeth in displeasure, wondering if this bastard really liked having rumors spread about him. He mentally noted that if Iode were his son, he would have castrated him already. Gargiz stood in front of him and waved his hand, asking about his own business. Eugene looked at the communication device and said that they would deal with it a little later. Then with a frowning face, he started walking and noted that first, they were going to the auction. On Bolero Alley, there were many auctions, but they all followed a common set of rules. The first rule was that all bids were made anonymously. People walked along the dark corridor. It was noted that each participant, not counting companions, occupied a separate room, allowing them to keep their identity secret. A man in a cape and mask said that they would have 3 buttons at their disposal. If they wanted to place a bid, they would need to press the center button. The right button would increase the bid, and the left button was for calling help. Gargiz and Eugene were sitting on the couch. The blonde crossed his arms and said that he had not expected his relative to want to take part in the auction. Eugene replied that he needed to pass the time and was interested in how these trades worked. An image of the organizer appeared on the screen. The brown-haired man in the mask bowed and greeted the guests. Looking ahead, he said that their auction was for items of particular value in the magical world. They had carefully collected only the best items, with a biased focus on materials from Helmut. A man with an item approached the room, and the organizer announced that the first lot was the Horn of Balerx. Its starting bid was 10 million sel. Then they sold a blue provision fruit, followed by the root of a mandrake. Next was the bud of a usbak flower. Eugene sighed tiredly when the man introduced a poisonous spider. He asked his relative if he was sure the giant Eurostrade-S testicles would be sold today. Gargiz frowned and answered yes, noting that he had heard they would definitely be put up for auction today. The organizer pointed to the assistant and said that now, they had a not fully studied metal that had been moving from one auction to another for a long time. Eugene propped his face up with his hand as he listened. Perhaps today, there would finally be someone who appreciated this lot. Eugene wondered if this item was being described more than the others because they had not been able to get rid of it for a long time. The brown-haired man waved his hand and said that this metal had been discovered in the Khazard Hills of Helmut. Under moonlight, it emitted a truly beautiful glow, but frankly speaking, aside from that, there was nothing valuable about it. It could not be processed and it was unable to accumulate mana. Imagining a woman standing near a window. He added that this metal could still serve as an excellent decorative item, because as he had already said, it scattered moonlight very beautifully. The man opened the box and said that its starting price was 1 million sell. Eugenia Eurostrade's eyes widened. He immediately pressed the center button, then froze as Gargas looked at him in surprise. The organizer waved his hand and asked about the bid. With a dark expression, Eugene muttered that he had bid 1 million sell. Mentally, he noted that he would never have thought he would find it in a place like this. He imagined a large blue sword called the Blade of Dim Light. Eugene noted that when it transformed into a sword, it was charged with destructive power. It was a blade that had yet to go down in history. He stared at the stone with tension, realizing that it was the Moonlight Sword. The employee handed him the box and congratulated him on his purchase. As Eugene opened it, Gargas asked why he needed such a useless thing. Looking at the blue stone, Eugene mentally noted that this was indeed a fragment of the Moonlight Sword. Imagining his past comrade in the chain sword, he thought about how in his previous life, they had also found the weapon in the Khazard Hills in the heart of the dark dungeon. He wondered what would have happened if, on the way back, Vermouth had returned the blade to its original place and sealed it there. Thinking about the shining sword, Eugene noted that it was so dangerous to use that it had recognized only Vermouth as its owner, and every swing brought absolute destruction. Imagining the broken sword, he thought that perhaps putting a seal on it had not been enough for his comrade, so Vermouth had broken it into small pieces. Looking at one of the fragments, Eugene hoped that at least a small particle of power was still contained inside. Holding the tiny piece of stone, he mentally noted that it no longer emitted the ominous energy it had possessed 300 years ago. It was completely empty, but there was nothing there. Then Eugene perked up. He put the communication device to his ear, and the guide told him that Iot had arrived. Pulling on his hood, Eugene said that he had to go. Gargas asked if he was going to watch until the end. Eugene took out a card and answered no. Then he said that he would leave it to Gargas, so he could use it to bid on the giant to Eurostrade's testicles. A full moon shone above the alley. Eugene held the communication device and asked where he should go. The guide began to explain that on the north side of the alley there was a shop called Reflegia, and he needed to go there. Eugene saw a sign in the shape of a flower. Looking at it, he wondered if this was the place. At the entrance, 2 green demons in suits waited for him and asked if he was a client. Eugene looked at them from under his brows, thinking that this was the first time he had encountered demons since his reincarnation. In his past life, he would have killed them long ago. Standing near the entrance, he said that he would like to gain access. Looking at him, the demon began explaining that the entry fee was 2 million sell and included the duration of the session, as well as any dream of his choice. Then he asked if those conditions were suitable. Eugene took out 2 bills. When he entered, the demons remarked that they hoped he would have a great time. There were many men and succubi inside, and one of the girls brought Eugene a drink. Eugene thought about Iode, then turned to her and asked where he could indulge in dreams. The brunette with horns smiled lustfully and asked if he was in a hurry. She stroked his chest and asked if this was his first time with them. Then she told him that they had a basement for that. The girl began pouring a drink, offering him a taste first and noting that a few mugs would help him loosen up. Eugene stopped her and said that he did not need alcohol. Then he asked her to show him the way. The succubus touched the corner of her lips and noted that he must feel awkward. In that case, she would lead him to the right room. They walked along a dark corridor. When Eugene said that he was a little scared because this was his first time doing something like this, the girl pointed ahead and assured him that he had nothing to worry about. She would only drain a drop of his energy, and the next day he would only feel weak. Eugene frowned, thinking that now he understood what the basement floor was like. He handed the girl a bill and said that he just wanted to take a nap. He asked her to take payment for the drink and said that he did not need change. The succubus took the money with a puzzled face and asked what was wrong with him. When Eugene asked where the exit was, she pointed to the side and told him to follow that road until he reached the nearest restaurant. At the exit, the demon asked if he liked the dream. Eugene asked him to bring the best dishes they had and not to forget to add more meat. He sat at the table and ate. While chewing, he frowned, realizing that it was him. 2 demons were dragging a man along with them. That man was the exhausted Iode. Iode was holding onto the monster Eurostrade's shoulders. Eugene ground his teeth in anger, wondering how the eldest son of Lionheart dared not only have fun with succubi, but also rely on demons. The white-haired man was taken away from the restaurant. Eugene immediately stood up and walked down the street following the demons and his brother. Frowning with his darkened eyebrows, he tried to figure out where they were going. Eugene carefully peered into the dark alley. The monsters opened the door for Iode, and Eugene watched it happen. Then he stepped out into the alley, only for 3 men to appear in front of him and block his path. One of them frowned and ordered him to get out, saying that there was a store here. Eugene looked at him and asked what kind of place this was. The brute grabbed him by the neck, stretched out his hand, and said that he was not joking. Then he told Eugene to leave again. Eugene grabbed his hand and replied that he actually did not mind. Then, with a laugh, he punched the man in the chin. The man flew backward and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. His comrades grabbed their weapons and began throwing threats. They surrounded Eugene. One of them dashed forward, while another swung his sword. Eugene slipped away from their attacks. Rushing past them, he dealt each of them several blows, and the men fell to the ground. Eugene stepped on one mana Euro Straight's head and continued pressing down, asking if they were ready to answer his question now. Then he asked if they were all unconscious. He kicked the man in the head and moved on, noting that he would find out everything himself. Eugene punched the wooden door, and it fell to the floor. He frowned, mentally noting that he smelled drugs. Then he wondered if his brother was addicted to this as well. He thought he had already realized that Iot needed rest, but this was going too far. 3 people appeared around him and asked who he was. The man with the body of a beast pointed at him and asked how he had gotten inside, and why the guards had not stopped him. Eugene began clapping his hands, noting what a cheerful company had gathered here. A man, a demon, and a beastman. The trio rushed forward, shouting that they needed to get rid of him. Eugene shot mana at them, and every blow hit his target. When the men fell to the floor, Eugene asked them where Iot was. The beastman raised his trembling head. Eugene began taking something out, saying that, however, the beastman did not need to tell him anything. He would find him himself. The beastman looked at him in fear. Eugene raised his sword above his head. A flash appeared and the wind began to rise. The wind current flew to the side and broke through the walls of the building. Eugene pointed his sword at the man and thought that he had checked the entire first and second floors, but Iot was nowhere to be found, which meant only one thing. He raised his finger upward, noting that the 3rd floor remained. Then Eugene fired and climbed through the hole. He stepped onto the floor and froze, realizing that there was only one room there. That meant Iot was definitely inside. He saw a dark cloud of energy near the door. Eugene took out the sword shard, and a powerful stream of energy struck it. The crystal hung in the air and blocked the attack. Then the stone absorbed all the dark aura. Taking it back, Eugene mentally noted that this trinket was very useful. Although it was only a small fragment, even this was capable of absorbing mana. When a man appeared in front of him, Eugene wondered if that had been dark magic. The surprised man in the cloak held a staff, thinking that the spell should have finished off the intruder. He clenched his teeth in resentment, thinking that Gillard had strictly ordered him not to do this. Eugene remembered Gillard Euro Straight's face, telling him not to mess with dark magic. And yet his own son, a descendant of Vermouth, was involved in something like this. 3 stars shone on Eugenia Euro Straight's chest as he angrily told the man to just get out of his sight. Looking at the man, Eugene told him to run, adding that he would not pursue him. The stars began to spin, and energy raged around Eugene. He glared angrily at the man in front of him. The old man in the cloak froze with a surprised expression, noting that the white tongues of flame framing Eugenia Euro Straight's body resembled a Lina Euro Straight's mane. He wondered if this was really what he thought it was. 2 demons came out of the room and looked at the intruder. Eugene grinned smugly and said that they were the ones who had been accompanying Iot. The demon hands moved involuntarily. Eugene abruptly pulled his leg back and took a fighting stance. Frowning, he told them to attack. The demons jumped at him. Eugene swung his sword, and when he struck, the monsters were caught in a whirlwind of air. Blood began oozing from their bodies. One of them rushed at Eugene again, but he slashed it with his sword. The green hand flew to the side. Eugene rushed past his opponent and raised his hand. Then he grabbed the demon by the face and slammed him into the wall. The dark mage watched everything unfold. Eugenia Euro Straight's hair began turning white, and the man looked at him with fear in his eyes. Looking at Eugene, the man asked if he was really Eugene Lionheart. Eugene frowned and told him to get out of there. The old man backed away, asking for permission to explain everything. Then he clenched his teeth, realizing that Eugene was not listening to him at all. The mage gripped his staff tightly and began casting a spell. A cloud of energy flew toward Eugene, but he cut it apart. The spell burst against the wall behind him. Eugene ran at the man. As the blade approached, the old man wondered how Eugene could block his strongest attack so easily. The blade stopped at his neck. Eugene told him not to move. If he tried, Eugene would cut his throat. Then Eugene walked into the room. Iot was lying on the bed in front of him, and dark magical items were scattered all around. Eugene saw a goblet with a large blue object inside. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, mentally noting that this was a goblet demons used for rituals. Then he asked what was inside it. The frightened mage told him that it was a unicorn Euro Straight's heart. Eugenia Euro Straight's eyes widened. He began thinking that due to their powerful mana and divine power, unicorns were called water deities. Their hearts were considered a far more valuable ingredient for sacrifices than human hearts. The old man spread his arms wide when Eugene asked if he was trying to make a deal with the Demon King. The mage replied that he would never dare. The deal was with the Baron of Helmut, Lord Alfur. Then Eugene turned around and asked who that was. The man said that Alfur was a subordinate of Duchess Noir Jabella. Eugene remembered the demoness with long horns and mentally noted that she must be over 300 years old by now. He clenched his teeth, thinking about how Helmut was currently filled with chaos and lawlessness. Although Jabella was significantly inferior to the Demon King, she was still a night witch, which meant she was strong enough to hold the title of Duchess of Hell. Eugene spread his arms wide and asked if he understood correctly. Iod was going to sign a deal with some incubus, one of Jebala Eurostrade's minions. He turned and glanced around, noting that on top of this alcoholic and drug-fueled stupor, Iod had used the heart of a unicorn for a sacrificial ritual. Then he asked if he had missed anything. The mage fell to his knees and exclaimed that he had only followed Iodia Eurostrade's orders. With his head pressed to the floor, he said that even the money used to buy the grey unicorn Eurostrade's heart had been given by Iod, and he could not disobey his orders. Eugene waved his hand and noted that of course he could not. After all, the mage must have been beside himself with joy that the eldest son of the Lionheart family would pay him to initiate a contract with a demon. Pointing at the mage, Eugene said that if the ritual succeeded, this offer would have gifted him with an amount of energy he had never even dreamed of. He added that, on top of that, the mage had probably also managed to make a deal with that old woman, Jabella. Eugene looked at the magician with disgust and said that his greed was to blame for everything. If he did not want to die, then he had better shut his mouth and stop blaming others for his sins. The man trembled with fear. Eugene approached Iod on the bed. Iod opened his eyes. Eugene clenched his teeth in annoyance. Then he began hitting his relative in the face and ordered him to get up. The beaten Iod tried to understand what was happening. He sat up and called his brother by name. Eugene looked at him gloomily and asked if he had come to his senses. Iod grabbed his wounded cheek. Iod began crawling backward and asked his relative what he was doing there. Eugene looked down at him and replied that he had been watching him. Then Eugene began waving his arms and said that he had been told Iod was going through a difficult time, so he had truly tried to understand him. He admitted that he understood how these small joys Iod had discovered helped him distract himself from his terrible situation. Eugene grabbed his head and said that, however, there was one thing he could not overlook. He leaned closer to Vadia Eurostrade's face and said in a dark voice that he should have stayed away from dark magic. The veins on Eugenia Eurostrade's angry face bulged as he asked how Iod, one of the direct descendants of the Lionheart family and the heir to the main branch, dared to make a deal with a demon. While his brother held his head, Iod muttered that he was powerless. Eugene struck him with his forehead. While Iod sobbed in pain, Eugene spread his arms to the sides and asked what that was supposed to mean. Pointing at Iod, he shouted indignantly, asking if he had even thought about the consequences he would face after making such a contract. Eugene noted that his soul would pass into the Demona Eurostrade's possession. If the demon told him to kill, he would have to kill. If it told him to die, he would have to die. Iod grabbed his head and spoke about how becoming a dark mage would disgrace his family. Eugene pointed his finger at him and angrily asked what he would do if the demon ordered him to kill his parents or siblings, or to rob the Lionheart treasury. Iod shrank on the bed and exclaimed that he had been told he could disobey orders. The demon had given his word that he would not make Iod cross his own moral principles. Eugene frowned and asked if demons were really like dragons and elves to him. Then he exclaimed that promises were empty words to demons. He closed his eyes and repeated Iodia Eurostrade's words about not following orders. Eugene said that he could do that only if he was ready to risk his life. Looking at him with disdain, Eugene asked if a worm like him was capable of such a thing. Then he called him a weakling who could not get himself together, so he escaped from reality into the world of prostitutes and drugs. Iod lowered his head. Looking at Eugene, he muttered, then raised his tear-stained face and asked what Eugene even knew to be so rude to him. Eugene smirked and asked if Iod really wanted to say that he was sticking his nose where he was not wanted and did not understand anything. Iod clenched his fist and said that Eugene had no idea what it was like for him. 4 years ago, Eugene was adopted, and all attention was focused only on the new one. Iod asked if Eugene knew how he felt when his father gave all his support only to him. Eugene looked at him with disgust and noted that Iod had not been deprived of support either. Pointing his finger at his brother, Eugene said that Iod had received the same support. He had undergone the White Flame method and had even been given the chance to become the apprentice of a magic tower master. Iod muttered through tears. Eugene frowned and asked if he understood now that the reason Eugene was better than him was not because the patriarch loved him more. Eugene said that it was because Iod had never been his equal to begin with. Sitting on the bed, Iod clenched his fists and said that Eugene had innate talent. Eugene replied that it was not only that. Talent was only a small part of becoming the strongest. He imagined the twins holding their weapons and said that they still trained hard every day. Then he imagined Iod lying on a bed with a girl and noted that, at the same time, all Iod did was play with succubi, pour alcohol into himself, and finish it off with drugs. With a gloomy expression, Eugene asked if Iod really thought dark magic would help him become the next patriarch. Looking at him, Iod answered that he wanted to become the patriarch of the Lionheart family. Still crying heavily, he declared that he would become a dark mage and go to Helmut. In a place free from prejudice, he would finally be appreciated. A fist flew into his face. Eugene threw him aside, and Iod slammed into the wall. He fell to the floor, blood gushing from his nose. Iod trembled as Eugene ordered him to repeat those words. With madness in his eyes, Eugene asked if the descendant of Vermouth really wanted the recognition of demons. He waved his hand and asked if gaining the favor of demons was really more important to him than earning the respect of his own family. Then he asked if Iod truly thought he would be revered there. Eugene grabbed his hair and said that Iod still did not understand. He had nothing valuable except his connection to the Lionheart family. Iod shook with tears. Eugene reached into his pocket and said that Iot had received things others could not even dream of, and yet now he had knelt down while waiting for demons. Taking out a communication device, Eugene said that he no longer intended to listen to his whining. Now he would arrange a conversation with Roberian. After a while, Eugene pointed at the dark mage and told the guards to take him away. They began dragging the man out, and inside the room with the brothers stood the blonde tower master. Roberian clenched his teeth tightly, then looked at his student with sadness in his eyes. Iot stood some distance away and addressed the master of the Red Tower. He trembled with fear, saying that he had done nothing. Raising his frightened eyes, he said that he had not joined the ranks of dark mages. The wizard looked at the floor and noted that he had tried to do so. Then looking at the boy, he said that Iot had defiled the Lionheart name. The man placed his hand on his chest and added with displeasure that Iot had insulted his own father, who had entrusted him with his future, the mages of the Red Tower who had trained him, and Roberian himself, the mentor who had wanted to help him. Iot looked up dumbfounded and began muttering that he had not meant to. Roberian grabbed his hand and told him to stop making excuses. Then he added that he would have to use force and he would gladly do it. Roberian looked at his student with hatred and told him to shut up. If he truly wanted to apologize, then he should ask forgiveness from his father and mother. Iot clutched his head in fear. He fell to his knees and the wizard turned away, saying that it was time for them to leave. That same evening, after midnight, Roberian invited Gillard and Theonis to Aroth. They were sitting at a table in a dark room. Iot's parents sat there with upset faces. The blonde looked over when he heard another person arrive. He called out to the man entering the room. The master of the dark magic tower, Baltsek Ludibiath, bowed slightly and introduced himself. Eugene looked at him, mentally noting that this man had been the headmaster of the dark tower for decades. Baltsek was also considered one of the 3 legendary dark magicians who had signed a contract with the demon king of incarceration. Theonis looked at him angrily and asked who gave him the right to come there. Baltsek sat down at the table. Roberian folded his hands and asked the lady to remain calm, since the master of the dark magic tower had nothing to do with what happened. Theonis slammed her hand on the table and indignantly asked if he had not said earlier that he was the one who had introduced Iot to dark magic. Did he really think she would believe this nonsense? Baltsek opened his mouth and said that not all of Aratha Eurostrades dark mages were trained within the Tower Eurostrades walls. Imagining the old man in the cloak, he said that a mage named Jervid was behind this unpleasant incident. The Mage Guild should be blamed for it, not the Dark Tower. Gillard waved his hand when Theonis tried to object. Gillard frowned and asked why the master of the Dark Tower had decided to visit them, if he was not involved in what had happened to his son. Baltsek waved his hand and said that he wanted to take responsibility himself. He pointed his finger and noted that several centuries ago, if a person was suspected of involvement with black magic, they could be accused of a crime against humanity and executed. But after Vermouth the Great made a contract with the Demon King, people were given freedom of choice. The patriarch rubbed his chin as he listened. Baltsek said that in their current era, familiarity with dark magic and signing contracts with demons was no longer considered a crime. Even so, he would rather respect the wishes of the Lionheart family. Gillard glared and told him not to cross the line, noting that his words sounded as if he was deliberately lowering his own dignity just to respect the greatness of their family. Baltsek smiled and answered yes. Then he added that he did not want to start another war and that was why he was there. By taking the blame upon himself, he would spare them from foolish consequences. Remembering the gang of men, Baltsek added that the law enforcement agencies would deal with the drugs. Then he imagined the succubi and said that the drug dealers would be put behind bars, while the succubi would also receive harsh punishment. Theonis frowned and asked what kind of responsibility he was talking about. Baltsek looked at her and said that he would cruelly torture and then kill the one who had made a contract with the incubus Alfer. Because of that, the demon would not enslave Mr. Iod. A cloud of mana appeared on the tip of Baltsaka Eurostrade's finger. Taking it into his palm, he said that he would now convey the words of the Demon King of Incarceration. Eugenia Eurostrade's eyes widened at the mention of that name. Baltsek began waving his hands. Strange symbols appeared around him, and he said that the Demon King was very upset that the beloved Vermouth family had become an object of disapproval. Running his finger along the symbols, he said that this was why the decision had been made to cut off Alfra Eurostrade's head. Eugene lowered his head and clenched his teeth tightly in anger, mentally asking how this scum dared to speak so tactlessly about Vermoutha Eurostrade's family. Gillard clenched his teeth and waved his hand. The dark mage placed his hands on the table and apologized again. He said that he understood his words would not calm their anger. Then Baltsek looked up and said that they still needed to know they could count on the full support of the Dark Tower and the Demon King of Incarceration. The patriarch lowered his head. Baltsek rose to his feet and bowed, asking permission to take his leave. He said that he hoped their next meeting would take place in a more reasonable atmosphere. Then he turned his gaze to Eugene. The dark mage smirked, and Eugene frowned. Baltsek headed for the exit. Gillard covered his face with his hand. Eugene looked at him when the patriarch asked if he could leave them alone. Eugene began to rise, and the 3 adults were left alone. Gillard folded his hands and said that he should apologize to Roberian for raising his son so poorly. Rabirian closed his eyes and replied that it was only his fault, because he had been too demanding of Mr. Iode. The patriarch opens his mouth and said that he would take his son back to the family estate. The Anis looked at him in shock, then she frowned and began asking if that was really necessary, because Iode still had not actually become a dark mage. The woman spread her arms to the sides, saying that he would not make the same mistake twice. She was sure he would learn from this and spend the rest of his life working on himself. Gillard lowered his eyes and said that in the entire history of the family, none of the descendants of the main branch had ever turned to dark magic. Rabirian looked at him with sadness as he listened. The Patriarch Eurostrade's decision was indisputable. The fact that Iode was his son did not give him the right to desecrate the family name with impunity. Gillard added that he would not allow Iode to stay in Aroth. The Anis screamed with fury in her eyes that his life would turn into hell at the estate. She imagined the twins thinking that all this time they had remained in the dark about how things were going with the members of the main family. She thought that Iode no longer belonged in the Lionheart residence. He absolutely had to stay in Aroth. The Anis woman waved her hands and told her husband that he had not lifted a finger for their son, while Anisilla and her children lived happily ever after, and the patriarch doted on them. Gillard looked at her with sadness and asked if she really thought so. He placed his hand on the table and said that he had never singled out any of his children. He had fulfilled each of their wishes, and when Iode wanted to devote himself to magic, Gillard had sent him there. The Anis slammed the table and said that if he truly cared. Thena Euros, she breathed heavily. The Anis clenched her fist and declared that the patriarch would have done everything in his power to make sure Mr. Rabirian took his son as an apprentice. And if Iode had tried to avoid his studies, then someone should have been assigned to guide him onto the right path. Gillard closed his eyes and asked her to stop. He covered his face with his hands and asked how long she planned to shame him and his family. The Anis pointed at herself and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense that was. She would be the one forced to bear the stigma of shame. She noted that as soon as her son returned to the estate, absolutely everyone would turn against her. The Anis waved her hand and said that if the patriarch insisted so much on Iodia Eurostrade's return, then she would take him to her family a Eurostrade's estate instead. Frowning with her light eyebrows, she angrily said that she would not allow Iode to cross the threshold of the Lionheart residence again. He would study magic somewhere else where no one would oppress him. Gillard removed his hands from his face and began saying that if she wished. The Anis froze when he lowered his eyes and added that if her son agreed with her decision, then she could do as she saw fit. Meanwhile, Eugene walked down the corridor. Baltzek, hidden in the shadows, called him by name. Then he smirked and asked if Eugene wanted to have a little chat with him. As Baltzek approached Eugene, the dark mage said that due to the current situation, they had been unable to have a proper conversation. Eugene frowned and replied that he had nothing to discuss with a Demona Eurostrade's lackey. Baltzek smiled and noted that he could see Eugene did not like him very much. Looking at him, Eugene said that Baltzek was not the only one. He did not like dark mages at all. Baltzek looked away and muttered that 300 years had passed, yet the relationship between dark mages and the Lionheart family still left much to be desired. He pulled back his hand and said that this upset him greatly. Although it was embarrassing to point out he had not harmed Eugene in any way, then he said that Eugene might hate dark magic, but asked him not to direct that hatred toward him personally. They froze in silence. Baltzak touched his chin and said that he had heard of Eugene. Then he said that a few years ago, Eugene had caused quite a stir at the blood succession ceremony. Baltzak smiled and added that Eugene had also been showing excellent results in magic lately, and had received a letter of recommendation from Rabirian. He turned around and said that he could not spread this information openly, but within the scope of his responsibility, he could offer something useful. Eugene frowned and asked what he was talking about. Baltzak adjusted his dark glasses and said that a recommendation from the Red Tower alone would not be enough to gain entry into the Royal Library. Other masters and mages would likely refuse Eugene, explaining that he was not qualified enough. Then Baltzak grinned mysteriously and said that therefore, as the master of the Dark Magic Tower, he could write a letter of recommendation for him as well. Eugene placed a hand on his belt and asked why he would go that far. Baltzak pointed his finger and said that he admired Eugenia Eurostrade's talent. To be honest, he was not on good terms with the master of the Red Tower. Although Baltzak had no complaints, Rabirian hated him simply because of his nature. He showed his palms and smiled, saying that if he supported Rabiriana Eurostrade's student, perhaps Rabirian would start treating him a little more leniently. It was also his chance to make a good impression on the Lionheart family. Eugene looked up and replied that if Baltzak wrote him a letter, he would accept it, but that did not mean they would become friends. Baltzak smiled and said that it was enough for him if Eugenia Eurostrade's opinion of him changed for the better. Then he turned around, noting that this was all he wanted to tell him, and apologized for wasting his time. Looking at his back, Eugene asked if he truly had nothing to do with what happened to his brother. Baltzak took a few steps deeper into the corridor, and said that he was infinitely proud to be called a dark mage. Then Baltzak turned around and said that incompetent mages insulted such beautiful dark magic by their very existence. If a Lionheart himself were to become its follower, Baltzak would never accept him with such meager knowledge. He waved his hand and asked if that answer was satisfactory. Eugene lowered his head, remembering Adia Eurostrade's face. Then he turned around and called him a pathetic parody of a man. That night, Eugene sat in his room in front of a bowl. Inside it lay the blue heart of a unicorn. Eugene thought about how Gillard had allowed him to keep it, since he had put an end to his brother a Eurostrade's shameful behavior and deserved a reward equal to his efforts. Eugene reached toward the heart, thinking that it could be used for various purposes. Then he placed his hand on it, deciding that the easiest and most profitable way would be to absorb its mana. The boy grinned, mentally noting that despite the fact that it belonged to a monster, there was almost no filth in it. Mana began flowing from the heart into his hand. 3 stars flashed on Eugenia Eurostrade's chest, and he thought that at this rate he would get the 4th star before he turned 20. He stood with the dried-up heart in his hands, thinking that the Lionhearts would faint if they heard such news. In the entire 300-year history of the family, no one had ever managed to reach the 4th star before adulthood. Eugene imagined Gillard and Kian, thinking that they each had 6 stars, and people like them were considered among the strongest in the world. Eugene clenched his hand into a fist, mentally noting that he would also do everything possible to reach the 5th star. He imagined Vermouth and his past self. As Hamel, he would put all his effort into perfecting the white flame method created by his friend. Then Eugene crushed the heart. The scene now shifts to Gargas folded his fists on his waist and declared that the giant Eurostrade's testicles had cost him 30 million sell. Eugene crossed his arms and cursed in irritation. His relative put his hands behind his back and began telling him that they needed to hurry. If he did not make the payment before midnight, the item would be sold to the next participant. Eugene asked why he was so attached to them. Soon they stood in front of the counter. The man accepted the correct card with a surprised expression, then smiled broadly and asked if Eugene wanted to open an account at their bank. Eugene answered no. When they went outside, Gargas called his relative back. He furrowed his brows and noted that they had said the testicles would be delivered to his residence once the payment was confirmed. Eugene could not pass up such a rare opportunity to see the giant Eurostrade's testicles in all their glory. Eugene gritted his teeth and asked if Gargas really wanted him to come all this way for some testicles. Then he touched his chin, noting that maybe he should try. Gargas waved his hand and said that he knew Eugene would not refuse. Then he added that he could share the extract with him. Eugene replied that he was not going to eat them. As he walked behind his relative, Eugene mentally noted that he did not care about the testicles. He only wanted to watch Gargas use the red flame method. Looking at the crowd, Eugene thought that he wanted to see the difference between the red flame method and the white flame method with his own eyes. Then he looked over in confusion. His eyes widened in shock. Eugene suddenly jumped over the fence while Gargas asked where he was going. Eugene jumped down and began running fast, sweat rolling down his surprised face. He pushed through the crowd and stretched out his hand. Running past people, he thought that he could not be mistaken. He had seen that unnatural purple hair, which required a colossal amount of mana to maintain. Eugene continued running. Then he stopped when he saw the girl Eurostrade's back. With a stunned face, he called out to Senya. Ahead of him stood a girl with purple hair. Eugene looked at the girl in surprise. He was worried, thinking about what he should say to her. He looked at the girl in the hat, thinking that Senya had not changed at all in these 300 years. But he looked completely different now, so she would not recognize him. He imagined her scolding him and thought that he was still the same Hamel, only reborn in the body of Vermouth, a Eurostrade's descendant. But if she heard that, she would probably tell him to stop talking nonsense and beat him to death. Eugene was sure that she was still the same grumbler who did not know how to choose her words. He extended his hand and called out to her. He wanted to take her hand, but his hand passed through empty air. Eugene was stunned. He stood beside the girl and wondered if this was a ghost. The witchy Eurostrade's silhouette became transparent. It was a magical hologram. His hand dropped. Then the purple-haired girl looked forward. Before turning to him, Eugene stared at her. He thought anxiously that he needed to tell her he was Hamel. Xenia smiled. Her mouth opened as she began silently saying something. Eugene focused harder and harder, but all he could see was her slowly dissolving. The hologram almost completely disappeared as Eugene stood there. He repeated the words, "Did you find him?" Then he smiled, turned around and said that he had found Senya too. He walked among the people. Later, Eugene stood on the balcony. He frowned, thinking that Senya was alive. She was looking for him. He remembered the scattered rays and wondered how she knew it was him. Maybe it was the same way Tempest had recognized his soul, or maybe she had seen the pendant. Eugene picked up the ornament with his fingers. He remembered the girl Eurostrade's image and thought that she knew about his reincarnation. But since she had only sent a hologram, that meant she could not come in person. Eugene opened his mouth and said that this meant her body could not move. He pictured his friend wrapped in chains and wondered if she had done that herself, or if someone else had cast a spell on her. What if it was the demon king of incarceration? Eugene threw his head back and said that now he understood what was going on. She had found him. With a determined look, he declared that this meant it was his turn. Then Eugene heard his name being called. Gargas extended his hand and asked where he had suddenly rushed off to. Eugene waved him off, declaring that it was none of his business. A voice was heard among the buildings, asking if he wanted him to demonstrate the red flame method. Gargas crossed his arms and asked why Eugene was so interested in it, since he had studied the white flame method before leaving the estate. Eugene replied that he was curious. Gargis closed his eyes and said that it was quite simple. Then his body strained, tearing his clothes. Eugene placed a hand on his hip and asked if tearing his clothes was necessary. Gargis posed and said no, but it made it easier to get into the mood. He exhaled, and his body was surrounded by flames. He began directing the flames in all directions. Eugene looked at this and asked if the core also split when using the red flame method. Gargis remembered the men from his family and said that the main line had originally left the core intact, but his ancestors had tried hard and managed to multiply it up to 5 stars. He raised his hands and said that he only knew of a few branch families that had achieved this through the secondary methods passed down from generation to generation. Then Gargis raised his hands again and said that his own training had not been in vain either, since he already had 2 stars. Eugene thought that even though Gargis belonged to one of the main lines among the branch families, his ancestors had only managed to reach 5 stars. He touched his chin, thinking that this was all they had achieved in 300 years of refining their skills. As for the white flame method, it was only available to members of the main line. Eugene imagined Vermouth surrounded by bright flames, then imagined people holding weapons. Meanwhile, the red flame method belonged to all the other families. Because of that, there would always be a shining abyss of enmity between them. Eugene rested his hands, thinking that this was strange. Vermouth could not be called greedy. Then he looked serious. He had wanted to learn the red flame method, but who knew it would be so useless. Waving his hand, Eugene said that he was leaving. Gargis raised his hand and asked if he was leaving already. Then what about the giant to Euro straight S testicles? Bro, I don't know why this dude obsesses over that testicle so much. Sick of hearing that, Eugene replied that he did not need them. Later, Eugene was in the semicircular gray basement room of the Red Tower. This was Eugenia Euro Straight S research room. Eugene crossed his arms, thinking that Senia Euro Straight S latest records were said to be in Korean. He imagined a magic book, thinking that there had to be some clues in her books on sorcery. Then he imagined both a light mage and a dark mage, thinking that they had agreed to write letters of recommendation for him. There should be no problem gaining access to the royal library. Eugene was reflected in the shard as he mentally addressed Senya, saying that he knew she had waited 300 years, but she should hold out a little longer. In front of him, the shard hovered in the air. Eugene imagined himself hitting it with fire and thought that even a light touch from the moonlight sword would cause mana to break apart and dissipate instantly. But just one fragment was not enough to split high-class magic. Eugene took out his sword and said that he could still deal with small spells, so it was worth a try. Bright spheres shone around him. Eugene said that if he could withstand the power of this fragment, then it meant his unity with mana was strong enough to surpass the power of the white flame method. Elsewhere, Hera held a book in her hands and asked in surprise if the noise was coming from the research room. The frightened blonde said yes, explaining that for several days now, explosions and vibrations had been coming from there. Looking at him, Hera said that she would go check it in any case. She had already been planning to pass on an order from the master of the Red Tower. She headed for the exit, knocked on the door and called Eugenia Euro Straight S name. Then she was startled when she heard a roar from inside. Hera burst in and asked if he was okay. Eugene covered his head with his hands and stood in the settling dust. Hera looked at him in amazement and asked what he was doing there. Looking at her, Eugene replied that he was increasing his mana and doing magic training. Hera touched her chin and repeated that he was doing magic training. Then she thought to herself that he was doing it without a magic circle. She saw a blue fragment and wondered what it was. The walls and floor were covered in cracks and fractures, but there was not a single scratch on that fragment. Eugene extended a glowing hand and said that it worked like this. A beam of flame flew from him, and the fireball shot forward. Before exploding, dust scattered everywhere. Hera frowned, thinking that he had acted faster and had skillfully used his core like a magic circle. She looked at Eugene, who was surrounded by flames, and realized that he had even strengthened his unity with mana. Was this really a combination of a fireball and a magic projectile? Folding her hands, she asked if he was practicing combat magic techniques. Eugene extended his hand and said that he paid most of his attention to practicing mana itself, and that he was quite successful. He clenched his fists and thought that at first his magic had dissipated before the surge of power could occur. But now he could control the mana, gather it into a cloud of energy, and then create an explosion. Hera was happy as she said that this was amazing. She had been told that roaring sounds could be heard from his research room, so she was afraid he might get hurt from training so hard. Eugene placed his hands on his hips and asked if she had come because she was worried about him. The girl replied that she had also come to tell him that the tower master wanted to see him. Picking up his clothes, Eugene answered that he understood and asked if he should go up to him on the top floor. Hera answered no. When Eugene turned around, he heard that Rabirian was waiting for him in the royal library of Akrian. The scene shifts to the castle. This was Pentagon, the capital of Eroth. At its center, where the 5 towers formed a pentagonal figure, stood the Palace of Abraham. Ships sailed near the castle since it was located in the middle of a great lake. It was only possible to reach it by ship. Neither floating carts nor spells could transport anyone to its gates. Senya had once held a staff in her hands. This was because the lake, as well as the palace itself, had been surrounded by a demonic seal cast by Senya as a sign of friendship with the royal family of Eroth. Its power had not weakened even hundreds of years later. Hera glanced sideways at Eugene, who thought he could go crazy. He looked at the castle, thinking that ever since the day he came to Aroth and began to understand magic a little, it still seemed impossible to him that someone could cast such a huge seal. The girl turned around and asked if he wanted to visit Abram. Eugene looked away and said that he was just looking. It looked good, but wanting to go there would not be enough. Hera raised her finger and said that was true. The castle gates were only open to the highest nobility and the masters of the magic towers. She said that, however, mages were forbidden from using magic inside the palace. Exceptions were made only for members of the royal family and palace magicians who had sworn allegiance. Eugene looked at her and asked if that meant the masters of the magic towers had not sworn allegiance to the royal family. The girl thought for a moment and answered that this was not the case. They served faithfully and sincerely, but they had the right not to carry out unreasonable orders. The magic towers in Aroth followed an agreement of mutual cooperation. She walked ahead, saying that it was not the palace itself that maintained closer relations with the magic towers, but the parliament. The palace had its own magic alliance, which meant that the tower masters worked exclusively with the parliament. She added that there could be no talk of any hostility between the magicians. They approached the high castle. Hera showed 3 fingers and said that 3 people had opposed letting Eugene into Akrian. Looking at him, she said that they were the master of the Blue Tower, the master of the Green Tower, and the master of the Magiciana Eurostrade S Guild. Eugene needed to get their permission to enter Akrian. Hera bowed and said goodbye. Then she clenched her fists, told him not to be too nervous, and wished him luck. Eugene gave her a thumbs up and thanked her. The magicians were sitting inside the tower. Eugene bowed and introduced himself. There was the man with the mustache, Ormpel, the captain of the palace magicians. There was the fair-haired master of the red magic tower, Roberian. There was the bearded master of the green magic tower, Generique. There was the buff guy, Hiridouth, the master of the blue magic tower. There was the blue-hair woman, Methith, the master of the white magic tower. There was the guy in dark glasses that we all know, Baltsik, the master of the dark magic tower. And there was the fair-haired Lord Farquaad lookalike, Edgar, the master of the Magia Eurostrade S Guild. Eugene stood up when he heard a request to raise his head. The blonde man in glasses said that Eugenia Eurostrade S' name had been on Evriania Eurostrade S' lips for several years now, and that he had long dreamed of meeting him. This was Hainan, the heir to the throne of Aroth. Eugene frowned at him and thought that Hainan was first in line for succession. He was also a genius who had reached 5 stars before coming of age. Hiridouth waved his hand and said that he had heard of Eugene too. The masters of the Dark and Red Towers had been insistent in speaking in his defense. He looked at Eugene and said that he knew of his talents, but asked whether swordsmanship and magic were truly compatible with each other. The man frowned, thinking that Eugene was only 17. How could a young man who had just started learning magic receive a letter of recommendation to Akrian? He imagined the mages and thought that there was definitely something suspicious about this. The master of the Red Magic Tower was an old friend of the Patriarch, and the master of the Dark Tower must have been trying to get closer to the Lionheart family in hopes of covering up his shame from the recent incident. Looking at them, Eugene said that he understood their doubts. Then he asked what he should do to gain access to Akrian. Roberian waved his hand and asked him to demonstrate his abilities, so that His Highness and the wise mages could make a decision. Hiridouth smirked and said that it would actually be nice if Eugene could show dissertations and talk about the research he had done. But he believed Eugene had done nothing of the sort. Eugene stood with his fists clenched and a determined look in his eyes. Then he said that he would begin. Then 3 stars flickered, and Eugene was engulfed in bright flames. He stood in front of all the mages. Hiridouth chuckled while propping up his head. Ormpel touched his chin and mused that Eugene had not separated the core and the magic circle. Instead, he had connected several cores to form a single circle. Edgar watched as well, thinking that Eugene had only been training mana for 4 years, yet he had already achieved such high results. Generique touched his beard, thinking that this was still not enough. There was a big difference between understanding magic and skillfully controlling mana. A tornado formed above Eugenia Eurostrade's palm. He held a ball of fire and diamonds appeared from it. Then he was surrounded by a blue glow, and Eugene created a sword out of mana. Ormpel was surprised. Eugene did not even need to chant spells. He simply made a smooth transition between them without making a sound. To reach such a level, the deepest understanding of magic was required. Eugene stood embraced by power, then heard a request to use sword aura and magic at the same time. Looking at him, Generique wondered if he could really do it. Eugene smirked. He took his sword from its sheath, while Methys twirled her hair around her finger. The sword was covered in a glow. Eugene held the sword and his other hand was wrapped in aura. Hiridouth frowned, thinking that the magic circle remained intact. Eugene was using his core to do this. He could confidently maintain both the aura and the spell at the same time. Roberian waved his hand and asked what they thought. Interlocking his fingers, Generique replied that they should discuss this together. Roberian looked at Eugene and said that of course he could leave them for a while. Eugene put away his sword and agreed. Then he headed toward the exit of the hall and touched the door handle. Hiridouth turned and addressed the master of the Red Tower. Pointing his finger, he asked if Roberian was sure that he had not given Eugene any instructions. Roberian replied that he had said this many times already. He looked to the side and said that Eugene did not have a teacher. He had read all the records of the Red Tower on magic theory and practiced them himself. Hiridouth touched his chin and asked if studying theory alone was enough to reach such a high level of mastery. Hainan smiled and said that, after all, Eugene was a Lionheart. The guy with glasses continued, saying that the Kiel Empire was descended from Vermouth, and every resident of the continent knew firsthand how strong their bloodline was. He spread his hands and said that he had personally realized right away that Eugene was a genius like no other. Medith leaned on her hand and said that although the magic young Eugene had demonstrated to them was only first circle level, in essence, it surpassed that level in strength. They had all felt that too, had they not. She touched her cheek and said that the purity and precision of his execution were at a high level, but what struck her most was his unity with Mana. They would need to study him, but she was afraid that even a fourth-level dispelling circle might not be able to break this child of Eurostrade-s magic. She shifted her gaze when she heard that Eugene was still too young. Edgar folded his hands and said that he had to admit Eugene was gifted, but considering his age, there was no need to rush. Looking at Rabirian, he said that with the Creona Eurostrade-s high authority, he thought it would be wise to entrust Eugenia Eurostrade-s training to the Master of the Red Tower for now. Then, after a few years, his acceptance into a Korean would be unquestionable. Of course, after that, they would give him a pass to the Royal Library. Ormpel touched his chin and said that he thought this situation should be seen as an investment in the future. He looked away and said that Eugene was a 17-year-old talent from the Lionheart family. He was young, but despite his lack of skill, he had limitless potential. He imagined the boy and his crest saying that they were on good terms with the Lionheart family. But that did not mean they could not do a favor for Eugene personally, thereby investing in him. Generique looked away and said that no matter how capable Eugene was, he was still an adopted son. That meant he would not become patriarch. Baltzek smiled and said that it would most likely be one of the twins, a boy named Cyan. Then he remembered what had happened with the sword and said that technically, Iode was still the legitimate heir. However, given his recent behavior, he would not win the fight for the title of patriarch. Baltzek said that in any case, they should not underestimate Eugenia Eurostrade-s strong position in the Lionheart family. Ormpel raised a finger and said that was true. The time would come when Eugene would build his own family, get married, and have children. Everyone eventually left the family residence. Clenching his fist, he said that they would invite Eugene to a Korean in a few years. By then, he would have gained enough experience, and if he did not forget the favor they did for him, he would become a reliable ally for them. Baltzek spread his hands and said that, just as they had said 4 years ago during the blood ceremony, Eugene was several times stronger than all the others. Baltzaka Eurostrade-s eyes glowed red as he said that since the Lionheart family had recognized his potential, then with the support of Aeroth, Eugene could definitely become the next Vermouth. Generique laughed. Then he asked if that was not too much praise. Were those Baltzaka Eurostrade-s own words, or had someone helped him reach that conclusion? Baltzek intertwined his fingers and asked who he meant. The Mana Eurostrade-s eyes glowed green as he said that he meant the Demon King of Incarceration, with whom Baltzek had made a contract. Had the Demon King somehow influenced his statements? Baltzek adjusted his glasses and laughed, saying that the Demon King was currently busy with Helmuta Eurostrade-s affairs. Besides, if Baltzek were speaking on his behalf, he would act differently. His eye glowed red as he explained that he would be much more decisive and use force. Hiradelth frowned and asked what he meant. The aura around him darkened. Baltzek smiled and apologized if that had sounded too rude. He only wanted to say that he treated the will of the Demon King of Incarceration with special devotion. Methys stood up and ordered them to return to the main topic of discussion. She placed her hand on her hip and said that she doubted they would reach an agreement at this rate, then suggested that they vote. Eugene must have gotten bored waiting for the verdict. Hainan intertwined his fingers and said that this was a great decision. Then he asked to be allowed to speak first. He said that he was in favor of accepting Eugene into Akrian. Meanwhile, Eugene was reading a manuscript on the wall. Inside the Royal Library of Akrian, there were many books lining the shelves. Not only did it contain magical scriptures and various treasures, but also the writings of many legendary mages who had left their mark on the history of magic. On each floor, Eugene read the text and thought that these walls were soaked in history. They called this place a library, but it looked more like a museum. He touched his chin and thought that Akrian had 15 floors, and Senia Eurostrade-s writings should be somewhere between the 12th and 15th floors. Eugene turned around when he heard his name being called. Methys was waving at him with a smile. He thought that she was the master of the White Magic Tower, the best summoner of this era, and the first person in history to make a contract with 2 spirit kings at once. Eugene looked at her, thinking that she was considered a great mage even in magic that had nothing to do with spirits or summoning. Then he wondered out loud if they had finished their discussion. She said that they had decided everything. If they had tried to reach a single unanimous decision, it would have taken days, maybe even weeks. Eugene agreed. Raising a finger, the girl said that this was unexpected. Methys raised her finger and said that this was why they had voted. She presented the silhouettes and said that 5 people had agreed to allow him into Akrian, 2 were against it, and only 1 remained neutral. Looking at her, Eugene said that meant the majority had agreed. Then could he go to the upper floors? Methys covered her smile and said that he could, but asked if he did not want to know who agreed and who did not. Eugene replied that he did not care. The main thing was that the majority supported him. Closing her eyes, she declared that he was a bore and said that she would tell him herself. She had been the neutral one. Pointing her finger to the side, the witch said that she was not against his entry. She simply did not want to participate in that pointless argument by voicing her opinion. The men were standing in front of them. She asked if Eugene could see their angry and irritated faces. They had already decided everything through the vote, but they were still arguing. Hiradouth glanced sideways at Eugene, then turned away in displeasure. Medith crossed her arms and asked if he had noticed how the master of the Blue Magic Tower shook his head. Hiradouth had been very unhappy when Eugene entered the room. She thought he had been against it at first, but after seeing Eugenia Eurostrade's abilities, he changed his mind. Medith smiled widely and asked who Eugene thought had opposed him. Eugene replied that he had already said he did not care. Medith placed her palm down and said that it was the master of the Green Magic Tower and the head of the Magia Eurostrade's guild. Eugene repeated that he did not care. She frowned and asked if he was really 17. His reaction was far too boring. Medith got angry and asked if he was not upset by that attitude. Should he not say something like, "How dare they refuse a Lionheart?" Eugene walked away and said that since approval had been given, he was leaving. The girl extended her hand to stop him. She pointed at the weapon on his hip and asked about the sword. It was the Storm Sword, right? The sword blessed by the Wind Spirit King. Eugene touched the weapon and confirmed it, then asked what of it. Medith folded her palms cutely and said that she had always wanted to make a contract with such a powerful spirit. But no matter how many times she summoned him, he never responded. She clenched her fists and shouted that she had tried hard. She had even asked the Thunder and Earth Spirit Kings, but they said the Wind Spirit King would never sign a contract with a human. Medith clenched her fists angrily and said that she had even sent a letter to the Lionheart main residence, but it seemed they never lent family heirlooms to outsiders. Did those petty people really think she was going to steal the sword and run away? She only wanted to use it to make a contract. Why were they so snobbish? Eugene raised his hand and said that no matter how touching her story was, he would not give up the sword. Technically, it was not his. He was only carrying it with the Patriarcha Eurostrade's permission. Her blue eyes approached greedily as she said that everything would be fine since she would not tell anyone. He just had to take out his magical item and trust his sister. She leaned closer and said that it would not take long anyway. No more than a day. If he wanted, he could even keep an eye on everything. Eugene touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that the Wind Spirit King was no good. He had not shown up even once in the past 4 years. Looking at the girl, he thought that with his current amount of mana, he probably would not be able to summon him. But if it was the master of the White Magic Tower, then maybe things would be different. Medith was beaming. Eugene thought that she was the only summoner who had made a contract with 2 Spirit Kings at once. If she used Winnied as a guide, that old man might respond. Looking at her, Eugene thought that agreeing to her offer right away would not be profitable. Right now, she was completely in his hands, so he would squeeze out more. He shook his head and asked where he could get a pass. Medith answered that she would bring it to him. Eugene held a black card in his hand. He thought that this was an Acrian pass. It was just a ticket with his name on it. Medith rested her head on her hand and asked if he knew that ancient familiars lived there. All of them had once served great magicians who left their mark on the history of Aroth. She introduced the figures of the king, the knight, and the witch, saying that the familiar of the mage king who founded Aroth, the familiar of the battle mage called the father of battle magic, and the familiar of the great Senya were also here. Eugene looked at her silently. Medith smiled and said that his reaction was so boring. Was he not interested in Senya? She waved her hand and asked if he had not been looking for her on the first day of his arrival. He had toured her mansion, and that was also when he met his relative from the branch house in Merdine Square. Putting the pass in his pocket, Eugene asked how she knew so much. Medith replied that he did not seem to know he had become very popular. Eugene walked away, saying that he was sure that was the case. The girl pointed her hand and said that he was mean, then asked if he was going to give her Winnied. Eugene said no. There was a square door in the hall. The girl pointed her finger and asked if he saw the hole next to the door. If he inserted the pass there, the elevator would open. Eugene inserted the pass. The witch standing beside him asked if he was going to the 12th floor. He really liked Senya. Eugene entered the elevator and asked if she was not going to wait for him there. Medith spread her hands and said that she did not have much free time. She would like to go with him, but then he might feel ashamed. She covered her mouth and said that it was the shock of facing the truth for the first time. It was a spell that left a very strong first impression. Looking at Eugene, she asked if maybe he should take diapers with him. He calmly asked why. Medith laughed and said that he was a baby, so he might poop in his pants. Eugene clenched his teeth angrily. The door was closing when Medith smiled and told him to have fun. Eugene leaned against the wall of the elevator. The arrow pointed to the floor. Then he stood in front of the open door. A hand lifted a hat. The girl took off her hat and said welcome to the Senya Hall. The pink-haired girl called him by name. Eugene was surprised and muttered Senya Eurostrade's name. Eugene pointed his finger and asked if she was Senya. The girl put on her hat and said no. She was the familiar spirit in charge of Senya Hall. Eugene remembered what Medith had said, that even Senya Eurostrade's familiar was there, and realized that this was her. Placing his hand on his hip, he asked if she had just called him by name. How did she recognize him? The girl replied in confusion that he had registered his name on the first floor. Eugene raised his eyebrows. Raising her finger, she stated that not only she, but all the other familiars there were connected to a Creona Eurostrade's magic system, and knew everything that happened within the walls of the library. Looking at the familiar, Eugene asked what he should call her. She answered that Senya had called her Mer. Was that not an abbreviation of her last name, Merdine? Mer looked at him and exclaimed that yes, it was. It was a cool and honorable name that no one else was worthy of. Eugene crossed his arms and thought that Senya had created a familiar that looked exactly like her, then gave it her last name. Just what had she been thinking? The girl looked surprised when Eugene asked if all familiars looked human, since he did not know much about them. Mer answered that no, the familiars on the other floors did not look like her. She was a small copy of Senya, then she said that she was special. Her creator was the wise Senya, the faithful companion of Vermouth himself, and Senya Eurostrade's personality had formed the basis of her own. Eugene remembered what Roberian had said and asked if creating living beings was not forbidden. Mer answered in surprise that she was not alive. She presented a shining silhouette and said that, unlike other living beings, she had no soul. Her body was made of Senya Eurostrade's magic, and her consciousness was right there. She pointed her finger, and in front of her was a ball surrounded by signs. Eugene looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. Tilting her head back, Mer said that this was a good question. The force of the tilt caused her hat to fall off. She put it back on, and proudly showed the ball, saying that this was Senya Eurostrade's Lifia Eurostrade's work, the Witcher Eurostrade's craft. Eugene repeated it in amazement, thinking that magic scriptures were divided into 3 parts, high, middle, and low. So it turned out that Senya had managed to finish it right before her departure. He pointed his finger and asked why this was the scripture. Mer closed her eyes and said that it was only a delusion to think that all scriptures had to look like writing. Eugene indignantly exclaimed that this was nonsense. The girl spread her hands and said that naturally he would not understand. Shaking her finger, she said that his limited brain simply was not enough to comprehend all of this, because even the masters of the magic towers could not understand Senya Eurostrade's magic. Eugene looked at her silently. He thought that the overflowing pride, the smile that looked more like mockery, and even her arrogant attitude toward Senya Eurostrade's Lifia Eurostrade's work made her an exact copy of her creator. She had perfectly inherited Senya Eurostrade's personality. Touching his chin, Eugene asked Mer if her personality was much different from Senya Eurostrade's. Mer answered no. She had been modeled after the personality of the young Senya. She imagined a pink-haired girl and said that Senya had become more refined and elegant, no longer distracted by her emotions, focusing only on the research and development of magic. Eugene remembered a very different version of Senya and thought, was that really her? Pointing his finger, he asked what she meant by saying that her consciousness was inside the Witcher Eurostrade's scripture. Mer touched her chest and said that her consciousness was made up of spells found in the Witcher Eurostrade's writings. Her purpose in existing was to protect and control the writings, and she had been ruling this hall for 200 years. Eugene forward and came closer to the orb. He remembered Roberian and thought that when Roberian first read the High Witcher Eurostrade's scripture, he realized that all the magic he had learned was nothing more than Chalda Eurostrade's play. Eugene thought that this was definitely superior to ordinary magic. Turning around, he asked if Mer knew where Senya had gone and why. Mer spread her hands and said that of course she did not. Senya Eurostrade's departure had been very sudden and unnoticed. Her students, servants, and even Mer herself knew nothing. She imagined the silhouettes of the mages and said that even when the King of Aeroth, the masters of the magic towers of that time, the master of the Mage Guild, and countless nobles asked about Senya Eurostrade's whereabouts, she told them that she did not know, but they refused to believe her. Closing her eyes, Mer said that those fools broke into the Witcher Eurostrade's scripture to look through her memory. But their skills were not enough, so once every few decades, they came back to try again and find at least a grain of information. Eugene looked ahead, thinking that they were looking through TM's memory not only to find out Senya Eurostrade's whereabouts, although many mages respected her. He imagined hands grabbing the familiar, and thought that none of them could resist experimenting on the material right in front of their eyes. Looking at the ball, Eugene said that he had heard only the high scripture of the Witcher Eurostrade's scripture was available in Acrian. Were the rest there too? Mer said no, only the original scripture was there. Senya had extracted the middle and low scriptures from the original, leaving the original and the high scripture there. Mer looked closely at Eugene and said that he was a real fan of Senya. Eugene replied that everyone admired her, did they not? Touching her face, the girl asked what about him. He came from a family of swordsmen. Usually Lionhearts admired only Vermouth. His descendants were clearly not ordinary people. She imagined Vermouth and said that, according to what she knew after returning to Aeroth, Senya had never met the Lionheart family, including Vermouth. Eugene looked ahead, thinking that according to the Lionheart records, Vermouth had changed a lot after returning from Helmud. He had not even met with his comrades. He imagined the companions from Senya Eurostrade's past life and his own, who only met again because of Vermoutha Eurostrade's funeral. Crossing his arms, Eugene thought that although Vermouth had always been unsociable, the fact that he had not met anyone after returning, along with what was happening to his family, was all far too strange. Shifting his gaze, Eugene asked if Senya ever talked about her companions. Mer recalled their faces and said that Senya called Moran a fool and said Anis was like a snake. Crossing his arms, Eugene asked what about Hamel. Then he held back his anger after hearing so many curse words, and asked if Mer had not said that Senya was elegant and refined. Closing her eyes, the familiar replied that even an elegant and refined person could have a few skeletons in the closet. Whenever Senya talked about her companions, she looked like she was about to cry. Eugene looked at the girl in amazement when he heard that Senya suffered especially during conversations about Hamel. Looking down, Eugene asked what she said about Vermouth. The girl in the hat repeated Vermoutha Eurostrade's name. Then she imagined the silhouette of the white-haired man and said that Senya said absolutely nothing. She did not praise him, did not call him names, and did not judge him. she just remained silent. A moment later, Eugene stood in front of the portrait, looking at it as he thought that it was the same one from the mansion. Mer pointed her finger and said that the smile in the portrait was fake. Senya had never smiled like that, not once. She remembered sitting on a chair across from Senya and said that when she talked to her in order to adopt her character, she had casually asked about it. Mer had asked in surprise why Senya hung portraits of herself smiling everywhere if she was always sad. Senya opened her mouth, and a shadow fell over her face. She replied that if people were going to see it for generations, then it would be better to leave behind a smile than a face full of sadness. Mer stood beside Eugene and said that she could not leave Korean and had never left it, so she had not seen the mansion portrait in person. But she knew that Senya had the same portrait hanging in her mansion. She remembered the image and said that the artist had drawn that smile on the portrait without permission, so Senya had not liked it very much. Then with a sad look, Mer continued that even though Senya had said that, seeing the portrait was still better than not seeing her at all. Eugene looked at her sadly. He reached for her hat, but the girl knocked his hand away. She scowled at Eugene and told him not to cross the line. Then she placed her hands on her hips and said that although she was shorter than him, she had lived for 200 years and did not want to be treated like a child. They walked through the hall and Mer told him that it contained not only the Witchy Eurostrade-s scripture, but also the magical equipment Senya had used. Pointing her finger, the familiar told him that this staff had been her favorite. In front of Eugene was a wooden staff with a red stone. Eugene said in surprise that it was acacia. Mer giggled and said that she thought he would recognize it. Eugene imagined the tree, thinking that they said the fairy tree only grew in the great forest, in the homeland of the elves. Acacia was the most powerful magical tool in the world, made from the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree growing in the center of the forest. Mer stood behind him and said that the elves believed the tree held the spirits of their ancestors and maintained the world. She waved her hands and asked if he understood what she was saying. The mighty elves had cut off one of the roots of that tree to make the staff and give it to Senya. Eugene looked at it thinking that Senya was not an elf. She was not even a half-elf, she was only human, but even so she had been closely connected to the elves. He imagined a basket with a baby inside in the forest. Senya had not known who her parents were. She had been abandoned in the Great Samar Forest, a vast jungle in the southern region of the continent. An elf passing by heard Senya crying and took her with her. That was how Senya ended up in the kingdom of the elves. The elves surrounded the young Senya. The other elves had not liked Senya very much at first, but when they learned of her incredible talent, they accepted her and taught her magic. Mer spread her arms and said that Senya was the first owner of the staff made from the roots of that tree, but that was not all. At the center, a red stone was shining. Mer said that the red stone inserted into the staff was the heart of a dragon. Eugene replied that it was a dragon heart. The girl showed 2 fingers and confirmed it, saying that there were only 2 magic staves in the world that used dragon hearts, Acacia and Blood Mary. Becoming gloomy, Eugene imagined the magicians and the smiling man, saying that the person who now had that other staff was one of the 3 dark mages who had signed a contract with the demon king of incarceration, Count Edmund Codrith of Helmut. Eugene imagined the skeletal demon, thinking that 300 years ago, the owner of that staff had been a lich named Belial. He had been a subordinate of the demon king of incarceration. Eugene touched his chest just as Hamel had done in the past, thinking that he was the one who killed him. He recalled the terrible battle, thinking that fighting the demon king of incarceration had been much more difficult than fighting the other demons. There had been those strong enough to compare to the demon kings. He imagined the red sword, then 3 especially powerful enemies, a square shield, a staff made of bones, and a dagger, the sword, the shield, and the staff of incarceration. Hamel had been covered in blood. Eugene remembered that when he defeated the shield of incarceration, he received a serious wound. Then, after the battle with Belial, there was a huge hole in his chest. Looking forward, Eugene asked if he could use the staff. Mer smiled and said that of course he could, but he would not be able to use its power. She imagined hands reaching for the staff and said that Acacia only recognized Senya as its owner. After Senya left, many mages tried to take possession of it, but no one could gain its recognition. Eugene reached for the staff and asked if that was true. Then he took it. His body was covered in radiance. Holding the staff, Eugene thought that Acacia did not even try to accept the mana he poured into it. He frowned, thinking that he had assumed it might acknowledge him. After all, he had seen Senya Eurostrade-s image. It would have been better if she had left him the staff instead of that useless pendant. He let go of the item when he heard Mer say that he seemed to like Senya very much. Eugene replied that he would not say that. Mer looked at him and said that he was lying. His eyes always sparkled when he talked about her, and he was very attentive whenever he looked at her things. Looking at her, Eugene said that he simply liked old stories. Mer raised a finger and asked if that was true, then he would probably like this book too. She walked forward, took a book from the shelf, and handed it to him. Eugene looked at it grimly and thought that it was the adventures of the great warrior Vermouth. Holding the book, Mer introduced its characters and said that it was a famous picture book. Senya did not like talking about what happened in Helmut, so this book became the first to tell the world the legend of the Great Vermouth. Eugene ordered her to remove it. The girl asked why. Eugene got angry and said that he liked Hamel, whom he respected and honored more than anyone. But in this book, they made him look stupid and useless, like someone who only had wind in his head. Mer held the book in surprise and said that this was the original, so it should be different from the versions released today. It had first been published 300 years ago in Aroth, although no one knew who the author was. Eugene extended his hand, thinking that the story was different from the one he had read. He imagined Hamel falling in front of Vermouth. Hamel was a fool. He challenged Vermouth to a fight every time they met, and each time he cried from humiliation, unable to touch even a single hair on Vermouth Eurostraight's head. Eugene shook nervously, thinking that maybe he had been humiliated, but he had definitely touched him once. He had even drawn a drop of blood. Anis had clearly written this. Mer beamed and said that if he liked Senya, then he would probably like this too. She walked forward and called for Eugene to follow her. Eugene followed her, and they stopped in front of holograms of the heroes. Eugene pointed his finger in surprise and asked what this was. In front of them stood 4 holograms of warriors. Mer raised her hands and said that these were memories Madame Senya had extracted from her own mind. They should not be confused with portraits. These were the real images of Madame Eurostraight's comrades. She explained that the handsome man standing in the middle with long hair was the great Vermouth. Next to him stood a beautiful girl dressed in a Nuna Eurostraight's robe, smiling like a stingray. This was Anis the Faithful. The menacing man standing with his arms crossed, the one who looked like a troll but was also somehow a man, was Moron the Brave. Beside him stood a guy with a ponytail and scars. This gangster, whose gaze clearly showed his desire to fight, was Hamel the Foolish. Mer also said that, ironically, Hamel had almost been forgotten by history. Only in Senya Hall could his image be seen. Eugene folded his arms and noted that he was handsome. The girl replied that Vermouth really was very cute. Eugene looked away and said that he was not talking about that old fart. He meant that Hamel was handsome. The girl was shocked. She thought he had gone crazy. Eugene turned to her with a smile and said that of course that old fart looked good too, but Hamel had the aura of a wild animal. Then he turned away and became embarrassed. The little witch looked at him in bewilderment. Later, they sat at the table. Eugene flipped through the book and said that Madame Eurostraight's traces were left on the floors from the 12th to the 14th. Then what about the last one? The girl looked at him, remembered the books, and said that on the 13th floor there were research records and memories of Madame Eurostraight's plans since the founding of Akrian. She added that at the moment, Eugene would not be able to understand them. She imagined a large library and said that on the 14th floor there were also books with research. They would still be difficult to understand, but since they had explanations, they would be easier than the research records. Eugene rested his head on his hand and said that even so, should they not be chosen over witchcraft? Mer folded her hands and said that of course not. But it was difficult to explain in words, so he would just have to try it himself. They approached the shining sphere. Mer spread her hands and said that witchcraft was a method of optimizing mana in circles. Thanks to this, one of Eurostraight's magical power increased, simplifying techniques for the sake of efficiency by eliminating the need to cast spells. Eugene listened to all of this in shock. Mer added that the materialization of magic, which used the division of consciousness, was the only way magic could unknowingly penetrate the body, be stored in it, and manifest in different ways depending on the situation. Then she clenched her hands into fists and said that the most amazing part of it was the perfect control of the circle. Although most magicians in their era used circles, the magic circle method in witchcraft was far superior to an ordinary magic circle. Simply put, it used the maximum amount of mana to produce the greatest possible power. Eugene looked up and said that he did not understand anything. Mer placed her hands on her hips and said that naturally, if a blockhead like him could understand everything after one explanation, then witchcraft would not be called the greatest book of magic in history. Eugene looked at her with annoyance and asked what he needed to do to read it. She raised her hand and said that he should close his eyes and stretch his hand forward. Then he had to lead his mana into witchcraft. After that, he would be able to read it. Eugene stretched his hand forward, and he connected with the sphere. He looked at all of this and thought that he only needed to pour his mana into it. At first, nothing changed at all, but then something surprised him. It felt similar to a dream, but different. It was as if he had begun floating in space. He could not move, as if he were trapped in sleep paralysis. He looked at his arms and legs. He was not seeing any terrible hallucinations like the ones found in nightmares. Then suddenly he found himself without clothes. He simply felt completely exhausted. Ahead of him was something like a sea of mana. It overwhelmed him. Eugene drifted with the current before being thrown aside. He looked forward and saw a strange whirlpool in front of him. It was a huge circle. Then more circles began appearing inside it. Eugene could not understand what it was. More and more circles formed as he watched them. Then suddenly he fell downward. He crashed to the ground and got up. While Mer was standing in front of him, Eugene looked at her and asked if he had done something strange. Mer laughed and said that besides fainting, no. She spread her hands and told him not to worry. Many magicians wet themselves after entering witchcraft, but he simply fainted with foam at the mouth and woke up 2 hours later. Then she suddenly imagined the master of the white magic tower and the master of the blue magic tower. It seemed that both of them had soiled themselves. Eugene remembered how Metheth had told him not to soil himself there, and realized that she had been speaking from experience, not just teasing him. Then Mer came closer and asked how it was, the experience of entering witchcraft. Eugene looked down and said that it was difficult. It was hard to understand, and he still did not understand it. No, he felt like he vaguely understood it, but he could not comprehend the rest using only his knowledge and guesswork. He stood up and added that watching the mana circle move was interesting. Countless circles were created and divided within the huge circle. He would probably only be able to understand it once he reached 9 circles. Mer raised her hand and said that, as he said, when Madame first created the magic circle method, she only had 9 circles. But Madame continued researching magic. Then she looked at him and said that because of that, Senya overcame her own limitations. Mer introduced Senya and said that the bottomless abyss was a stage of the magic circle that only she had managed to achieve. She introduced the battle magicians and said that after witchcraft was created, many magicians set the goal of reaching the bottomless abyss, but no one had ever passed the barrier of the 9th circle. Then she spread her arms and added that if someone could use mana without losing even a drop and control all the mana inside this huge circle, then their circle would split once and start spinning. This was perfect mana control. Mer said that although creating a bottomless abyss would be extremely difficult, magic would become very easy to use afterward. Even the fireball of the bottomless abyss was much stronger than the hellfire of the 9th circle. Also, every technique that required a huge amount of mana would become insanely simple. She folded her hands and asked if he understood now. Madame, who had created the bottomless abyss, was absolutely unrivaled. Although it could no longer be verified, she would definitely have had enough strength to kill the demon kings. Eugene thought about it. Maybe after returning from Helmud, Senya had not just been playing around. She had become much stronger after that fight, he remembered. He remembered his past teammates. They had all become stronger, then why did they retreat? Eugene clenched his fist and thought about Vermouth. Later, he stood in front of 2 people. Methus smiled and said that he had finished quickly. Roburian raised his hand and asked how it felt to look at the magic scriptures. Eugene raised his hand and said that he was not sure. With his current knowledge, he thought it would probably take him years just to understand one book. Then Melkith turned to him and said that, of course, everything there was the result of centuries of magic research. Even if Eugene was smart beyond his years, there was a limit to everything, especially when it came to his own training. Then she smiled and added that for this reason he should give her Winnied. In exchange, she would help him study the 10 magic books located there. Was that not a great offer? Eugene thought about it and said that the magic books were not the most expensive things there. Then he smiled and said that maybe she should offer something useful in return, for example, some kind of useful item. Melkith smiled and said that he knew how to negotiate. She imagined several magical items and asked what he thought about a staff. He did not have one anyway. A staff would make it easier for him to control mana and simplify his techniques. Eugene looked away and asked if that was true. Rabirian raised his hand and said that he also had many excellent staves, so he could lend Eugene whichever one he liked. Melkith did not like this. She got angry and asked why he was interfering. Rabirian turned around and said that she already had contracts with 2 spirit kings, so why was she being so greedy? That made her even angrier. She clenched her fists and said that he was such a petty old man. Was he afraid that she would make a contract with the Wind Spirit King and start destroying everything around her? The man answered yes. She started screaming. After so many years of friendship, he still did not know her. She did not want to get involved in politics or anything that annoying. Rabirian looked at her and said that she could say that herself, but who knew what to expect from her once she gained a power she had never had before. She placed her hand on her chest and said that she understood what he was getting at. Then she swore on her mana that she would not change because of this power, even if she made a contract with the Wind Spirit King. Rabirian agreed. She was shocked and he smiled, saying that since she had sworn on her power, he believed her. Besides, she had decided to do it herself. Melkith got angry again and called him a little snake. Eugene placed a hand on his forehead and said that he had thought about it, but he did not really need a staff. Melkith immediately started getting angry and shouted that she was not going to give it to him. She had only planned to lend it to him. Eugene shook his head and said that he had not said this right away, but he could only lend her the item for a couple of days, and only if she lent him her artifact for a few years. Otherwise, she could forget about any contract with the Wind Spirit King. Melkith was furious. She called him an annoying little brat, then turned away and offered 1 year for 1 day. Eugene extended his hand to the side and asked what she was talking about. 7 years for 1 week. Was she not eager to make a contract with the Wind Spirit King? Melkith shouted that of course she was. Then she raised her hand, imagined the king and his power, and said that maybe he did not know this because he was from Lionheart, but for her and other summoners, the Wind Spirit King was the greatest spirit king. After all, only he had fought side by side with Vermouth. Rabirian coughed and said that if Eugene did not want the staff. Then Melkith interrupted him and told him to shut up immediately. But that did not stop him. He said that the master of the White Magic Tower had a very valuable and incredible artifact. The girl kept trying to shut him up, shouting at him and insulting him in every possible way. Eugene smiled maliciously and said that he was all ears. Rabirian looked at him and said that the artifact was called the Cape of Darkness. Melkith was furious and screamed loudly. Rabirian looked at her and asked why she was so angry. As far as he knew, she had not used it for 10 years. Melkith shook with anger and asked if he knew what she had sacrificed to get that thing. He looked at her in surprise and asked if it would not be better to lend it to someone who needed it. Then he added that it was better than keeping it as a useless decoration, especially when she did not even use it. In response, she only glared at him and remained silent. Eugene came closer and asked what was so special about the Cape of Darkness. She turned away, raised her hand, and said that it was ordinary outerwear. It was just fluffy and warm, that was all. But Rabirian added that it was a cloak containing the highest level of time and space magic. He remembered what the cloak looked like and explained that its effect was similar to the shield gathering dust in the Lionheart treasury. In short, it could literally reflect enemy attacks. The girl added that it was not that amazing. It could not reflect an attack until it read the coordinates of space and left a trace of its mana on the enemy. Reborian continued and added that the cloak was enchanted with advanced defensive magic, so the very act of wearing it protected the user from the attack of a fifth circle mage. He smiled, and the girl continued, saying that the strength of its defense also depended on the amount of mana the wearer possessed. As Reborian kept talking, he imagined many weapons and said that the cloak also contained subspace magic. Since Eugene used different types of weapons, he would probably like it. He could store equipment inside the cloak and use it whenever needed. Then he smiled sweetly and looked at Melkith, who was furious at that moment. Eugene smiled and said that it sounded great. Then he pointed his finger and said that instead of a staff, he would take the Cape of Darkness. Of course not right now, he still needed to notify the Patriarch. Melkith stood in front of him and said that she had not agreed yet. Eugene grabbed his head and said that it seemed everything was not so simple. His head still hurt from the shock he had endured and he was hungry too. Then he asked Reborian if he wanted to have a snack with him. Reborian smiled and said of course. He knew a great place in the wealthy area of the sky. The food tasted great and the view looked even better. Eugene raised his head and said that he remembered he had never seen Aroth at night. Reborian smiled and said that he was already calling a carriage. Melkith stood with her back to them and held her head. Then she said okay. Reborian turned to her and asked if she was really still there. Melkith smiled while shaking all over. She said that if he wanted the Cape of Darkness that badly, she would lend it to him. Eugene smiled and told her not to hurry. He was going to eat first and he also needed to persuade the Patriarch. After all, these were the requests of poor magicians. Melkith was furious and began screaming loudly. Eugene said that it seemed to him that a crow had cried. Some time passed. A day later, Gillard did not oppose lending Winnied. He only said that when borrowing it, a supervisor had to be present and the transaction had to be handled by a mage. They stood at the threshold. Eugene turned, looked at the woman a Euro-strayed-s cloak, and asked if it was really the Cape of Darkness. She smiled and asked if it was not cool. Eugene replied that he thought it would look cooler on him. This angered the woman again and she began insulting him. Eugene only smiled and asked her not to be angry. Should she not be glad that they had reached an agreement? She quickly calmed down and asked who the supervisor was. She understood that it was not the Patriarch. Eugene turned and said that it was the Patriarch Euro-strayed-s younger brother and a squad of guards. This was the first time they had ever lent out a treasure, and also because of the problem with Adia Euros. The woman interrupted and asked about the guards. Then she said that they were probably Lionheart dogs, right? Eugene looked at her. He thought about the guardians of the family laws, the Black Lions. They had many names, but as Melkith said, their role was not much different from dogs. They honored the family laws even more than gods. He imagined the family plaque, then remembered the man with the coat of arms on his chest. A year ago, Kian had joined the Order of the Black Lion Knights. It was not surprising. If someone had enough skill and burned with family ideology, then they did not have many paths to choose from. Eugene remembered the Knights. The Order of the White Lion Knights served only the main branch of the family, while the Order of the Black Lion Knights obeyed everyone. Then he remembered the Senate. They were ruled by the Senate, those who, regardless of branch, had left their names in history. Even Gillard, despite being the Patriarch, did not reach the level of those old bastards from the Senate. Eugene looked ahead and thought about the Order of the Black Lion Knights. During the 4 years he had spent in the main residence of the family, he had never had the opportunity to see them. He smiled and thought that the Knight Order was selected from the most loyal and excellent people, and the Senate personally commanded them. He wondered how strong they were. Then a carriage appeared in front of them. They looked at the carriage. Melkith said that this was all for show. Eugene turned to her and said that he thought she respected the great Vermouth. She raised her hand and said that he should not misunderstand. She respected Vermouth, but she did not really like his family. The main family suppressing the side branches out of stupid fear was not something worthy of admiration. She also said that she could not stand their vile senate, which was made up of a bunch of pathetic old men. Reborian looked up and said that, even so, she should not show them her true feelings. The carriage landed, and he added that if she really wanted to borrow Winnied, she should avoid doing anything that might anger them. Melkith looked at him and said that she was offering them a fair exchange. Did he really want her to kiss their asses? Then she grabbed the cloak and added that she was offering this precious Cape of Darkness for Winnied. At that moment, Eugene intervened and asked her not to stain his cape with her stinking snot. After all, he still had to wear it. The carriage door opened, and a girl stood at the threshold. She had long gray hair. When she stood in front of them, Eugene was shocked. He raised his hand and asked what the hell she was doing there. It was his sister. She stepped forward and said that her mother a Euro-strayed-s birthday was coming soon, so she had come to buy her a present. Then she looked at Eugene and added that she was also interested in how he was doing. Eugene was surprised and asked her to repeat that. The girl looked at him with a menacing gaze. Another young man stood behind her. He waved and greeted Eugene. Then a bearded man placed his hand on his shoulder and said that not much time had passed since their last meeting. Then he looked up at Eugene and said that they would always have time to hug, so they should get down to business. Eugene looked at him and thought that he was a burly one. Just one glance was enough to tell that he was strong. The man adjusted his sleeves. Eugene thought that his posture and physique made him look like a copy of that person. Another young man came out after him. Eugene looked at him and thought that this nasty guy was a magician, although his presence was expected since this concerned Winnie and the problem with Iode. Then Eugene frowned when someone else followed behind them. She stepped forward, and now a woman with a red tie stood before them. She looked at them menacingly, then jerked her hand. Eugene looked at her and thought that she had neither a sword nor a spear. Most likely she was a hand-to-hand fighter. Judging by her form, she had the highest position here. The woman came closer and told Rabirian that 20 years had passed. She heard that he had become the master of the Red Magic Tower. Rabirian smiled and said that he thought he had already told her back then that he would soon become the master of the Red Tower. The woman thought for a moment, then turned away and added that it had been so long ago that she did not remember, not that she cared. Then she looked at Eugene. He bowed. The woman asked if he was Eugene. He answered yes. She looked at him and said that her name was Carmen. She was his great-aunt, but she also told him not to call her that. Eugene was shocked. He looked at her and wondered if this was really his great-aunt. Was she Gillard a Eurostrade-S aunt? He frowned, thinking that because of his comrade a Eurostrade-S memories, he was not surprised that she looked so young for her age. But why had someone of such caliber come all this way? Rabirian raised his hand and said that it was chilly there, then suggested that they go inside. They all sat down at the table. Eugene continued looking at Carmen and thought that she was the younger sister of the previous patriarch. She had never married and had stayed in the main family residence. After that, she had joined the Order of the Black Lion Knights. Currently, she was the third commander of that knight order. Beside her sat the bearded man Nathan Lionheart, vice-captain of the 3rd Legion. He was originally from a branch family. The third man was Pelego Lionheart, a mage from the 3rd Legion. He belonged to the magic branch of the family and was responsible for Tadja Eurostrade-S matter. Suddenly, Pelego spoke. He presented the sword and the cloak, saying that the storm sword Winnied was the main treasure of the family, while the Cape of Darkness belonged to the master of the White Magic Tower. He added that according to the terms of the deal, for each day they held Winnied, Eugene would receive 1 year of ownership over the Cape of Darkness. Then he looked at Melkith and asked if she agreed. She said yes. Pelego gave a thumbs up and said that he had prepared a contract. At that moment, the contract appeared in front of Melkith. She skimmed through it and said that if Winnied was destroyed, a corresponding payment was set. Then she asked what that meant. What would happen if she destroyed the sword? Carmen intervened and said that Melkith would have to pay with her life. She was sitting by the window. Then she looked over and added that the storm sword was a treasure they could not value with money. If Melkith wanted to borrow it, she would have to risk her life. Melkith raised her hand and said that her life also had a value that could not be measured with money. Carmen lowered her eyes and said that maybe that was true in the city, but not in their family. Pelego spread his hands and said that they should calm down. They did not need to bet their lives. He smiled and added that he respected Melkith as a fellow magician, and did not think she would make a stupid mistake like breaking Winnied while concluding her contract. Then he looked at her with shining eyes and added that he believed such a thing would not happen. But if the sword was destroyed, they would discuss the problem differently. Melkith was unhappy. She asked what would happen when they had the right of control. At that moment, Carmen intervened again. If Melkith did not like something, then she could simply not borrow the sword. After all, they owed her nothing. If it were not for the patriarch, she would not have even gotten them off the throne. Melkith moved her hand to the side and said that no one would believe they had come there just for her. They clearly had another reason. Carmen took out a flask and said that was true. She was there for a more important problem. She looked at her watch and said that she had promised to meet Baltzek in an hour. She needed to discuss Adia Eurostrade-S matter with him and also interrogate the dark mage in prison. Then Rabirian turned to her and said that the last time they talked with the patriarch, she had said that she would follow the City Eurostrade-S laws. But now, everything sounded different. He said that she needed to explain herself. Carmen continued looking at her watch and said that although the patriarch had told them to follow the laws of the city, the Senate thought otherwise. This incident had tarnished the glorious name of the family, and the bastard from the Dark Magic Tower had to pay. At that point, Eugene looked at her in shock and wondered if she was really using her pocket as a watch. He had never seen anyone carry such a heavy and uncomfortable watch like that. Melkith turned to the side and asked Carmen why she needed a wristwatch if she carried a pocket watch anyway. Then she asked why Carmen was holding a cigar in her mouth if she did not even smoke. Carmen snapped the watch shut. She raised it and said that she had already received permission from the king and parliament. It would be much easier to interrogate that pathetic worm this way, so why should they make each other a Eurostrade-S lives difficult? Meanwhile, Eugene continued looking at them and thought that there must be a permit. They had probably paid such a large sum that the parliament simply could not refuse. This interrogation would cost the family a pretty penny. Carmen looked out the window and said that they had little time. What had Melkith decided about Winnied? Melkith began tapping her finger on the table. She thought that she would need about 3 hours to use the sword and make a contract with the Wind Spirit King. In the worst case, she would get the cape back in 2 months. Then she signed the contract and shouted that she agreed. And so Malchus stood there with Winnie, while Eugene stood in the cape. Suddenly, Carmen came up to Eugene and said that it had an excellent design. She looked at him from under her brows and said that there was something special about the collar. It reminded her of a Liona Eurostrade mane. Then she lowered her eyes and added that the color did not suit him. White would be better, like the flame of the white flame method or the color of ash. Right now, he looked more like a knight of the Black Lion. Eugene was shocked. Carmen looked at him silently. Eugene's sister came up to him and whispered in his ear, telling him to give it to Carmen. Could he not see how clearly she was asking for it? Eugene turned around and said that Carmen had not said anything like that. Eugene's sister raised her hand and said that some things did not need to be said. Eugene looked at her in silence. Then the cape is being removed from Carmen's shoulders. Eugene took off the cape, held it out, and told her to try it on. The cape immediately fell over Carmen, and she stood there in Eugenia Eurostrade's cape, showing it off as best she could and saying that it looked good. Then she handed it back to him and said that it would look even better if it had a lion on the chest and the family symbol on the back. Melkith held out her hand and shouted that anyone might think she had given it to him. Eugene must not dare forget that she had only lent it to him, and he must not ruin her cape. They put TM's cape on Carmina Eurostrade's shoulders and said that it was time to leave, pretending that they had not heard anything. Cyan turned around. Seal was standing behind him. She smiled and said that she would wait for Eugene. They left the city. Then Eugene said that he had almost forgotten something. He had to tell her brother to get rid of the bunny ear magazine he was hiding under his bed. Seal was shocked and asked him to repeat that. Eugene raised his hand and said that Nina knew about it, and he was afraid that when he came back, the maid uniforms would include bunny ears. The young lady turned away in disgust and said that it was sickening. She would tell her mother. Eugene came closer and said that was a bit much. Why did she not just hint to him and say that bunny ears were not it? She turned around and asked what kind of ears he liked. Eugene asked in surprise how their conversation had even come to this. Then Seal looked at him and said that he had said bunny ears were not it, so that meant he liked some other ears. Eugene replied that he preferred normal ears. Then he suggested that they stop. They had to go buy a gift. Then he looked at her and asked why he even needed to go buy a gift for her mother. He did not even know her. Seal threw up her hands and said that she knew that. He just had to follow her. Eugene looked at her with displeasure and said there was no point in him accompanying her if he was just going to walk around doing nothing. She turned around, placed a hand on her chest, and asked if he was really still such an ass. Did he really want to make her walk around alone in a place she had never been before? Eugene rolled his eyes and said that she was not a stupid little girl anymore. Seal turned away, closed her eyes, and told him not to say anything. She would go with him anyway. Eugene folded his arms, smiled, and said that he had no choice. He knew how easily she got offended. Then Seal remembered that he had recently had a birthday and asked how he celebrated. Maybe he threw a party. Eugene walked forward and said that he did not celebrate anything. He was just reading books in the library of the Red Magic Tower. She asked what about gifts, and Eugene said there was nothing. Reberian and Lady Hera wanted to give him a few, but he asked them not to do anything. Suddenly, Seal asked who Hera was. Eugene said that Hera was a mage of the Red Magic Tower and looked at her like she was an idiot. Seal turned around with displeasure and asked if Hera was a woman. Eugene answered that Hera was a woman, a Eurostrade's name. How many men did she know with that name? Then he raised his hand and said that she had not come all this way just to buy a gift, had she? She should tell him what she was planning. Seal became embarrassed and said that he quickly caught on to the most useless things. Then she turned away and added that she was trying to convince Carmen to become her mentor. After all, her brother was going to follow the path of the patriarch, and she did not want to become patriarch herself. Then she turned around and added that it seemed like her mother wanted to arrange a marriage for her. Eugene was shocked. Seal turned away and sharply said that this was not what she wanted. She also did not want to hang around the main family residence and become an ordinary lady. Eugene moved his hand to the side and said that meant she wanted to join the Black Lion Knight Order, right? Seal walked forward and answered that she knew she was not ready yet, but she really wanted to study under their great hand. Eugene answered that this was good. Seal turned around and asked what exactly was good. He smiled and said that she was trying to do something herself instead of just leeching off the family a Eurostrade's money. Then he asked how Cyan was doing. Seal remembered her brother and said that he often talked about Eugene. Cyan had asked her to find out how many stars Eugene had already achieved. Eugene looked at her and briefly answered that it was the same as when he left. Seal turned around and said that he was still at 2 stars too. Then Eugene looked up and asked if she knew anything about Iode. He had heard that Iode had returned home. The girl looked away, remembered the boy, and said that Lady Theonis was currently looking for a mage to teach him at home. Eugene looked at her and asked if she meant a private tutor. Seal spread her hands and said that it was funny. It looked like Theonis was still going to make him learn magic despite what he had done. He was not going to become patriarch anyway, so why not let him do what he wanted? Then she grabbed Eugene by the hand and told him to finish this heartfelt conversation and go get something to eat. She was hungry. Did he know any good restaurants nearby? Eugene looked at her and said that there were many, but the food would not be as good as at home. Seal Lady smiled and said that she did not care about the taste. They continued walking and she added that when eating out, not only the taste mattered, but also the atmosphere. Meanwhile, a bloody hand wiped itself clean. The man said that the prisoner seemed to have died. Carmen looked away and said that he had not cracked, no matter how much he had been tortured. It seemed that he truly knew nothing. They stood beside the body. She also said that it was funny. This pathetic low-ranking dark mage had decided to contact the main branch family. Either he had forgotten what fear was or he was just crazy. She looked down. Balzac said that he believed the man had been in despair. Then he went on, adding that the mage had started practicing dark magic decades ago but had achieved nothing. If he died without achieving anything, his soul would become the property of demons and he would not be able to reincarnate. He imagined how this mage had approached the woman and said that this was why he had gone to such extremes. He must have thought that even if it put him in a difficult situation, he would be able to escape unscathed using the power he gained from making a contract with Alfred. Carmen looked at Balzac and said that she had heard the Night Witch Queen, Noirjabella, had nothing to do with it. Then she looked at him and asked what he thought. Balzac extended his hand and said that he did not understand. For some reason, it seemed to him that Carmen was blaming him, even though he had done everything for their productive cooperation. Everything he had done was meant to show the sincerity of his apology. Carmen looked at him and asked why it seemed to her that he was the one behind all of this, not that pathetic magician. Balzac adjusted his glasses and replied that he understood why she thought so, but in that case, what benefit would he gain from it? Then he placed his hand on his chest, smiled, and said that if he had been behind this incident, he would have buried every trace so thoroughly that not a single one of her relatives would have known anything. He would have destroyed every little thing, every insignificant detail. Kian stood beside her and said that he had many questions. Balzac spread his hands and said that His Majesty, the Demon King of Incarceration, blessed him with endless trust and love, and for that he was grateful. But in this city, there were many people who disliked the fact that he was treated so well. Then he looked at his hand and added that, in his opinion, someone who hated him had probably done this to create another misunderstanding. Carmen said that those were just words without evidence. Balzac replied that she also had no evidence that he had done it. How many times did he have to say that it was not him? He smiled, looked at her and said that because of this, he was not the only one at a disadvantage. Their family was as well. Carmen replied that he could think whatever he wanted. Then she looked at him and added that he should not forget to watch his words. Was he capable of taking responsibility and facing the consequences of everything he said? Balzac threw up his hands again and said that, as a loyal servant of the Demon King of Incarceration, he loved their family as much as His Majesty did. That was why he had sincerely apologized and cooperated. Kian looked at him with malice while Balzac continued, saying that he was still human, so he could not do anything about the fact that their accusations upset him. He grabbed his shoulders and said that he, the master of the Dark Magic Tower and servant of the Demon King of Incarceration, could accept the fact that they did not intend to show him respect. But he could not tolerate the endless insults directed toward him and His Majesty, the Demon King of Incarceration. Kian was about to attack and stepped forward, but Carmen stopped him and said that she did not want to cause trouble on someone else's Eurostrade-s land. Balzac said that if they wanted, he could take care of everything and no one would notice. Carmen looked at him and said that no one noticing was not enough if his head remained on his shoulders. Balzac adjusted his glasses, and Carmen raised her hand. Then she added that it was worth noting that someone from her family clearly wanted to harm the prestige of the main branch. She looked at the dead man and said that although this was just a guess, they could not find out anything. Absolutely nothing. That was why she had suspected Balzac. He adjusted his collar, thinking that he would certainly cover his tracks. Then he said that he had misspoken. After that, Balzac turned to them again and said that, as he had said many times before, it was not his fault. Besides, there was no point in him doing something like this. Carmen turned away and said that she believed him. She stepped forward and said that this was an unpleasant sight. Then she asked about the incubus who had tried to make a contract with Iode. She came very close to Balzac and said that she had seen many cruel and vile scenes in her long life. One of them was right in front of her. Balzac raised his hand and a similar magical hand made of black energy appeared from it. He said that since she insisted, he would show her. Then he directed the energy into the ceiling, creating a hole. From there, a horned head fell. Balzac extended it forward and said that His Majesty, the Demon King of Incarceration, had taken the Demona Eurostrade-s soul. If Carmen wanted, he could give it to her. Carmen said that she did not need it. Balzac threw the head to the ground, and Carmen kicked it aside. The head smashed against the wall, and blood splattered onto Balzac Eurostrade-s cheek. Carmen turned around and said they were leaving. Then she turned back and said that just in case, she would warn him if anyone contacted Eugenia Euros. Balzac wiped his cheek and said that the only one who could control his actions and decisions was the Demon King of Incarceration. Carmen turned and frowned. Balzac looked at her fearlessly and added that she had no right to tell him what to do. They left. Carmen turned to Kian and asked what he thought about all of this. Then she remembered the dark mage, Amelia, and said that she suspected her. Amelia was the one who envied the position of the master of the Dark Magic Tower. The demon king of incarceration allowed those who had made contracts with him to do whatever they wanted. He also did nothing about quarrels between his subordinates. Kian moved his hand to the side and said that if Amelia did this, then Nahama was also behind it. Carmen replied that she was suspicious. Most likely a war would break out within a few years. Carmen added that they would most likely attack Tirath first. Nahama had always had problems with Tirath. She frowned and added that Kiel would have to mobilize all its resources, and all its forces would be called upon because of Amelia Eurostrade's actions. Their family would be no exception. Kian looked at her and asked if she thought Amelia had been counting on this. Carmen replied that he also had to remember it could simply be a normal incident without any conspiracy, just as Baltzek had said. She continued walking and asked what he thought would have happened if she had not ignored the provocation earlier. Kian got angry and said that they would have fought him, and everyone there, including her, would have died. Carmen looked away and said that it was very humble of him. Kian smiled and said that he was not fit for fighting mages. She stopped and said that she had not been confident either. That was why she had not fought him. Then she turned around and said that she would watch Iode. The Black Lion Knights had already headed to the residence. They would not kill him since he was from the main branch, but they would not allow another mistake. Iode would live the rest of his miserable life under surveillance. Naturally, all his rights would be revoked. Then Carmen looked up and said that she had heard his mother was looking for a magic teacher for him, but it was unlikely that anything would come of it. If someone was behind all this, then they would try to contact him again. Kian remembered the young boy and thought about how Iode had liked magic so much. How had everything turned into this? Then he closed his eyes and replied that he understood. They entered the carriage. The young lady waved her hand and said goodbye to Eugene. He smiled and told her that they would see each other soon. Then Carmen turned to him and asked how he felt about joining the Order of the Black Lion Knights. Eugene was surprised and asked what she was getting at. Carmen turned around and said that the position of assistant captain of the 2nd Division was vacant. If he wanted, she could recommend him for it right now. Eugene lowered his head, thanked her for the offer, but said that he would have to refuse. Then he wished them a good journey. Carmen remained silent. As she left, she said that this was very annoying. With that, they flew away. Eugene looked at Rabirian and asked if the master of the White Magic Tower really had not said anything. Rabirian looked away and replied that no, she had not. If the contract had succeeded, she would have immediately started bragging. But considering there was still no news from her, there must have been some complications. Meanwhile, at the castle, Melkith raised the sword high amidst a strong wind. She stood at the top, gritting her teeth as she thought that she had definitely sent a message to the spirit world. So why was he not answering? She rubbed her nose and continued thinking that she had not even used magic to maintain her body temperature. Also, she could raise her sensitivity to the limit. Even her fiery watermelons had not attracted him, that old fart. Then she screamed, calling out to the great king of wind spirits, ruler of hurricanes, and asked him to make a contract with her. Suddenly, lightning appeared. An eagle descended and addressed her. She realized that it was the king of lightning spirits and screamed that she had not called him, so why had he appeared? He flew closer and said that another spirit king had asked him to tell her to shut up. He was really fed up with her. Melkith covered her chest in shock and started screaming that he could hear her. She was the greatest spiritualist in the world, and the only one in the whole world who could make a contract with him. She started swinging the sword in every direction, screaming that he should appear in front of her. He definitely would not regret it. The spirit told her that she should finally calm down. But Melkith was furious. She screamed at him to get out and insulted him. The eagle exhaled and struck her with lightning. Melkith fell, and the eagle looked at her, saying that she could not give that king what he wanted. He flew over the city and added that the Lord of the Winds had turned his gaze to the north, toward the kingdom no one could conquer. A desire he could not forget, even after 300 years. She was shocked. Later, she brought the sword back dissatisfied. Eugene looked at her and wondered how she had managed to become a granny in just 10 days and still failed to sign a contract. Then he looked at her and asked if she had managed to sign one. She glared at him furiously and asked if he had decided to show off. Then she began insulting him, saying that if it were not for her ambition, he would have been picking with a spoon a long time ago. Eugene got scared and asked her to leave him alone, but the woman continued pouring out insults. Beside them sat the little witch, who slammed her book shut. She jumped off the chair, walked over, and told the stooped granny to shut up. Inside the library, Melkith continued screaming furiously. Eugene covered his ears and said that she was too loud. Then he looked at her and asked if the spirit king really said no. She furiously replied that she had no reason to lie, then started insulting Eugene again. He shook himself and said that by the end of the day it would become 10 years. But as a great gentleman, he could reduce her debt to 9 years if she gave him the sword right now. She held it in shock and stared at it. Then she handed it out, crying as she left, saying that the Cape of Darkness was lost. She told Eugene to take good care of it. Eugene said goodbye to her. Then he continued reading the book. The chief of the giants was of incredible size. He had lived for hundreds of years and was the strongest chief in the history of the giants. Eugene imagined a man with glowing eyes moving forward with his army. 1,000 people against hundreds of giants. Only hundreds, you ask? In the face of absolute power, no one would have the courage to fight such terrible creatures. One man took a step forward. Against them, the number of warriors did not matter. It was Vermouth. The book said that on the battlefield he was of great importance. The knights who still imagined themselves as superior to everyone else came to Vermouth. They introduced themselves as some Order of the Rose or something like that, then called out names that no one cared about from a high bell tower. The man screamed that they would fight together with them. Really fight together, far from it. Not all of them together could even wipe the giant to Euro straight ass, let alone claim victory. Besides, he did not like fighting in large groups. He turned around. There was only one person who could fight beside him and on whom he could always rely. Hamel approached him. He looked at him with burning eyes and said that he needed the left hand, then asked if he could handle it. Hamel looked at him and said that he liked the right hand better. This overgrown giant was right-handed. They looked at the giant and the man said that his comrade would take the right hand. They began to fight. Only the sacred sword could end the life of the giant, who was protected by the demon Kinga Eurostrade's power. This sacred sword had recognized Vermouth as its master, which was why he was the only one who could kill the giant. The giant to Eurostrade's head lay on the ground. It was a very creepy sight after being cut off, but even then the giants did not retreat. However, after the giant to Eurostrade's death, the demon Kinga Eurostrade's power, which had been interfering with human magic, weakened. They began to fight, and after that, the magnificent Senya stepped onto the stage. Eugene looked at the book and asked if she had written it. Mur was shocked. She clenched her fists and said, "Of course not. Was he really a fool?" Eugene smiled and said yes, he had never seen such self-praise before. Beautiful, cute, charming, yeah, right. Mur raised her hand and told him to stop insulting her mistress. Who in their right mind would add that kind of praise to their own name while writing a story? Then she gritted her teeth and said that even if it was Eugene, she would not forgive such insults. Eugene looked at her and said that he understood everything. He placed his hands on the table and exhaled, then left. Mur followed him and asked where he was going. Eugene answered that he was going to look at witchcraft one more time. She looked at him and said that this was good, of course, but was he not being too arrogant for someone at such a low level? Eugene smiled and said that the harder the task, the better the process of solving it. She ran after him and wished him luck. Eugene approached the sphere. After the Order of the Black Lion Knights left, he spent most of the next 10 days inside Acrian. Eugene looked at the sphere and thought that he was not yet able to create the bottomless abyss within himself. For that, he needed at least the 9th circle, if not higher. And he remembered the circles inside the sphere. The bottomless abyss, in simple terms, was a great circle that contained many small circles, endlessly increasing in number. This circle could be rotated, destroyed, and recreated with just one thought. If he generalized it, then all manipulation of mana was aimed at increasing strength. He also thought that he was not using a standard magic circle. He was rotating the stars of the white flame method to create a circle that would replace the real one. He imagined those same stars and added that if he could add another circle made of stars, then maybe he could make it work. Then he remembered his previous life. What he had learned in his past life was a cheap mana training method used by low-level warriors. Hamel had supplemented and improved it through countless battles, and the witch had adjusted it in the right direction. Just like that, he had invented his own mana training method. He imagined the inner core. It had to be nurtured, constantly exploded, and the mana that made up that core had to spread throughout the body. He also imagined one of his battles. Only with that had he been able to cut off the giant to Eurostrade's leg and arm. Then he remembered Vermouth, who told him that he really was a talented warrior. He remembered Senya, who had asked if he had seriously bought that terrible training method with money. She had gotten angry and said she did not understand how he had trained with such a trash method. Eugene looked down and wondered how she had asked him that back then, after he had already risen to such a level. Then he looked up. In front of him were the circles. He no longer blacked out when looking at the bottomless abyss. The great circle endlessly created more circles within itself, holding them back. Now Eugene could see the movement of mana inside the abyss. He smiled. He could handle it. Hamel. Number Eugene could recreate the bottomless abyss using the white flame method. 2 years passed and he turned 19, on the day of his birthday. Eugene was sitting at a table in the castle, writing something. Mur came to him and asked if he was hungry. Leaning on her hand, she said that it would soon be lunchtime. Eugene replied that he was not that hungry, but if he left now, he would lose all concentration. Mur moved her hand aside and asked why he was in such a hurry. He was writing a dissertation, so would it not be better to approach it gradually? That way he would make fewer mistakes. Eugene spins his pen and said that he was not in a hurry at all. At the same time, he checked what he had written and saw no mistakes. She did not need to worry. He knew what he was writing. Mur raised her finger and said that magicians usually spent decades writing dissertations on their own research. Eugene looked at her and said that he was far from an ordinary magician. She slammed her hands on the table and said that was exactly the point. He was writing a dissertation. That alone was too much. He should stop and go into research for at least 10 years. Eugene smiled and said that she was so worried about him, little girl. Mur fell silent. Then she started waving her hands and said that she had told him not to cross the line. He could not call her that. She had already lived at least 200 years longer than him. Eugene smiled and said that meant she was a little grandmother. Mur got angry and thought that she could just finish him off. Eugene raised his pen and asked if she wanted him to leave. The girl became embarrassed. Eugene raised his hand and said that he had been coming there for 2 years now, but he was the only one who visited her regularly. Mur looked at him and sadly said that this was exactly the point. The other magicians had already seen witchcraft once. She remembered each of them and said that the magicians who saw witchcraft with their own eyes were amazed and shocked. They all tried to analyze it, but in the end they failed. After that, all they did was start creating their own magic. They approached the circle and Mur added that Eugene was different. For 2 years, he came every single day and tried to understand witchcraft. She lowered her eyes and said that he really was going to leave the city once he finished his dissertation. Eugene lowered his eyes and replied that even if he stayed, what would he do there? Mer spread her hands, imagined him in a robe, and said that he could do anything. She did not know when the master of the Red Magic Tower would retire, but if Eugene wanted, she was sure Roberian would gladly accept him as his successor. But Eugene replied that he did not want to become the master of a magic tower. Mer raised her hand and asked what about joining the palace mage troops. The captain really wanted to hire him. Eugene continued writing and said that the captain had always acted too friendly. He did not like it. Then Mer remembered the prince and said that he liked Eugene too. If Eugene worked well for him, he would be revered for decades. Eugene lowered his eyes and said that he appreciated his relationship with him, but that path was not for him. Mer spread her hands and said that he could not become the patriarch anyway, so why did he want to go back to his family? Eugene replied that he did not need any special reason to go back home. Mer lowered her head and said that what he had achieved over the years had surprised even her. Only half a year after he began writing his dissertation, he was able to simplify the complex magic dissertations of other mages, and in the process improve his own magic. Eugene looked at her and replied that he was writing this dissertation for himself. After all, he was the only one who could use it. He was only writing it to organize his magic, nothing more. He was not going to reveal it to the academic association. Then he lowered his eyes and thought that no mage would be able to use the white flame circle method. He remembered Roberian and thought that regardless of a magician strayed S understanding, it was physically impossible. Roberian had spread his hands and said that Eugene did not use the normal magic circle method. He replaced the circle with stars and the white flame method. But that did not mean the users of the white flame method from the main family could easily repeat his path. Roberian looked at the paper again and remembered that he had also tried to repeat it by following the thesis, but he got stuck at the very first step. Since he had never created a core before and had not studied the white flame method, he tried to replace his circle, but instead, his mana simply changed its direction of movement. Eugene looked at him. He had reached 4 stars in the white flame method and successfully added the bottomless abyss to his circle. He created a ring of 4 stars, imagined that ring, and continuously exploded the mana inside it, just as he had done in his past life. The rotation of the flame ring prevented the mana from flowing outside the circle. This was the white flame circle method. Eugene had originally planned to create it when he reached the 5th star, but after he encountered witchcraft, he changed his mind. He spent his time in the library. He also had to spend a lot of time on the 6th floor in the space hall and on the 8th floor in the intense heat hall. The intense heat hall contained research on magic from the most powerful fire mages in the world. As for space magic, Eugene had to study it in order to properly use the Cape of Darkness. He communicated with Roberian and continued writing. Roberian accepted him as a student and helped him revise and check his dissertation. He also helped correct the basic spells of circle magic so they would work with Eugene White Flame Circle method. Most of Eugene's time was spent in Acrian. The rest of his time was spent studying magic with Roberian. Eugene sat while leaning on his hand. The 2 years he had spent in Aroth had been extremely harsh. Eugene picked up his pen and asked if Mer was angry with him. She asked why she would be angry. He replied that she could be angry because he was leaving, even though she did not want him to. Mer threw up her hands and said that she was not angry. Did she even have the right to stop him? If he wanted to, he could just get out of there. She had never had the desire to go anywhere, and even if she did, she could not. Then she told him to leave. Eugene listened to her. Mer continued, saying that he should just leave her there alone in that boring, quiet, lonely place. Then she placed her hands on her chest and added that she was not upset at all about saying goodbye to him after all the years they had spent together. After all, she was not even a living person. She knew perfectly well that people always did whatever they wanted. Eugene placed the dissertation in his coat and asked if that was true. Mer said of course. She had lived 200 years longer than him, so she was used to dealing with people. But then she hung her head and said that he should at least talk to her before he left, instead of leaving her without saying anything like Madam had done. Eugene stood up and said he agreed. Mer got angry, clenched her fists, and said that she was pouring out her soul to him, but he was still such a calm and unpleasant guy. He turned around and asked why he was unpleasant. Mer ran up to him and said it was because she had decided so. Why was it so? It did not matter, he was just an ass. Then she started yelling at him, saying that she hated him. He was an ordinary boy, but he did not respect his elders at all. Was it so hard to listen to adults at least once? Then she hung her head and fell silent. After that, she said that of course it was obvious she was upset. If he stayed in the city because of her, she would be very confused. Her personality was based on Madama strayed S when she was young, so her emotions and behavior could be a little childish. Eugene looked at her and calmly replied that he understood. Mer looked away and said that sometimes she said childish things. She was stubborn, she understood all of that. Then she added that although she felt stupid saying all this because she knew Madam would not behave like this, she felt like she was insulting Madam with her behavior. Then she looked at Eugene. He smiled and said that he thought the real Madam would behave exactly like her. Mer got angry and said that could not be true. Madam would not behave like this, he had never even met her. Eugene looked down and said that he was sure. Then Mer started screaming, saying that he only said that because of a picture book he had read. It was written purely based on Samania strayed S imagination. Madame Senya would never euros. But Eugene interrupted her and said that his dissertation would soon be finished. He looked out the window and said that if he did not rush too much, he would most likely finish it before the end of summer. Mer folded her hands and asked what he was getting at. Eugene smiled and said that he would visit her before he left Aroth, because there was something he had to tell her. She looked at him and asked what it was. Was he just going to make fun of her? If so, she would kill him. Eugene simply smiled. Then he raised his hand and as he left, said that he would tell her everything when the time came. Later, Trempel greeted Eugene with a smile. Eugene looked at him, and it was obvious that he was not happy about this meeting. While the man waved his hand, Eugene asked what he needed again. In his mind, he had already guessed what the captain of the Palace Mage Troop was going to talk about. Trempel spread his hands and said that the vacant position in the Palace Mage Troop, the one he had mentioned before, was still open. If Eugene changed his mind, he could accept it at any time, but Eugene interrupted him, thanked him, and said that he would refuse. The man coughed, smiled, and asked how the writing of his dissertation was going. If Eugene wanted, he could help him. He only needed to take a look at it. Then he hit his chest with his fist and said that, of course, he knew Eugenia Eurostrade's mentor, the master of the Red Magic Tower, had already corrected it. But did the Red Magic Tower not specialize in summoning magic? Trempel was not only good at summoning magic, but also combat magic. It was not for nothing that he held the title of captain of the Palace Mage Troop. Eugene raised his hand and said that he understood everything. Then he added that Trempel did not even know what he was writing about. The man scratched his head, but inside he was furious. He thought it was because Eugene had only shown it to the Red Magic Tower Master and continued to keep everything else a secret. Out loud, he said that he simply wanted to look at it. After all, he taught others no worse than the Magic Tower Masters. Eugene looked at him and thanked him for the offer, but said that he would refuse. If he accepted Trempella Eurostrade's offer now, it would be somewhat offensive to his mentor. Then he turned around and left. Trempel raised his hands and called after him, saying that this was exactly what he was worried about, but they could keep it a secret. As Eugene walked away, he told him to simplify it. Trempel placed a hand on his forehead, and Eugene quickly escaped. As he left, Eugene thought that everything would become even worse if Trempel found out that he had formed the bottomless abyss. That psycho might even crawl into his bed, ignoring every rule of decency. He remembered the captain. The circle flame method was not much different from the white flame method, so even a great magician like him would not be able to tell the difference. Then Eugene smiled, thinking that being able to hide his abilities from a high-ranking magician could be considered a great achievement. Reberian looked at the dust that rose as his hair flew in the wind. He said that if they did not count what spells Eugene could use, it could be said that he had long surpassed the fifth circle. Then he waved his hand and said that judging only by the facts, the fourth circle was his limit. Eugene looked at him and added that the bottomless abyss could not withstand more advanced magic. Was he truly lacking in understanding? Reberian thought about it and said that he did not think so. In other words, it had reached its containment limit. Eugene still had not created the bottomless abyss perfectly with his circle flame method. Eugene listened attentively. Reberian added that he was replacing his circle with cores. 4 stars of the white flame method meant 4 cores. It would be more correct to say that the number of cores was equal to the number of circles. The system was broken. Reberian added that simply put, every time Eugenia Eurostrade's white flame method advanced, his bottomless abyss, his circle flame method, would also become stronger. But he looked at Eugene and said that he had to be careful. Right now, the circle flame method had no disadvantages, but risks could accumulate every time he advanced, since this was a magic method no one had ever heard of before. He raised his hand and said that he had already told him this many times. Eugene looked at him and asked if he should use advanced magic. Reberian furrowed his brows and said that unlike the normal magic circle method, the circle flame method allowed him to use high-level magic. Eugene could easily use magic up to the 5th circle, but he should not even think about touching the 6th circle. They had no idea what kind of danger lay behind using magic he was originally unable to use. Eugene looked at him and said that he understood. Reberian continued, saying that Eugene had mentioned that after completing his dissertation, he was not going to return to his family immediately. So where did he plan to go? Eugene imagined a crab. Reberian said that he meant the little-known ice crabs of the Luhar kingdom. Eugene said that he had wanted to try them since childhood. He remembered the northern territories of the kingdom, the nation that bastard Moron had founded. Reberian asked if he really planned to go that far, since there were many ice crab restaurants in the city. Eugene smiled and replied that it would be better to try the dish where it originated. Then he smiled, remembered a scorpion, and said that after he ate ice crabs, he would go to Nahama. He had heard that cactus scorpion tasted pretty good. He imagined a girl walking through the desert. 200 years ago, Anis the Faithful, revered by the Holy Empire of Uras, had gone wandering without telling the emperor her destination. The last place she had been seen was in the middle of the desert. Reberian raised his hand and said that he had not known Eugene liked culinary tourism. If he liked crustaceans, why did they not have lobster for lunch today? At the restaurant, Eugene sat in shock. He had not expected the prince to be sitting in front of him. He had not expected this meeting to happen. They all sat at the table. The prince apologized for interrupting their lunch, then said that he would get straight to the point. He smiled and said that if Eugene stayed in the city, the position of captain of the Palace Mage Troop would be his. Then he swore on his name. Eugene looked at him in shock. The prince smiled and said that although it would be difficult to do now, in 10 years, he would become the king of Aroth. Roberian was shocked. He looked at the prince and said that it was dangerous to say such things in public places. After all, the current king was still in perfect health. But the prince raised his hand and said that he should not misunderstand. He had already received a promise regarding the throne. His succession was guaranteed, and the city of Eurostrade's residents also believed that he would be the next king. Eugene listened carefully as the prince continued, saying that the palace mage troop answered to the king. Of course, out of respect for the Senate, he would have to go through certain procedures, but in 10 years, Eugene would be more than qualified for the position. At that moment, Eugene spoke. He said that it was an honor to be valued so highly, but the prince could not even imagine how strong he was right now. The prince leaned on his hand and said that this was because Eugene and the Red Magic Tower Master were excellent at hiding things. He was very interested in why. Then he raised his hands and added that there must be a higher reason for this. Eugene would not say anything, so he could only guess. His eyes lit up. As he thought about how Eugenia Eurostrade's whole body was soaked in mana, it was as if he was scanning him. He thought that if he judged only by his mana, Eugene was at least at the 5th circle. Then he smiled and said that witchcraft, the mystery of the bottomless abyss, Eugene had already solved it, had he not? Eugene asked if he was obligated to answer. The prince smiled and said that this question was answer enough. Then Eugene added that lying to the prince was a bad idea, although to be honest, he had not planned to do so. They sat at the table, and Eugene added that it was not because he could not stand the city, nor because he disliked the position of captain of the palace mage troop. He simply did not want it. The prince looked away and said that with Eugenia Eurostrade's abilities, he could get a high position anywhere. He believed that power alone would not be enough to keep him in the city. Then he looked at Eugene and asked what about knowledge. As far as he knew, Madame Senya had created 3 series of witchcraft. Then he folded his hands and said that one was in Acrian, while the other 2 were kept in the treasury of the royal palace. Both Eugene and Roberian were shocked by what they heard. Eugene remembered Mur and thought that she had said Madame had 2 more copies. Roberian looked at the prince for a moment and asked since when those scriptures had been kept by the royal family. The prince calmly answered so they would not misunderstand him. The ones they had were only copies that Madame Senya had given them as a symbol of friendship. Even the members of the royal family did not know where Madame or the 2 original copies had gone. Eugene looked at him and asked if he was saying that he would show him the witchcraft stored in the treasury of the royal palace. The prince lowered his eyes and replied that it was impossible right now. It was true that he had received His Majesty Eurostrade's favor, but witchcraft was the greatest achievement in the history of magic. Even he could not do whatever he wanted when it concerned witchcraft. Then he raised his hand and smiled. It seemed that once he became king, he would be able to use his power to show them to Eugene, which even the Red Magic Tower Master could not do. He smiled maliciously and asked what Eugene thought about it. Then he added that he did not think it was a bad proposal. Eugene folded his hands and thought that there was nothing to think about. Over the past 2 years, he had fully experienced just how incredible witchcraft was. The first volume stored in the library was already amazing by itself, so how powerful were the others? He imagined Senya and thought that this was not enough. There had to be traces related to her that he had not seen yet. Perhaps he could find clues that even the kingdom had failed to uncover. They continued sitting at the table. Eugene said that if the prince did not think it was possible right now, then he would visit the city once he ascended the throne, and they could continue discussing the topic then. The prince smiled and said that Eugene wanted to leave himself the opportunity to refuse. In that case, he would send a letter once his coronation was confirmed. Eugene thanked him for his time. Elsewhere, Mur was reading. She was surprised by something and thought that the core and the eternal whole had been combined perfectly. There was still an incompleteness that had existed from the beginning, but overall she could not add anything more. She imagined the core and thought that even if it was not as good as Senya Eurostrade's eternal whole, Eugenia Eurostrade's circle flame method was far superior to the current circle magic. Then she put the book down, looked at Eugene, and said that it was amazing. She turned away and said that to tell the truth, although he was far from perfect, he acted as if everything was fine. Did he not think that was a little selfish? He was the only one who could use this method, and for his level, this method was already incredible. She pushed the book away and added that now that his dissertation was over, he would leave the city. Then she asked when he was leaving. Eugene said the day after tomorrow. Mur looked away and said that because of his personality, she thought he would already be gone by tomorrow. Eugene raised his hand and said that he was still human. He needed at least 1 day to rest. Besides, the Red Magic Tower had said they would throw an impressive party for him. The girl said enviously that it must be great to be him. He would go there, eat a lot of delicious food, and everyone would congratulate him. Eugene smiled. Then he turned away and asked if she remembered that a few months ago he said he wanted to tell her something before leaving. Mur ran up to him and said that she remembered. Eugene took a step forward and said that he needed to check something before he did it. Maybe he should tell someone else what he wanted to tell her, so they could pass it on instead. Mur stopped and got angry. Then she ran after him again and started asking if he suspected her. Was he doing this because he was afraid she would tell others about his dissertation or information concerning him? Eugene turned around and asked if he had a reason to suspect her. Mur grabbed her chest and said no. Did he even know how much the others, including the master of the Green Magic Tower, had harassed her while he was gone? She imagined this fear and said that it was impossible. Even if witchcraft were completely disassembled and someone tried to look through it by force, all the information and conversations of the mages obtained during the research of this heritage were stored in the farthest corner of witchcraft Eurostrade storage. She ran after him and said that it was not because he was special. It was a function designed to maintain the safety of the mages and the families of the mages who entered the city. Until someone completely destroyed witchcraft, any leakage of its information was impossible. They approached the holograms, and Eugene said that if it was that safe, then what he was about to say would also remain a secret. Mer lowered her eyes and said that she had already repeated that several times. How many more times did she need to say it? Then Eugene said that he was reincarnated. He stopped in front of one of the holograms and smiled. Mer smiled and asked what kind of nonsense that was. Eugene looked down and repeated it, then added that he still had memories of his past life. She threw up her hands and asked if he was joking. Then she added that it was so unfunny she could not even laugh. Eugene smiled and said that in his past life his name was Hamel. The girl was shocked. Eugene stood right beside the hologram of his past self. Mer was stunned, then asked again if he was serious. Eugene smiled and asked if it was really so hard to believe. She thought about it and said that it was indeed hard to believe. But if it was true, then some things associated with him began to make sense. She remembered how Eugene worked with the circle. He had been able to comprehend the eternal whole, even though he had studied magic for only 2 years. He had also been able to copy it thanks to his exceptional senses and change its form into something that suited only him. Mer moved her hand aside and said that if he remembered his previous life, and if he was truly the comrade of Vermouth the Great, Hamel the Foolish, then she could understand it. Looking at him, she said that Hamel was a unique person in many ways. Then she remembered Senya and said that she had grown up in the forest of the elves and learned magic from them. She remembered Moron the Brave. He was the son of the great chief of the Bayar tribe, a famous fighting tribe in the cruel northern lands. She also remembered Anis. She had been a candidate for saintess, raised her entire life by the cardinals of the Holy Empire of Uras. And then there was the great Vermouth. Eugene stood right in front of his own hologram and said that Hamel had been a slave. He remembered how he went to Helmut. He had been one of the slaves dragged away to be offered to the demon race. He stole a demon's sword and tried to survive no matter what. Then he remembered the battle and added that with the first sword he swung, he cut down dozens of demons and dark magicians guarding them. While leading the slaves and trying to escape, he destroyed hundreds of demonic monsters. Mer lowered her eyes and said that, to be honest, she thought that story was greatly exaggerated. That was how legends usually were, created to raise the spirit of the people. But Eugene turned and said that anything was possible. Although he did not know for sure it was most likely true, that guy was a monster. Mer folded her hands, looked at him, and said that Hamel was the most unique one out of all the heroes. He had not started out as incredible as Vermouth, nor had he been born with a special origin like the others. The young Hamel with the sword had been lying on the ground. He had simply picked up a sword to survive after his village was attacked and destroyed by monsters. He became a mercenary filled with hatred for monsters and demon kings. Mer imagined Hamel walked forward, and despite having the most ordinary origin, he was able to grow strong enough to stand equal to the rest of the heroes in only a few years. Then Mer raised her hand and added that if Eugene was his reincarnation, then she understood where his crazy pace came from. Although the Hamel who appeared in the books had a bad personality, when it came to the speed of his growth, he was unmatched. Eugene smiled and said that this was not entirely true. He remembered his training and said that he had tried to surpass his friend throughout their journey. Since he was hopeless at magic, he gave up on it and concentrated on things he was familiar with, like swords, spears, and even hand-to-hand combat. All of that was to make his comrades submit, but he never defeated him, not even once. Mer thought about it and asked if he was serious. From a natural point of view, he was also a ridiculous monster, a genius. Eugene threw up his hands and said that it did not matter if others called him a genius. He turned his head and said that all he had wanted was to defeat that bastard at least once, but he could not do it until his death. Then Mer pointed to the hologram and reminded him of what he had said about Hamel, that he was handsome. Then she asked how he could say his own face was handsome. Was he out of his mind? Eugene looked at her and asked what was wrong with that. In his past life he had been popular with women. The girl felt sick. Then she folded her arms and asked why he was suddenly telling her this. If he was expecting something from her, then it was pointless. She could not help him search for Madame Senya. Eugene smiled and only said that he was not telling her this to get information. He looked at her and added that he had known her for 2 years. He had felt it when he first met her. She was very similar to Madame, both in face and personality. The girl turned away and said that was because she had been created based on Madame Eurostrade's childhood. Eugene stroked her head. Then he smiled and asked if he had crossed the line. Mer lowered her eyes and said that she would forgive him only this time, because he, or rather his past self, had been Senya Eurostrade's comrade. Eugene smiled and asked what she thought. Was Senya dead? Mer got excited and shouted that of course she was not. Eugene raised his hands and said that he did not think so either. Senya was not the type to die without leaving behind her will. Then he looked at all the holograms behind him and said that he was going to find her. He imagined all his comrades, listed their names, and added that he was sure they were all living somewhere in this world. Eugene clenched his fist and smiled, saying that he would find them all. The girl asked him again in surprise if he was really going to bring Madame Senya back. Eugene looked at her with a smile and asked if she wanted him to. Mer was confused and said that of course she did. Eugene smiled again and added that in that case, he had even more reason to bring her back. because Senya had been neglecting her spirit familiar for 200 years. That angered the girl. She told him not to talk badly about her mistress or she would euros. Eugene pointed at himself and said that he had the right. She had no idea how many bad things Senya had said to him 300 years ago. Mer clenched her fists and asked if he could swear that he really had been a hero in his past life, right in front of witchcraft. Eugene looked at her and said that he could, but in return could she remove the word foolish whenever she called his name. And so they stood in front of the sphere. Eugene raised his hand and said that his name was Eugene Lionheart. In his past life he had been Hamel. He swore on his blood and by the name Lionheart that he was telling the truth. Mer flew up into the air, her eyes burning. She said that after Madame Senya left, many magicians had studied witchcraft through her. But there was something they never learned. The girl sat down, looked at Eugene, and said that their conversation today would be saved in the most secret part of witchcraft. No one in the entire world would be able to know about it. She folded her hands and added that what she was about to say was something no one in the city knew. Looking at Eugene, she said that shortly before Madame disappeared at euros. Eugene was surprised and asked what she meant. Mer looked down and said that a week before Senya left, she had been with her on this floor. She remembered how Senya sat on the floor holding her head. Then Senya suddenly collapsed and screamed in pain. When Mer asked her what had happened, Senya said that her spirit familiar had died. Then Mer grabbed her chin and spoke about Hamlet Eurostrade's grave. Senya had been furious. She said that someone had broken into the grave and it had made her extremely angry. Eugene asked again about the grave. Then he asked if he really had a grave. Mer spread her hands and said yes, but that was the first time she had ever heard of it. Soon after that, Madame disappeared and Mer hid this conversation deep inside witchcraft. Then she looked away with pain in her eyes and said that since Madame had not told anyone about this grave before she disappeared, Mer had not wanted to put her in a difficult situation in case it was something she should not have said. Eugene looked at her. Mer added that since he was that very person, he should definitely know about it. Eugene thought about it, looked away, and repeated that he had a grave. He imagined an evil spirit and said that Senya had never heard of that either. He thought that his body had disappeared because of a curse, since the Licha Eurostrade's curse destroyed both the body and soul. Mer looked at him and said that usually, yes, but his soul had remained fine and had been reborn. That meant his body had also been preserved. His reincarnation. Eugene lowered his eyes and said that yes, perhaps Senya had been involved in this. At the night park, Eugene walked along the path and thought that if Senya had made a grave for him, and if that grave was hidden somewhere, then where would it be? He turned to the side and continued thinking. Where was Senya? Usually graves were placed somewhere meaningful to the deceased. He did not think it was the place where he had died. Then it dawned on him maybe it was his homeland. Suddenly, Balzac came up from behind and called out to him. Eugene turned around and said that he knew Balzac had been following him, and he had deliberately ignored him. Balzac raised his hand and said that every time Eugene saw him, his mood seemed to worsen. Did he really irritate him that much? Eugene answered that he did. Balzac turned away and added that he had heard something about him. The day after tomorrow, Eugene was leaving the city to go to Luhar and Nahama. Then he placed a hand on his chin and added that he was worried about it. The northern region was very close to Helmut. Eugene looked at him and asked what of it. Balzac replied that he meant the influence of Helmut there was completely different from how it was here. Luhar had once prohibited the entry of demons and dark magicians, but the royal family had changed its mind 5 years ago. He said that Helmut had many different kinds of demons. Some of them did not obey its master, the demon king of incarceration. First of all, the demon king of incarceration was not the only demon king. Eugene tensed up and asked if Balzac was saying that the demon king of ruin was preparing for a new war. Balzac spread his arms and said no. The demon king of ruin did not like violence. He only respected the demon king of incarceration. If the demon king of ruin did not start acting, then the demon king of incarceration would not move either. Eugene frowned and thought about the demon king of ruin, the strongest of the demon kings. He remembered his comrades from his past life and thought that he had only seen him once back then. Remembering his surprised face, Eugene thought that he still was not sure what exactly he had seen that day. On the wide plain, they had only seen a moving red light. No one could even think of killing him. He remembered how they had all stared at him. If Anicia Eurostrade's prayer had not calmed everyone down, they would all have gone insane. Balzac looked at Eugene and said that just because the demon king of incarceration was doing nothing, and the demon king of ruin remained silent, he should not assume that all demons would also stay inactive. Then he raised his hand and said that demons were cruel. There were quite a few demons who were irritated by this centuries-old calm. It was funny for him to say this, but demons were not the type to enjoy peace. Eugene stood in front of him and asked if he wanted to say that those demons could do something to him, despite the peace maintained by the demon kings. Balzac replied that he was saying there were many demons who wanted to make noise. Then he frowned and said that it was not only the demons under the demon king of incarceration, Eurostrade's power. The demons serving the demon king of ruin could also do anything to break the silence of their king. He raised his hand and introduced those demons. There were also powerful demons who wanted to become the new demon kings. Since only 2 demon kings remained, there were 3 empty seats. Duchess Jabella truly wanted to take one of those positions. Eugene smiled, spread his hands, and asked why they did not just gather together and vote. Balzac replied that demons would simply destroy the voting box if they did not get the results they wanted. Eugene looked at him and thought about this queen of the night witches. Could he defeat someone of her level with his current skills? He seemed to be alone with his thoughts in a complete void. There was no guarantee that he would win. Someday he would go to Luhar, but not now. Eugene looked at Balzac and thanked him for the warning. Then he said that first he would visit Nahama and he would go to Luhar later. Balzac adjusted his glasses and told him to be careful in the desert. Eugene asked if he meant sandstorms. Balzac looked at him and said it was because of Amelia Merwin. He introduced the girl and said that she had already been a very strong dark magician even before she signed a contract with the Demon King of Incarceration. The Demon King of Incarceration gave Balzac a lot of freedom to act, but he allowed Amelia even more. Then Balzac raised a card and said that if Eugene met this girl, he had to tell her this. He gave Eugene an envelope and said that he had not done anything to her, she would not harm him. Then he was surprised. Eugene picked up the envelope and asked what it was. Balzac said it was obviously an envelope. Eugene asked if he could open it. Balzac said sure. Eugene began opening the envelope. He is surprised by what he just saw. There was nothing inside the envelope at all. Eugene looked at Balzac and said that it was empty. Balzac replied that what was inside did not matter. Then he snapped his fingers and smiled, saying that the important thing was that Eugene now had a letter written personally by him. Suddenly, a new envelope appeared in Eugenia Eurostrade's hands. Balzac raised his hand and said that he would not be able to help with unexpected dangers that might arise in the city, but he could handle Amelia Eurostrade's bad temper. If Eugene still wanted to go there, then he should take the envelope with him. Eugene looked at him and asked what the catch was. Balzac smiled and said that it would be strange if Eugene suddenly stopped treating dark mages with suspicion. Even so, he asked him to accept this gesture of goodwill. Eugene looked at him with disdain and asked if he was serious. Balzac was surprised and asked him to repeat that. Eugene turned away and said that Balzac was being too nice to him. He was not prejudiced against him, so the fact that the master of the Dark Tower was treating him this kindly made him feel uneasy. Balzac adjusted his glasses, raised his hand, and said that it was indeed possible to see it as suspicious. Then he smiled, extended his hand, and asked Eugene not to misunderstand. All he wanted was to build a good relationship between them. How else could he tell him he wanted to become friends like others did? Then he spread his hands and said that he was not the only one trying to befriend someone. Eugene was still young and had great potential. Eugene looked away and said that since Balzac insisted, he would accept the letter with gratitude. Then he raised his hand and said that he was very grateful for this, and he should have invited him to the farewell ceremony tomorrow, but he would not. It would be better for Balzac not to come. Eugene was warning him in advance. Then Eugene looked at him with burning eyes and said that human emotions were strange. He offered no fake pleasantries. If Balzac really came to his farewell tomorrow, then instead of feeling friendly, Eugene would rip his spine out through his butt. Eugene turned around and Balzac told him that he would not come, so he did not need to worry. Eugene thanked him and said that he was impressed by his wisdom. Then he said goodbye and left. The next day there was a feast. Hiradouth came up to Eugene from behind and asked why he had not invited him to the farewell. Eugene turned around and answered that they did not know each other at all. The man threw up his hands and asked what about the other magic tower masters. Eugene did not know them either. Eugene smiled and asked if he still had not understood why he had not invited them. The tower master smiled and said that Eugene should not be too harsh on the master of the Green Tower and the captain of the Palace Mage Troop. They behaved like that only because Eugene was very talented. Eugene smiled and said that he was probably not talented enough for Hiradouth. The man folded his hands and exhaled. Then he said that although he wanted to recruit Eugene, he was not shameless enough to steal the disciple of the master of the Red Tower. Then he looked at him and added that, although that was true, Eugene really had not invited Balzac. Eugene said that his master probably would not like Balzac Eurostrade's presence either. Then he looked away and added that he would like to hear about the master of the Dark Tower. He had heard that in the past, Balzac had been in the Blue Magic Tower and had been in the same group of disciples as Hiradouth. The man smiled and said that whether in the past or now, Balzac had always been mysterious and incomprehensible. He imagined a man with a staff and said that more than 10 years ago, Balzac was supposed to become the next master of the Blue Magic Tower. He was a mage whose magic could be called exceptional. However, he was also very secretive. Then one day he suddenly left the Blue Magic Tower and went to Helmut. Balzac had explained that he wanted to expand his knowledge of magic. The man turned away and added that at that time, he had been weaker than Balzac and was able to become the master of the Blue Tower only because Balzac had left. 10 years later, Balzac became a dark mage. He moved to the Dark Magic Tower and became its master because he received great support from all the dark mages. Then Hiradouth looked down and said that Balzac could have become the most outstanding tower master in the history of the Blue Magic Tower, but it seemed that this had not been enough for him. No matter how great a person a Eurostrade's magic was, they would still remain human. After all, it was impossible to surpass a demon king. Then he looked at Eugene and said that he had heard Eugene was going to Nahama. Eugene answered yes. Hiradouth looked at him and said that deserts were unpleasant places. This was not the best advice, so it was up to Eugene to decide what to do with it. But if he truly wanted to go there, it would be better to hide the fact that he was a Lionheart. Eugene looked at him and noted that his teacher had said the same thing. The man imagined the bandits and demons living there, then added that these were troubled times. They said that the assassins who operated in the shadows had stopped hiding. He doubted they would try to provoke the Lionheart family and the Empire, but it would still be better not to attract unnecessary attention. They stood there watching the celebration. Eugene said that he would keep that in mind. Later in the daytime desert, Eugene moved forward, with his sword at his side. He looks forward, grabbed his chest, and thought that this cape attracted a lot of attention in a hot desert like this. But fortunately, it was equipped with transformation magic. Then he looked ahead and thought that this magic resonated with the feelings of its owner. It took care of both the external temperature and body temperature, trying to keep the owner comfortable even in such hot weather. Eugene looked at the map and thought that this was the magic map his mentor had given him. The coordinates on it were tied to the place where he stood, and it conveniently told him where he was. He looked ahead and thought that he was now in the western part of the desert. If he went north from there, he would eventually see Tirath. Then Eugene looked down and thought that he had first wanted to find his grave and go to his hometown, which was on the border. But now there was no need for that. Over the past 300 years, the desert had expanded little by little. An unnatural sandstorm was slowly swallowing the nearby lands. Because of that, the hometown of his past life, which had once been on the border of Tirath, had become part of the desert. The people had left the city. Tirath was a small country, so they had no choice but to give up the territories that turned into desert due to disasters like the sandstorm. After that, the territories that became part of the desert passed to Nahama. Eugene looked ahead and thought that people could also invade in that same way. Only an idiot would not guess that the process of turning land into desert through a sandstorm was caused by sand mages. He imagined those people. 300 years ago, the demon kings had risen, causing demons to advance and monsters to go berserk. Nahama had taken advantage of the war and tried to invade the Keel Empire. But in the end, they failed because Vermouth the Great went after them. Eugene gritted his teeth and thought that in his past life he had also hated this country. 300 years had passed since then, but his opinion remained unchanged. There was a vast stretch of sand ahead. In that case, he had to find his grave first. Eugene took a step forward. He imagined his friends and mentally asked them to wait for him a little longer. He had decided to find them all. Eugene smiled with a determined look. He walked forward to his next journey.